apabila Toda menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Toda membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan Superstar Team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Zarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
This is the brand new Aspirin skins. Huh?
For the aspirants,
I will be the shadow behind her light.
outshines the stars, Vexana.
Destiny aligns us under a shooting star. We are the aspirants.
Alright guys, so we are back to watch some more gameplays from the Future Pros tournament. As you can see right now, right, the meta right now is very interesting down in the gold lane because gold lane now consists of like the mage and the fighter, right? So we can see that nowadays people in the tournament is also using other than MM, right? Non-MM gold lane. So let's see how they adapt the patch. It seems like they are adapting really well.
And again,
They are constantly sending out chips to just send the bane in the fight.
sending the shark. Oh, nice.
Now you can see that Mage Bane is really kind of strong in this meta. Thank you, Innocent, for creating this monster. My boy! My boy is Sky Piercing. Yeah, you can see that he's really using the Mage Bane really well. So it's good to see that people are adapting the meta quickly.
Bila terjatuh, aku beringat jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calang-calang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan, harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harus
titik pemula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit. With just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playas. Predator Badlands in cinemas on 6 November. An action-adventure horror set in the future on a deadly remote planet. Predator Badlands follows a young predator outcast who finds an unlikely ally in Tia as he embarks on a treacherous journey in search of the ultimate adversary on the most dangerous planet in the universe where everything is trying to kill you. Catch Predator Badlands in cinemas 6 November. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Predator Badlands movie tickets for IMAX or 4DX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-16. Selamat datang. Assalamualaikum. Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-16, hari yang kedua, minggu yang terakhir. Nama saya Poji. Minta maaf hari ni Ros tak ada, dia tak sihat. Kita doakan kesihatan dia. Baiklah, untuk perlawanan pada hari ini, based on semalam punya perjalanan, kita dapat tengok landscape perjalanan mereka jadi semakin rumit. Ada tim yang nakkan pasukan dia menang dan ada tim yang nakkan pasukan lain kalah sebab nak pergi ke playoff. Tapi ada satu sahaja misi dan visi setiap pasukan pada hari ini. Misi perlu menang. Sebab sekarang ni adalah misi do or die untuk setiap penampilan mereka. Sekarang ni adalah perjalanan menuju ke end of era. Kita nak pergi kepada era yang baru, pembukaan satu kisah yang baru. The last dance untuk setiap pasukan bakal bermula. Maka kita akan terus tengok jadual pada hari ini. Untuk GMX Kelantan menentang dengan Monster Vicious. GMX ada peningkatan cuma belum cukup menyala. Tumpuan sebenarnya pada Monster Vicious tinggal 2 lagi game dan setiap kemenangan adalah sangat penting untuk mara ke playoff. Kalau GMX buat kejutan, maka mereka boleh jadi penghalang terbesar untuk Monster Vicious ke upper bracket. CG menentang dengan Vamos. Chico sebagai legenda yang sudah buktikan legasi perjalanan dia. Tetapi Zon sebagai calon semasa yang nak tunjuk dia layak sebaris dengan legenda. Perlawanan ini bukan berkenaan mata semata-mata, tapi ini adalah penentu tempat kedua jalan menuju ke upper bracket. CG pula hanya perlukan satu saja mata untuk sahkan slot ke upper bracket. Vamos ada peranan sebagai kingmaker, maka mereka boleh ubah rupa akhir perjalanan di peringkat playoff. Dan untuk game yang terakhir, Tim Ray menentang dengan AERO. AERO tunjuk kebangkitan hujung musim sejak semalam lagi perlawanan. Kita tengok mereka menang dengan Homeboys dan nampaknya jalan mereka macam semakin cerah. Tim Ray pula dah tak ada apa dah yang difikirkan. Tak ada apa-apa lagi yang boleh merugikan mereka. Boleh tak mereka buat kejutan macam tu dan buktikan ini adalah masa mereka. Inilah minggu terakhir kita dan masih lagi ada kod. Ini gaya kita. Jadi anda jangan lupa masuk ke dalam Mobile Legend dan tebus kod ini untuk anda semua nikmati bersama. Jadi kepada anda yang sedang menyaksikan MPL Malaysia secara langsung di YouTube MPL MY MLBB Esport, TikTok, Facebook dan juga Astro Arena, mungkin ada ternampak post-post kita yang kita share beberapa hari ini. Maka korang boleh tolong share lagi ramai-ramai biar ramai lagi yang tahu berkenaan dengan MPL MY ini, kerana dengan suara-suara anda lah kita dapat sebarkan lagi maklumat mengenai MPL Malaysia kita. Dan terima kasih juga kepada anda semua kerana menjadi penyokong setia kepada MPL untuk setiap musim dan anda terus menunjukkan semangat. Ini gaya kita. Masa untuk perlawanan bermula. Tak ada lagi dah apa-apa yang tinggal. Perlawanan minggu terakhir hari yang kedua. Inilah masanya. Tanpa saya melengahkan masa, let's go ke game hari ini. Caster, silakan.
Welcome back to MPL Malaysia Season 16, where we are in the second last day of regular season. Here with me, my name is Said Adin, together with Husky as well as Gideon, who's going to accompany you guys throughout the day. So far, almost 6 weeks we have gathered here, and yet we're still not sure who's going to make it to playoffs, apart from, of course, Selangor Red Giants. So, does this mean our league is getting better? Or is this SRG is just too good right now?
Well, SRG being too good is a given statement. But overall, I think we are just a whole lot more competitive. Head-to-head, aggregate points, these are factors that we are starting to really take into consideration even in week 6.
I mean, personally for me, I think it's all because of our sponsors Infinix with the new GT30. I think these players have reached new heights because of the hardware that they have. Just launched now, available on the Infinix TikTok Malaysia, and if you purchase one now, it comes with a free magnetic cooler. It's even more affordable than the GT30 Pro, which is priced below 1,100, and it's the only phone in its price tier with GT triggers, a 1.5K display, a 144 hertz refresh rate, steady support performance of 120, I say 120-ish, but really you're getting a little more than 120 FPS in Mobile Legends with 2 exclusive new colors for the GT30 in green and in blue.
I mean, thank you so much to Infinix GT30 accompanying here MPL MY Season 16 up until the final battle, where we shall see within all these teams. I mean, GMXK versus Monster Vicious, where Monster Vicious would definitely need a win here to try their best to secure the upper bracket spot. But then again, we do have the matchup between CG as well against Vamos, where if CG gets 1 point, at least 1 point, they will be the definite upper bracket spot accompanying SRG. But let's take it back for GMXK. I mean, yesterday we saw a glimpse of a good performance by them, but then some might say they threw, some might say they, lack of in terms of the focus. But what really happened between GMXK right now?
I think it's just at the moment that mattered the most, Keymin showed up. That's pretty much it. But if you look at it from an overall sense, I would say GMX was actually the better team compared to Untitled. I would go as far as to say that because of how much more consistent they are in making decisions. Again, we have to bring up Jaja. We cannot talk about GMXK without talking about how consistent Jaja has been for the past 6 weeks.
I mean, 6 weeks we have seen GMXK play. Do you think that they have a definite play style, their strength right now? Or is it still a matter of finding their ways, tuning their ways for the regular season? I know they won't make it to playoff, but what are their biggest strengths right now?
Well, I mean, I think that's a really difficult question to answer because I think fundamentally this team has always had issues. I think the most solid player has to be Jaja, and if we want to talk about personality and how they want to play, I think playing around Jaja makes the most amount of sense. However, there's the big problem, right? The meta demands more from not just one person, but everybody from your squadron. From each phase of the game, we're seeing that there is a bit of a lack of due diligence when it comes down to the roam section, but Jaja has definitely compensated for the fact that, hey, we may be behind, I'll make some space, I'll steal Lords, I'll be the jungle div.
I mean, they did make changes, especially on the gold lane side, where we can see Skyza brought back into the main lineup with Matins, Maima, Jaja, as well as Monsters. Do you think this change between Skyza in terms of the gold lane stage, is it a necessary changes to bring Skyzar in, or is it not? It's not a big factor anymore?
I think in the first week that he played, there were definitely some questions, right? Even though he has played with some of the players in MAL before, but after yesterday, I think it's okay. Right, it's not that he's in because technically he's forced to be in because MQD had studies that he needs to deal with, but because he has an experience playing with Jaja and Monster, it didn't really take long for him to jive with the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think he hasn't been battle tested just yet, but it definitely looks like it's going to be pretty tough because he's facing up against Ruff on the opposite end. The laning phase was good for him yesterday, but against Ruff, it could be a completely different story. But let's also talk about Leone, Bondos, Uni, and as well as Momo. Leone and Bondos, I think one of the stronger sides of Monster Vicious.
I would like to see more from Monster Vicious. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit disappointed in terms of their performance, but hey, last season I was disappointed in the playoff stage. Right now, I'm disappointed earlier stage right now.
Hey.
So the expectation is much more lower, I guess, I suppose, but then again, Monster Vicious gotta take things up a notch, I would say so, because in terms of playstyle wise, they're there. It's just a matter of getting that chemistry down as well as the consistency down for Monster Vicious. But before we talk even more for this match, we do have a mic check video prepared for you guys. So let's take a look together right now.
Tengok macam lain.
It's okay. Mak balik jual burger tu. Tak dapat play off, balik Kelantan jual burger.
Itu suara Abang Fish Virus. Dari mana Abang Fish Virus?
Saya punya account tak ada skin abang semua. Kenapa? Semua tak ada skin. Nampak? Saya je ada skin. Dia tak ada demand nak main. Tak ada demand nak main tak? Tak ada demand tu. Main tengok semua tak ada skin. Ni je waktu kita orang boleh menang bang.
Ya, tu main ni bang.
Oh, a very nonchalant mic check, I guess, I suppose. Not much information we can gather, but I mean, I like to see Ralph taking it very serious. I mean, he was complaining a bit about his phone. I'm not too sure what was it about, but hopefully it gets settled, everything, and you know, can help him to provide a better gameplay. Talking about better gameplay, what's the problem with Monster Vicious right now? Inconsistency, draft issue, like what is the problem?
Oh, I think they are fine with the draft. In fact, they have too many heroes to pick, but it's more of the inconsistency that we see. Sometimes, most of the time in the jungle, they've talked about it on stage interview as well. You know, Uni gotta clean up that act a little bit, but overall, they have such a strong mid trio. If they can kind of fine-tune that, I don't see a problem at all.
If they could, they would, but then again, they're not here in our best 5 rankers. I mean, we have Crab, Storm, Skyzet, Skies, Yums as well. I mean, it's funny putting Skyzet and Skies in the same picture here. I mean, I was tongue twisted a bit right there, but so far, would you agree with this week 5 best 5 rankers so far, or do you have any arguments towards this?
Well, absolutely. I think that, you know, so far in terms of the dominance from specifically SRG's side, the only ones who aren't going to be here is Innocent as well as Stormy. And I feel like we're not seeing the savages upon savages coming in. And it does show a bit of a shift in the meta of what is important, which is EXP, roam alongside with your junglers. Skyzen and Storm have done a phenomenal job. Don't get me wrong here. And just wait. If Skyzar does well and becomes one of our top 5 bets, that's going to be even harder to get through. Luckily, Skyzen and Skyzar play the same role.
Oh, I definitely agree with you right there. But after yesterday's performance, from Untitled, which is a bit shaky. A bit questionable from SkyZ as well as Toa. I have no arguments that they are very good players, but again, inconsistency, shaky performance, could not close game out very nicely, very comfortably, could be the biggest factor for Untitled. But hey, that's for another day, another topic that we shall talk about. But going back to Monster Vicious, not gonna lie, when the announcement of the Momo coming in, as well as Bondles, I was like, okay, they're cooking something in terms of the lineup. But when it comes to performance-wise, I just can't wrap my head around what is the biggest problem, what is the biggest issue that they have. Like, because seasons after season, we've seen them dominating the regular season. Comes into playoffs, it's a bit of an issue. But for now, it's not even playoffs. Regular season, there's still an issue for Monster Vicious. But we do have a bit of fan talk zone right now. Can Monster Vicious maintain their momentum to log in the playoffs? This is the biggest question that I have as well. I mean, I would like to see the opinions from you guys. Do scan the QR code. Is it A? Totally, if they stay sharp like last week, they'll be fine. Could be, consistency are not their strongest point. I kind of agree. C, no, not with this kind of up and down performance.
Well, I can make you feel better.
Okay.
Most, they have like a 95% chance of going playoffs, right? The only time that they're gonna miss it is if they somehow lose every single of their remaining matches and every other team wins 2-0.
Well, I mean, that seems a little unlikely, but
Exactly.
I'm leaning more into the B, the could be here. Consistency is not their strong point, and there's definitely highs and lows for this team. I think their biggest problem right now is because Uni is the main shot caller of the team, and as jungler, there's a lot of things that you kind of have to do already as per the role, right? It's very microcentric. It's very, I need to look at the map. I need to track the enemy jungler. I need to know positions across the map. That's something that I personally think a jungler should not have to do. They need to make independent decisions. Well, usually you get the mid laner or maybe your roamer to be your main shot caller because they not only have to be aware of the map and positions and movements across those maps, but it also requires you to not focus too hard on the raw micro of your heroes, especially when we're talking about roam.
I mean, it's kind of difficult for Monster Vicious because they do have new players on that mid duo side, Bondles as well as Leone. So to give the role of the shot caller might be difficult because they are trying to adjust themselves to the playstyle of MPL MY. But then again, they are very talented players, so they do have the knowledge, they do have the capability to do so. But then again, maybe hierarchy is in place in Monster Vicious where Uni is the most senior player in Monster Vicious, hence why the job desk of a shot caller relies upon him. I mean, talking about Uni, he has a quote for us right now. For now, with 2 matches left, I'm confident that we can make it to playoffs. We believe in the team and we do believe in each other. I can't say that for myself. I'm kidding. I mean, it's not that I don't believe them.
Okay.
It's just time after time, they betrayed my trust, man.
I mean,
get behind that.
Right.
You again, I think there's a high chance they go playoffs.
Yeah.
The only time you will feel betrayed is if they finish 5th and 6th again for the 3rd season in a row. That's where I think you could truly feel betrayed. There's even a chance that they make upper brackets, but again, that one is even harder. And if these 6 weeks of regular season has taught us anything, is that the XP road determines whether you win the first 10 minutes of the game or not. You know, you look at the XP laners we have in the league, the top performers, right? Momo, Cram, Smooth, even Siska from Untitled, which I feel like is the only consistent member on Untitled. They are the big playmakers that is helping their team win games.
I mean, right now, let's take a look at Martin's quote. Thank you to everyone who has supported GMXK for the very first day. Up until the last day of our journey in MPL, we are very sorry we are unable to deliver the best result this season. Hopefully, we'll meet again next season if we were given the chance. I mean, there's not a lot of expectation, I would suppose, for GMXK. They would want to survive this season if they could, but then again, we are in the end of an era. Next season might be different, might be a whole new landscape. But for me, personally, I feel like GMXK, not just GMXK, for any teams, I feel like all of the teams play far much better when there are no expectations. When there's nothing to lose anymore.
That's so Malaysian.
Right.
It's such a Malaysian thing, and it happens, historically speaking, happens way too often than I would like to admit. Teams like Team Secret, teams like Ocean Black have definitely made outstanding plays at the very last day, which is why I'm considering when we go franchise, hopefully it's a double round robin.
Yep.
Will that change the perspective of these players? Because it's like, man, we're taking a lot of punishment within the first round robin. Do we want that, you know, bit butt whooping for the rest of the season?
TLID bounced back. They didn't make playoffs, but they bounced back in the second leg after going like what? 14 or something. I don't remember. Right? They lost the entire first leg.
Look, everybody wishes that they were the Falcons, right? Do badly, but still make it into the playoffs and be like, all right, faith restored in humanity.
Somehow we still made it to playoff for Team Falcons. But let's take a look at game number 1, where we shall begin with the random match draw. I would like to see Flying Clouds, but I know my wish won't be granted because it's going to be expecting Reavers for 67 win rate for Monster Vicious and 33% win rate for GMXK. Then again, why did I bring up upon the topic of no expectation, no pressure? There could be a world where GMXK wins this game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and they win again. GMXK, I think it's the only team playing today that is not going to qualify for playoffs. But if they do upset Monster Vicious, it is going to once more shake up the leaderboard and continuously prove that teams with nothing to lose play better, but also solidify that our league is getting a lot more competitive.
Oh yeah.
I think there are a lot of eyes on GMXK, on specific players, and this team is a hot commodity, so hopefully we get to see some of them get acquired for an enhanced franchise.
Now, here's the thing, right? The only way that we're going to have that 5-way tiebreaker that I was talking about on Friday itself is if GMXK is able to 2-0 MV. And then MV is now put in a position where it's like, oh shucks. We really got to make sure we get the points now. Coming into the draft, however, at least from Sora Payong's POV, they figured it out, right? Monsters, a real pain in the butt. Get rid of the Uranus, get rid of the CC, and now it kind of opens up a lot more options for your team. I'm surprised that they do still want to ban out the Angela. It seems to be a recurring trend when you play against GMXK. But on the opposite side, right? Fanny, Chip, alongside with the Arlet, good bans from Coach Vivi.
I like the respect pick from Monster Vicious. I mean, you deny the Lancelot for Jaja at the same time, and then you're given Uni the Lancelot for himself. But then again, you are opening up a Isenshin opener for GMXK and the capability to play double fighter. Lapu Lapu is still there for pickup if you want to go for a very early Lapu Lapu. Jushin is still there as well if you want to go for a mid-jungle composition for your early opener from GMXK.
Not only that, it also makes Esmeralda a hot commodity because MV loves the Esmeralda. The Ruby also, like double fighters, has been a thing for Monster Vicious, and they are very comfortable with that playstyle. So GMXK, no matter what they pick, I'm pretty sure MV has a response. But this is also one of the classic combos that GMXK always go for most of the time, right? You know, the Kimmy, the Gatot. I don't think Skyza plays the Kimmy Go, so most likely it's a Maima pick again, which he finally won after like 5 straight losses. But it is one of GMX's comfort.
Yeah, and this feels like a good setup from Sora Payong and a lot of the coaches when they approach GMXK, right? Kimmy is kind of a hit or miss for Maima sometimes. I think his Yves has been the most consistent. However, the only problem is that it's the most situational out of a majority of the mid picks. Now, coming back to it, MV, now with the Jushin alongside with the Grok, these are really great pickups because it doesn't give you any information of what the EXP matchup is going to look like. And worst yet, since GMXK have gone back to Matins, who's done well, quote-unquote, done well on the Gatot, is going to keep playing his one trick until the very end, and Joy is going to be the lock-in for GMX to finish out the first half of the draft.
Wow. I like the opener from Monster Vicious. I mean, you got a very good jungler who can sustain by himself, farm up by himself, and create plays by himself as well. But you got a playmaker kind of a duo right now with the Zushin and the Grok. Zushin playing more of a mage tank, can soak up the damage, can poke out the enemies, and also can bait out certain set of skills where Grok can easily punish anybody who's going to be offside, who's going to be overextending towards Monster Vicious. So, and as Gideon mentioned, you don't show too much of what you're going to pick up for your EXP side. It could be a damaging kind of EXP, it could be a very soak up kind of hero. Alice is still there for play because we've seen Momo playing Alice before.
Yeah, I think if you want to play it really safe, assuming that, you know, Alice and Esmeralda both get let through, then GMX wouldn't be so worried, right? Now that Lapu is gone, you sort of eliminate a potentially disadvantageous matchup for both sides. Though I think this Joy pick might also be because of that Jushin on MV side. You just don't want to get picked up. It's not as easy to pick a Joy up compared to a Yishin Shin, but it doesn't eliminate the fact that you still have a lot of crowd controls that you have to contend with when you decide to jump in, and you can't just rely on Muddins for the setup, right? So Munster also has to be a part of that, but without Arla, without Lapu, the XP pool is definitely shrinking. I feel like GMX might want to get that XP lane of 4.
I don't know, because it really depends on what Monsters is capable of playing. The Wanwan's a really good ban here because, again, this all feels like a setup to get Granger into the hands of GMXK. So the big question is whether or not they're going to get it, because with Lapu alongside, never mind,
Oh, no,
Granger
Ranger.
ban. Really good read coming in from Sora Bio, and I think MV have done a phenomenal job at this draft, right? Get rid of the Lapu, turn it into a traditional gold lane battle down by the bot side, and they still have access to things like Moskov, for an example, which I think right now the GMXK not going to get as much value from the Moskov. They need something more early game oriented. They could steal the Alice early on, but even then, does it really follow along the game plan that GMX wants to do, or is it more to just disrupt MV? Because if GMX want to play early game, sure, you could go for the Alice. There's not a lot of EXP laners that can kind of do what Alice does in the early game, unless you're playing something more lane dominant, Dairoths, the Thaumases, the Yuzongs, more likely.
Yeah, I feel like GMXK would require someone who can dive into the backline for the EXP side. So I'm looking towards Esmeralda here to be able to follow up with the Gatot Kacha, or to be able to start first, the initiation first. But they're gonna secure the Bruno first, the gold lane first. He did mention because of the opponents haven't showcased their EXP side. So keeping Monster's hero unchecked yet could be the idea here. And now Monster Vicious. There's a lot of way they could go right now. You could go for a setup kind of hero for Momo. Badang is still there. You could go for, again, a very front line of a hero. Alice is still there if you want to go for it. Esmeralda is still there as well. Because you do have the damage from Lancelot already. And Zushin with the Sky Piercer can provide a good amount of damage as well. So maybe a tankier EXP laner here.
Yeah, anyone that can build blade armor is a good thing. So Alice is one. The Bane Gold. This is not too bad, I mean, considering GMX sort of want to be in your face. More so for Jaja than it is for Skyzar and Maima. But if you can stop Jaja from getting into the fight, you could leave the backline to Momo and Uni. So it's falling into place.
It's a bit of a double-edged sword, to be fair. I think that the Bane is more understandable because their options left was Moskov, Obsidia. Moskov and Obsidia. Obsidia, yeah, she scales late into the game, but doesn't really have much effect, especially against Bruno, who can dominate her in the lane. Worse yet, if you decide to go lean back into the Moskov, you still don't have the easiest matchup against the Bruno, and you have counterplay against Joy. However, it does take a little bit of time to kind of get into that process, and Envy, as of right now, we need an answer to the Joy. We need a deterrent for the Joy because we already have to deal with the AOG. Overall, Envy has a bit of a mix and match when it comes down to how the lanes are going to be played. Generally speaking, their team fights are going to be very strong coming into the mid game specifically. So all of which, right now, GMXK, they're playing around Jaja. If Jaja can find a lead and crush that mid trio, the game opens up so easily for them to snowball out of control, especially on the expanding rivers.
I'm just gonna say, I mean, Uni should have a good game here. I mean, there's not much that they can do to stop the Lancelot. So I would like to see Monster Vicious go a bit more aggressive early on, try to take that early lead and try to dominate as much as the early game goes.
Let's head into game number 1 as we step onto the land of dawn. It's Monster Vicious against Games Mike Alanta, and Monster Vicious finding themselves on the blue side. GMXK on red side of expanding rivers. I honestly thought that maybe the Natan would be considered. It's one of Rafter's signature pick. I was thinking of it for Skyza, but they already have too much magic damage, so that was sort of a no-go. But either way, it shifts MV's priority to that mid-game rather than it is for late, where they rely a lot more on Uni. But this mid-contention becomes very, very tough. Every time you have a Gatot Kimi, it's going to be like this.
Yeah, but they just need to hit level 2 first. Once they hit level 2, the matchup becomes a lot easier to start managing. But we see that GMX love to go for this opener, right? They get the early information and then immediately start fighting for Lethal Wanderer. They get the information on exactly where Uni is going to be starting. They know that he started on his purple buff side, so they're expecting more pressure down by the EXP lane.
Do you think that the lack of crowd control from GMXK could be an issue for them? I mean, they would only have what? Avatars of the Guardian, Maima's skill, and yeah, I mean, roughly that would be the biggest crowd control that they have right now for GMXK. Then again, do you think this will be the issue for them to be able to stop the Alice, to stop the Lancelot later on?
Well, I don't think they can really stop. No matter what they do, they can't really stop the Alice from getting in. They can only position around it. I'm more curious how Muttdeans is going to disengage the team with the AOG, right? Because it's going to come to a point where fighting in this early game is actually pretty necessary for both sides, right? So Muttdeans might have to force a trade on their opponents, and I'm I'm hoping that Ruff is able to kind of participate early on in these fights after he gets the Holy Crystal, considering that the laning phase for him is pretty like dead weight, right? He's just waiting to get the items before he moves, and Skyzar is the one who needs to take the initiative to try and trade against him. And even then, Bane is kind of like oh, I take damage, I heal back up.
No, but quite mechanically intensive too for both teams, right? They have good Pew or self-Pew, but at the same time, it really relies on how they position themselves. More so for GMXK when you have the Bruno and Kimmy. I don't think Martins can provide any pressure here. Revitalize does get popped. Traction Pulse ends up missing. Monster now finally joins the fight. Two-man Throne of Ruin into a Phantom Execution and a Tectonic Charge. MV has way too much crowd control for GMXK to contend with, so 2 kills for MV and a turtle to boot.
That's a very good initiation from Monster Vicious. Waited it out. Played out really well, kited them really well as well, forced them into that turtle pit with the Throne of Ruins, with the Tectonic Charge, was just icing on the cake right there.
Really nice stuff. And more so that we see that Leone is actually hitting level 4 on that time, right? Despite the changes to the roaming blessings, he still is making sure that he is hitting his level 4 on time with the help of Momo. So that's a big issue for GMXK. They can't stick around too close.
Not only that, GMXK, they can hardly think about starting the fight first because MV have so much re-engage too. And we saw, even in the early fight just now, I felt like it was a bit ambitious for GMXK to even attempt it, but you know, lesson learned. Now they will have to somehow get Jaja back up to speed. This purple buff was spotted out by Leone being not taken just yet, so GMXK needs to allocate a few more members to help Jaja secure it.
Yeah, right now, I think a lot of it just comes down to like Munsters trying to get pressure on Uni. I think he's the only one who could pretty much do it because Momo, he doesn't really care what happens to the rest of his team as long as he finds that big engagement. That way, Leone can start thinking about ways to kind of set for him as well. Then Bondos will have the space necessary, right? Until Ruff gets involved, that's a final line of defense once they have the Deadly Catch available. And even so, 27 seconds until we see the next turtle. I'm pretty sure that GMXK probably doesn't want to contest it for the time being, which is taking away from Munsters, but what can you do, right?
Maima's gonna get crowd control. The flicker comes out just in time for the Revitalize to help him, but Bondo's not gonna let him go. Crimson Beacon does get committed, and GMXK late to the party again, so no punish.
This is the tough point about GMXK. Without any proper tool to counter-engage, it's very hard for them to do anything right now. Bandit
runs straight into a sea of sharks. Has the AOG out, so again, no contest for the turtle. And Jaja continues to be put under a microscope.
I mean, GMXK right now, I don't like how they are playing, but then again, I can't blame them because they can't do anything much because right now, Martins is just literally a sandbag without any kind of re-engagement, without any kind of engagement. He's just soaking up the damage without doing anything, without any replies from GMXK.
And Ruff hitting the golden timing for the Holy Crystal too. 440, a record set by Innocent, and Ruff has matched that. And also forgot to talk about this Grok, which has been Leone's signature pick. All the games that he gets his hands on the Grok, MV have crushed the early game.
He's killing it with it, I'm not gonna lie. Like, again, I love the way that MV plays when they have a lead because this is what you expect from a professional team, right? They are going to force tempos on you. They're going to make sure that you cannot breathe. And look at this. With that, they can cut off supply lines, rotational paths, and there's no way to kind of support that top side. And now that Skyzar, his laning phase is completely ruined 5 minutes into this game. He's not going to have the time to scale up like Ruff, like people like Bondos as well.
I mean, they say one-way traffic right now for Monster Vicious. 4k goal lead, or almost 4k goal lead up until the 6-minute mark when the next turtle is going to spawn up on the top side. Less than 60 more seconds. GMXK. Again, I can't blame them. I want them to do something, but hey, what can they do? They can't initiate. They cannot re-engage at the same time. All they can hope for is a mistake by Monster Vicious, and somehow, someway, they could capitalize on it.
Well, maybe if they didn't lose the first turtle, I think this would be a very different scenario. Or at least giving up that turtle and then looking to play for picks. That's the thing, right? This first turtle for a lot of teams, especially when they have to play these early game compositions, don't necessarily need to force it. They just need to understand what exactly they want to fight for. Now, Uni's by himself. He should be able to clear this wave no problems whatsoever.
Yep. I don't think they have enough damage to even threaten him. And they lose the bottom tier 1. Calm, cool, and collected from MV. And this is unlike most of the games we see from GMXK where Jaja can just take the side lanes, get some farm up. You have 3 cores that are very resource intensive. Maima wants go, Skyzar wants go, and Jaja losing out his jungler early on means that someone has to take the loss And in this case, I think Jaja is the one taking the biggest hit.
I mean, if there were a Sunshin in this game, could be different. At least you do have your... Oh, hold on, the thought, because Martin is gonna get taken out right now.
He has to somehow get the AOG off. Revilas gets used. Maima gets knocked up. Jaja with the turtle steal. And Monster should be able to make his way out of this. Let's get knocked back. Picked back up by Bondo. They won't let him go. 4th kill for MV, but at least GMXK got something.
Okay, alright. It's still a punch upwards. MV still making sure that this punishment is actually effective. Alright, initially I thought, okay, net neutral, you lose monsters, you're able to kind of, you know, catch back up in EXP with the help of that turtle, but then losing both your buff, losing your purple buff on top of losing a small camp as well, MV still come up on top of the 4.6k lead. The deficit is just a little too big. And GMXK at this point, right, are just praying that Skyzar can get to a point where he scales into the game. Same goes for Jaja as well, but it's more likely that Jaja will have the space because Skyzar can't peel for himself.
Very tough though. I mean, even if Skyzar gets to that point, will the frontliners of GMXK sustain the damage coming in from Ram for Bondos as of now?
Yeah, Mundins is gonna stay alive with the passive and get out again with the AOG.
Unlucky. Leone didn't charge up his passive fast enough. Even though he was next to the walls, just a little bit off. Got that knockback on at least his powered auto. Could have made the difference.
And that's gonna be a flicker up for Maima. Deliscus actually lands. Maima now with no flicker, no jetpack. Doesn't go down. Leone didn't commit the tectonic charge. Jaja finds the purple buff, but now it's a matter of escaping. Uni has seen that. Not sure how Jaja's gonna make it out of this, but we'll see. Jaja, hop and a skip, he's out.
I would like to see Leone commit to that tectonic charge because looking at Maima, no flicker, no ultimate, no. I think he dashes away already. I think maybe there is a second skill, but if he went for that tectonic charge, could have gotten a kill. But hey, playing it safe. Just taking the turrets, taking all the resources that they can, forcing the lead right now up until 5k goalie for the side of Monster Vision.
And this is honestly perfect from MV, right? Everything that it could go wrong for GMXK is going wrong. They're slow to scale. Jaja is like forced to play in enemy territory to look for any form of farm. Timers are looking great for MV. Ruff is in a position, he's already got 2 items already built. The Lightning Truncheon alongside with the Holy Crystal. He can basically one-shot Jaja or even Maima if they get a little too close. So this is pretty uncontestable for GMXK unless Jaja tries to go for the jungle diff retry again.
That could be his only chance back into the game, but it's not as straightforward as it is. Just like how they did it against Untitled yesterday. The GMXK want to attempt on Munster is relaying the info. Jaja is gonna make an attempt and Leone stops him in his tracks. Jaja is dead and Lord for MV.
Nicely played by Leone, really, really nicely played. And Monsters is gonna die alongside him. Like, everything that could go wrong is going wrong.
Speaking of the devil right there, I mean, Leone insta-lock Jaja at that point. His target was locked on Jaja. I mean, you dash forward, I'm gonna tectonic charge you away and hope that my friends are able to follow up and immediately kill you, which they did. 6-0 in terms of kill, 7k goal lead. Lot is pushing on the bot side. They are prepping for this tri-lane push. At least try to get the initial first. If not, maybe the straight inhibitor right away.
It's the reason why teams first phase banned the Grok against MV because they have... Sora has put so much emphasis on getting this roamer in the first 3 pick, especially regardless of blue or red side, and they have found 100% success. Like Leone is basically the fortress for the team. Let's see if JMSK can at least keep all the inhibs alive. That would be the best case scenario. Though, doesn't seem like it. Leone misses tectonic charge. Good dodge by Skyzar. And Mundis again trying to hold the front. Finds a taunt AOG. Lord is gone. And so is Mundis. But Skyzar manages to find a kill. Gets hit by the Throne of Ruin. Skyzar cannot get out. And Russ spits on him. Double kill for the Bane. Traction Pulse connects, but they don't really have the damage. Jaja is going to try, but he's taking a lot more than he's dishing out. GMXK holds the fort.
Yeah, Uni with 3 items. Oh no! Luckily the Crab Claw Cannon didn't connect onto Maima there. That would have been very frustrating for him. Even so, 4-0-1 for Ruff. He's having the time of his life. Uni basically has already completed all 3 of his core items at this stage, and Bundle's an absolute rock alongside with Leone. It's pretty unwinnable for GMXK at this point, right? It's an 8.3k lead. It's about to turn into about a 10k lead as soon as they get like 2 of the last inhibitors and then finally securing the Lord. I think that GMXK, as much as this is a checkmate angle, they don't really have a means, unless we see MV make a huge mistake, right? If Uni misses like a puncture for some reason, or maybe if Bundles goes too far forward with Momo, then there's maybe an opportunity.
I can say it's game, set, and match right now for Monster Vicious. I mean, they have done it really, really well from the draft point up until the game 1 or minute number 1, early stages. I mean, like, look at that, Leone does not feel anything at all.
He's so fat. He's
from Monsters right there.
I mean, it has reached a stage where MV have to really have the intention to lose the game to actually lose the game.
Yeah, no, it's really tough, right? With Leone, he's got 3 items already, 3 completed items, and all of which have its own relevance. Radiant Armor to try and deal because of his natural base health, on top of the fact that he also has the Blade Armor, takes no damage, right? As you can see, even with the Genius Wand, there's nothing much that Jaja can really do. And on the opposite side, Monsters is basically kind of dead in the waters, right? He doesn't really provide much and doesn't even have anti-heal alongside it.
Jaja is...
He's
Jaja
fine.
should be fine, but more so, is Ruff going for a second Holy Crystal? Because Leone just found a Tectonic Charge. Jaja should still get out. Yeah, I think Ruff is going for like a second Holy Crystal or something. Why not, you know?
I was like, why did Leone commit to that initiation onwards to Jaja? Because I look at the other side, like no one is near to you to be able to follow up with that. But hey, I mean, again, why not? I guess.
They're just that scared that Jaja is going to do the jungle diff thing again, and they're like, guys, Uni is just telling guys, I don't want to be Kimin, please. please, don't put me in that position. I'm playing Lancelot.
Flicker ulti, please.
Yeah.
Leone is like, but he's so far away, no, I don't care, just do it.
Just do it.
Stop it.
You can never be too sure.
You can get your flicker back, but I cannot get my Lord back.
Do I pay you to ask questions? Imagine if Uni is just like a terrible boss.
Look at me, I'm the captain now. You do as I say. You go for it, you ulti him, and make sure I'll get the jungle. I'll get the Lord right now. And Lord is gonna march on to the bot side, prepping for that tri-lane push once again for the side of Monster Vicious.
And Momo fights Kaiser, and that is more than enough. Given a Thunder Blaster from Ruff, double kill for this Octopus. Jaja, he's trying his very best, but they're just too far behind. Monster Vicious easily cruise to a game 1 win in a near flawless manner.
That's exactly what you want to see, a perfect early game coming out from MV's side. Obviously, there were a couple of, slips here and there. I think that GMXK had some good ideas to play cross-map plays to try and find some gold back, but the general preparation coming in from the drafting phase to the early game, MV had planned it out to a T.
I'm gonna lie, the game was already won when the draft was panned out for both sides, really. When I saw Lancelot was picked up and there was no definite answers to that Lancelot, I'm not talking about definite answer, I'm talking ways to disrupt his movement. There was close to none, I would say so. Uni is gonna have the time of his life, and he did. He farmed up really well, he went in, tried to get a couple of kills, and not only that, it got even worse for GMX Kelantan when Ruff managed to get a very, very early Holy Crystal and just allowed to dominate against Kaiser. At one point as well, we saw Leone couldn't be bothered. I mean, you got a few damage here and there, but you're not gonna hurt me at all. You're just allowing me to know where you are so that I can prep for a better tectonic charge, and he did. He did that to perfection, I would say. But maybe the additional point is because Monster Vicious got that early lead prior to that first turtle.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only that, the opening, right? We've seen a lot of teams kind of try and deal with the GMXK opening of knowing, hey, for the most part, we see that taunt is generally picked up first by Martin. Sometimes he switches it up depending on the matchup to either focus on the wave clear to get that early information. In this game, as soon as they knew, hey, he doesn't have that taunt, they're going to try and go for the invade to get that information. Notice that straight away from the get-go, we noticed that Uni is starting on his purple buff rather than his orange buff, knowing that Hilda on the opposite side might go for a proxy and then disrupt him. Let's look at the backstage, right? Because I wouldn't be too shocked if it's Leone right here as our MVP, the Grok Master, rock hard as they call him.
Yeah, just rock solid. It's everything that you need in a roamer, but it's also a case of both teams getting comfort picks, but MV's comfort picks are just a lot more effective in doing what is needed in that early game.
I like what Leone did very early on. Again, in that particular first turtle fight, he positioned himself very well in that particular turtle pit, waited for the Throne of Ruins from Momo, from the Alice, and follow up with a tectonic charge, and that's enough to get them the early 2 kills, early lead in that particular moment. And from that, they built up their lead even further. They extended their good lead, their kill potential even further. And again, it was a one-way traffic for Monster Vicious. There was, I would say, close to no way GMX Kelantan could have come back. Unless, again, Monster Vicious did a huge throw, which, thankful, and thank to God, they did not. Monster Vicious did not throw that at all.
No.
They really played it well.
They played it very, very nicely. Now look at the items real quick, right? Because Momo is now opting to say, you know what, Alice, full tank is the way to go. And even purchasing a cursed helm to kind of double down on that idea. I'm tanky, but the longer I stick close to you, the quicker you will burn. Doesn't even want to go for anti-heal at this stage of the game. Just wants to survive for the most part of it and set up that Throne of Ruin. And as we see the raw burst damage come on through, having that extra item, really, there's nothing much that GMXK could do unless they were able to steal that Lord to buy themselves an extra 3 minutes into that game. And that 3 minutes would have pushed them over the edge.
Yeah, and MV didn't really, hardcore win any lane in the early game, but it's more so that after the first turtle, they were able to spill that lead, and then that's where they started cracking open the side wave. We saw Ruff hit that Holy Crystal timing, 440. They take the tier 1, they ruin Skyzar's laning phase, and then the spill over just keeps on cascading.
Oh, I just realized Master of Assassin for Monsters, but that did not do anything for the laning phase up against Momo, who uses the Alice. I mean, if you want to fight me, sure, I'll just run away, I'll just back off, I'll just clear my wave, and then help rotate on the mid side or on the third side. So avoiding 1 versus 1 ideas would be the strategy from Momo, because knowing that monsters have the Masters of Assassin. But then again, it goes all back to the draft. I feel like the Hilda itself was a bit questionable, because what can Hilda provide in these stages, right? If you get a very good early game, maybe it could be different.
Well, I think the main issues that we saw here was the fact that Jaja is playing on that Joy, right? And it's not like Joy is bad. The problem with Joy is that she needs items before she goes for those big one-shots. She has incredible farm speed. She has an incredible way to move across the map extremely fast to keep up with somebody like Lancelot. But Lancelot needs a lot less resources to make himself effective in comparison to the Joy. And that's where we see the big differences here, right? MV already planned from the get-go to snuff out Jaja. They made sure that the EXP was kind of a dead lane. They made sure they started on the right side of the map. So even with Monsters, we saw him rotate 2 times. One into the enemy side of jungle, realized nobody was there. Second time towards that mid lane, still didn't get much value off of it. And now that the early game is phased, Monsters kind of fades out of existence because his only other revenue of value is through playing through Skyzar, and he's the only one who can actually get value from the armor reduction.
And it didn't help that they lost the first total fight. Jaja ends up dying.
Yep.
And not only that, the Ahmad Dins was also forced to mirror Leone, right? So he's not providing support to the side waves. Usually, sometimes if you have a roamer like for example like a Cho, you could ask the Cho or the Khalid. You help the Hilda proxy a wave and then you move across the map. But in this case, it didn't really happen. And it didn't help that he took Master Assassin into the Alice matchup. So that kind of...
I mean, he was never, even without Master Assassin, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. I mean, like, Alice is never going to die. It's mainly to be like, hey, Uni, 1v1 me in your jungle. You know, that sort of situation. I'll chunk you to 50% of your HP. That's the best scenario that he could ask for. But let's look at the best wingman here. Leone, of course, right? Total amount of gold that he earns, 30 different jungle creeps, but I want to keep an eye. I mean, I wish it also showed how much EXP he actually earned, because he was hitting level 4 at a much earlier time, even though you would have imagined that Matt Deans was kind of standing next to him a good majority of the game.
Yeah, I feel like that is a very good comparison, because he did hit level 4 before Matt Deans did, and it was a very good indicator showcasing how Leone forms up really well. But then again, we did not see much rotation coming from Leone early on. He just stick with bundles a lot of the time, or most of the time, provide the vision, provide the wall at the same time. So I was a bit curious, where did he get that EXP from? I mean, hitting level 4 at the right crucial time, allowing them to get that double kill in the first turtle.
I'm glad you asked, because he came through the turtle and also the assist, right? Just a little bit more that pushes you over the edge. It's one of the few, like right here is where you're going to see it, right?
3. Yeah.
He's level 3, he gets the alert, bang, instantly hits level 4, doesn't miss a beat at all.
Talking about, it wasn't luck, but it was just the convenience of hitting level 4 after the turtle. Right there was just perfect pitch for Leone at that particular moment. But then, once the lead was given to Monster Vicious, once they built up upon that lead, it was I can say, I wouldn't say it's over, but it seems like it was over for GMXK right there.
Yeah, the moment Jaja wasn't able to get that steal attempt in the first Lord, the game was sort of sealed, right? Like running straight into a Grok didn't help his case either, but also Leone stopping this Kimi Gatot from leaving the lane at all basically made the life for everyone else easier.
Look at how far the Crab Claw Ricochet went. From like 8 miles away. Even flickered out and it still didn't matter.
That's the beauty of the Crab Claw Cannon Ricochet, right? I mean, you might think you can get away, but then it hits you, and not only that, it hits to kill you, in fact, for the matter, right? For Skyzara. I was... No, who banned? Oh yeah, they banned. The side of Monster Vicious banned out the Granger. That was a very good ban because I was thinking they need a long range hero. They can't go in guns blazing, right? They need the distance, but hey, it's okay. Fan Talk Zone answers right now. Totally, if they stay sharp like last week, they'll be fine. For the side of Monster Vicious. Agree, disagree?
30% of y'all are haters.
Yeah, right? I'm trying to figure out who's the 30% of the demographic who was like, no, not with this kind of up and down performance.
It might be me. I'm not gonna lie.
Just 45 different accounts. Vote, next account, vote, next account, vote. Look, I think that right now GMXK need to play for a different win condition other than Jaja because it's clear that Sorapayong has designed not only the drafting phase and the early game to handle Jaja and make sure that he doesn't find much effect in the game. So there's two ways that they can do it. One, either GMXK decides to play on the opposite side of the map and say, we don't care about the very first turtle of the game. We're going to lean back into playing around Skyzar. Because throughout that game, Sorapayong not only was focusing on Jaja, but was making sure that Skyzar was kind of kept in check, right? The instant dive on the opposite side of the map as soon as they hit level 4 after the fights occurring on that first turtle. Again, that's why MV, they can go for early lane swaps if they want to. A second play that they could make is to buffer up and make sure that, hey, maybe we need to get blue side first, get a decent pick for Jaja, and then we can start to make our plans work again.
They do get first pick for the second game, but on top of that, I also put my mark back on Yi for something, right? Yi, Farsa, I think if the track record show anything, 6 losses and 1 win doesn't really look that good for the Kimi. It's a big comfort pick from GMXK. They haven't really strayed away from the big four, you know, Gatot, Kimi, Angela, and CC. But there are situations that calls for, if I want to dominate mid, there are other heroes that is not Kimi that also does the same thing. And maybe that's something that GMXK should look into, because if you are letting MV get so much of their power picks, you need someone to match that. And game 1, they were not able to match it.
And that's the thing, right? Because of the dynamic of how the mid trios need to work with each other, and especially, I think more people need to do analysis on the 2v2 matchups in the early stages of the game, level 1 and level 2, right? Because it's really tough to say whether Kimi Grok is like the go-to, or is it Kimi Gatot, or is it better to go Jushin into the Kimi matchup, or Farsa into the matchup? Like, the only one that's predetermined that you can win trades is only Yi, because she outranges kind of everybody in that matchup, right? But then when you have Gatot, he just sandbags the lane so hard that it doesn't even matter, right? The trades just generally don't go through because the waves are clear, and then you just bugger off and then fight for something else, right? So these 2v2 matchups, the dynamics of it really affect the drafting phase, and now that we know that, hey, first priorities is going to come down to jungle first, therefore, it's going to be on the onus of MV to secure themselves a powerful duo in that mid lane. I'm pretty sure they're going to get that Grok again. I just don't know what the pairing is going to look like.
We shall see right now as the draft commences, where we're going to jump into another reverse map once again.
They really don't want Jaja on the Lancelot.
They're like, ban it. What are you going to do? They're going to give it Buxia. I love it. I love it.
This is YSS, right? YSS double fighter for MV. It has to be.
I'm surprised GMXK did not opt to go for that Yun Shin. I feel like Jaja is more of an assassin, more of a damaging kind of a hero, of a jungler.
I think done so much damage to him.
Yeah, I think he's defaulted where it's just like, screw this. I'm sick of getting attacked. I'm gonna play a tank jungler. Y'all gonna carry the game, okay?
Okay, I'm just gonna autopilot and wheel away right now. Monster Vicious.
YSS Grok would be a decent opening, honestly.
Or they can just go straight away from the Yushin because they have that secured. So maybe.
Yeah, just go to Jushin, right?
Oh, they go Jushin. Yeah. You can keep YSS one third.
But then again, Jushin is bad, so they opt to go for Granger.
Oh.
Very early Granger.
Again, like this Grok is such a big problem.
Yeah. Okay.
Like there are some picks, like Yeef is one good pick. Lunox is not bad in blasting the Grok too.
Okay, Lapu.
Lapu for GMX.
Give a comfort hero for monsters. You go for the Eve here.
Please don't go Kimmy here, please.
But then again, you
need the pressure. You need the pressure though.
The Kimmy again.
Because you have to. It's the only way you can sort of deal with this Grok in the earlier stages, just by like taxing his HP, right?
Yep.
Tax his HP, you have the Lapu to kind of jump into the back, you have extra peel with the Boxia as well, because you know they're never going to pick Kimmy, but you do let the Arlet through. So it does mean that at least Kimmy must take the Purify.
Now Arlet's also one of the picks that most teams ban against MV.
There are two players that are that excel well with this Arlet here in MPL MY. One being Siska, phenomenal player with the Arlet, and one of course is gonna be Momo, and given a very comfort hero to Momo, such as the Arlet, is gonna be, you do have some level of confidence right now from GMXK, but we shall see. Do they have what it takes to take down this Arlet of Momos? Right now, Monster Vicious could ban out a gold laner here, a Harith, a Nathan.
They gotta get rid of Bane. They really have to. I think personally for me, if they can get rid of like anything with like strong AoEs, any mid lanes, like honestly the Lunox doesn't sound like a bad idea to get rid of as well. In terms of like the jungle sector of things, Fred, the Gwen's a good idea. I feel like they might even consider leaning into like getting rid of Lucas as well.
Ooh, been a while.
They
since we
could,
but here's the problem, right?
YSS is still up, you know?
That's the thing. I feel like if you go for YSS, you're going for a greedier composition. If you want something with like some early, a quote-unquote early aggression at this point, you can go back to Joy, I guess.
Yeah.
But you're depending on everybody else to kind of do the work for you. That's why I'm thinking if he wants to be participating, you go for either Lucas, the Suyo, the good old pocket picks that Uni can whip out.
I think GMX, if you want to release a lane, you probably don't look at the jungle, right? There's too many choices for MV. Maybe you protect Skyzar's lane. Because like the XP matchup is already revealed. Mid matchup is like whatever. Okay, they still ban the Joy. So YSS up on the table. Hayabusa is actually still up.
Hayabusa isn't too bad, knowing that most likely GMXK have to take flickers. Doesn't give you like much of an option to try and outplay it with a Purify. I mean, you can Purify like the Shadow, but it kind of doesn't matter once the Oki Shadow kills on top of you.
Yeah, and most of the time, if unless you have Kalra's reaction time, final slash will hit you like 9 out of 10 times.
Yup, that's facts.
That's a big task to ask for the side of Monster Vicious right now. Would require their jungler as well as their mid laner right now. Most likely is gonna secure their mid laner first, and it's gonna be the Yeef Grok combo is hella nasty, not gonna lie. I mean, you can slow down the movement of the enemies, allowing a very clear-cut tectonic charge at the same time. You can block off the movement or the pathway for anyone who is in the RWM, and not only that, once you are in the RWM, you're gonna get hit with a lot of that Sonata shot coming in from the green gel later on.
Not only that, at level 1, like Kimmy a lot of times will take her second ability, so no jetpack. So if you get hit by a wall, you're guaranteed to have like 2-3 Void Blast follow up.
I mean, this is a bit of a risk, right? Because again, they're saying, you know what, we want to have some form of lane dominance, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we're also kind of sacrificing our mid laner to a degree in these 5v5 fights. If Lapu jumps on top of you, what are you going to do? You're going to try and flicker out of the way. If you're in the middle of your RWM, you just got to eat it, right? You're just going to have to pray that Arlet does, I mean, at least for Momo, does such a good job that Lapu doesn't have enough damage to take you out in the first place. But now that we see Khalid, this kind of changes the dynamic. Now Grok has to be careful in the lane.
Yeah, and funnily enough, it's actually not easy to catch the Yeef unless she really like opens the RWM right out in the open. Aside from that, you get a shield from your passive when you hit an ability. You actually get movement speed when you hit your Void Blast, which is at like what, 2-second cooldown?
Yep.
And then if you max out your cooldowns, it's like 1.5 second. So it's not too bad, but with the Akai there, I feel like even if GMXK jumps in, you're gonna get pushed away by a heavy spin.
I mean, GMXK, they have to just kill Arlet because that's like the whole composition is designed around him. Like the mid trio, all of them have CC, some form of CC to trigger Arlet's vengeance, and that's exactly what they want to do. Reset the vengeance again and again and again, target down one guy, jump, you're dead.
I mean, not only that, for the side of Monster Vicious, they do have the option to go more aggressive. they can also go for a counter engagement as well. They can wait out for GMXK to move first, and then they can re-initiate back with the heavy speed, even with the RWA at the same time. So we shall see who would have the better draft, who would have the better gameplay in game number 2.
Monster Vicious are 1 point away from a clean sweep and keeping that dream to upper bracket alive. Whereas for GMXK, let's see if they can pull off an upset and take us to game 3. Game 2, here we go. Back on the Expanding Rivers. GMXK now on blue side and B on red.
I am curious about how Matins is going to perform on this Khalid, right? Because again, the early game is kind of where Khalid really shines. And now they have 2 ways to kind of deal with the RWM once it's deployed. And more importantly so, lane prio, even though Matins will take a lot of damage, as soon as he hits level 2, it kind of doesn't matter at all. But they will find out some good information. Purple buff start for Uni, and they're going to immediately try and steal a camp? No, just to build up some passive for Maima.
Yeah, and it should be easy retribution for Jaja. And Matins now hits level 2, so whatever pressure that, as long as Leone doesn't have his knockback, Matins should be fine.
Looking at the emblem right now, nothing too surprising because as I take a look at GMXK, I mean triple thrills being picked up by Lapu Lapu, Kimi as well as Khalid. They do want to go a bit more aggressive early on, trying to win that trading of health between one and another. For the side of Monster Vicious, again, not too much, I mean it's scattered all around, but the Impure Reach, triple Impure Reach to be fair. The Akai, the Yif, as well as the Gringy at the same time.
It looks like they want to poke him out a lot. I'm surprised that Uni wants to go for the Impure Rage, but he also understands that the early game is kind of where they want to win, so every extra bit of damage helps.
Matins. Ooh! Matins escapes death.
Lucky that Momo decided to jump out. I think Momo was like, oh yeah, I pretty much got him at this point. Realizes that Matins still had 1 health. It's not worth flickering for, and it's not like you're punching above your weight as well.
Good initiation from Monster Vicious right there. Trying to establish dominance early on before the turtle spawns. Unfortunately, could not get the kill by the heavy spin from Uni.
Yep, he has the damage reduction from his ult, but again, the damage is too much. MV getting first blood again. And this time, GMXK wasn't even in the position to try and contest it, so not sure why they still commit to this. That is just
again
too much for GMXK. They are funneling into MV, so Momo gets the free triple kill.
Dude, Leone is actually so sick on Grok. I mean, Munster could have outplayed it. He just needed to like instantly start buffering the Raging Slash. Didn't get it in time. Jumps in, instantly gets knocked up.
Again, hitting level 4 after the Taro. And again, allowing Monster Vicious to get that triple kill. And all is funneled towards Momo right now, who is at level 6, where Monsters just hit level 4.
Yeah, I'm surprised they even tried to contest that after Jaja went down. And now Monster is going to go down again. Well, thankfully jumps away in time. Reinforcement is here, but I don't think they have the damage to kill Uni unless they full committed. Raging Slash still up. Right, Landshaker connects. There comes the heavy spin. And now Monster is going to run out of his ultimate. Momo easily picks up his 4th kill of the game, and Uni disengages.
Yeah, again, the heavy spin is such a good spell overall. Not only to disengage, but just a natural inbuilt purify. He knew exactly what he was doing. He can play this Beatty style of game, knowing that Jaja, yes, you can chase me on, but now I've got my whole team here.
And Jaja is going to most likely go down. That's Leone with the pickup. This game is going downhill very fast. Momo underneath the tier 1, but he's gonna survive, no problem. Muster back with the flicker, Raging Slash. Fondos will now flicker away, and Leone is just sandbagging everyone from GMXK. And Muster finds himself all alone, and that orange buff is gone.
Imagine picking up a Baxia. Oh, hold on.
They still want more? Muster doesn't have his ultimate, and Momo jumps in and up. He is fine, and Jaja now has the full commit onto Momo. Again, the bump from Uni knocks Maima away. So Maima dies. Jaja barely survives. Muster still wants to continue fighting here. The Raging Slash again. Muster's gonna try and swing, but doesn't have enough damage. So Matins gets chased away. Muster goes down. GMXK are straight up chain feeding this game. And it's a monster kill for Momo.
Yeah, this is kind of done already.
What is this?
This game is already kind of done. I think that GMXK severely underestimated how easy it is for MV to actually trigger the passive coming in from Momo. Like a ridiculous amount, right? Yeah. It's not even about, it's not like yes, you can say that MV is very ult dependent, but that's when it comes down to the 5v5 team fights. In terms of raw skirmishes, the only one who can skirmish consistently for GMXK is Maima and as well as Jaja. You have to kind of wait for Matins to have his ult available. Oh.
They should get rough. Right?
What?
Leone saves him!
Man, dude, you guys...
You gotta get this Grok off his hands.
Yeah, he's getting away with too much. He's literally tax evading right now. It's crazy.
This is criminal. This is literally criminal from Leone. Leone, what is he's doing right now so far is just outstanding. Just initiation after initiation and saving his teammate as well on the top side. Monster Vicious are in the driving seat right now. Very, very comfortable in the driving seat. 5-minute mark, 8 kills, 5k gold lead. Very, very much early on. But then again, imagine, right? Picking up a Baxia in the thoughts of, hey, I'm not gonna get killed. I'm just gonna farm out in my jungle. Nah, we're gonna invade. Not only just invade your resource, we're gonna take your life away at the same time.
Momo's about to solo kill Mundins.
Almost.
One more vengeance.
And that was without any help, by the way. That was without any free resets from everybody else. Like, they can do whatever they want at this point on the map. And you can see that it's come to a point where Munster has to commit his ult just to clear the waves because it's that dangerous to exist.
I mean, once you can force out monsters just like that, you know you are in a very good position right now, Steve.
GMXK, you know, they're just trying to play the game. MV shows up, takes their car, takes their house, takes their pet.
Yep.
You know,
everything that you own.
As GMXK tries to walk away, MV was like, come back, give me your shoes.
Nah.
You're walking away barefoot.
Your lunch money, everything right now. They're taking it all away for themselves. 6k goal lead, 6-minute mark, 8 kills in totality for the side of Monster Vicious. They're just gonna wait it out for the next turtle to spawn. And I don't think. Look at that. Look at Leone, man.
Leone, he's not gonna die here. He's still taking
He has to ult away. He has to ult away.
There it is. He's out. I say this Eve is not threatened at all.
God damn, LHDN, check out Leone. Check out Leone, he's getting away with tax evasion. He's taking on taxpayer dollars.
Does our tax law apply to like non-citizens?
Oh, you're absolutely right.
That's what I want to know.
At this point, with the way that he's playing Grok, give him passport while you're at it, right?
So that you can tax him.
Yeah, so you can tax him. Better yet, take the passport. He was gonna steal the passport from GMXK. Why?
And he does it again. He does it again. Momo is godlike.
Jeez. God.
I'm speechless.
Sometimes I miss the days where it is actually legal in tournaments for you to press surrender. Because that would be a good time to go next. Stop
bleeding. They are already gone right now.
Leone, stop. Stop, they're already dead.
He's already dead. Oh my god, 10 and 7-minute mark, 7k goal lead. Looking at the level side right now, Uni level 11, Jaga level 8. What more?
There was a reason why MV as an organization were dominating the tier 2s. I think this is giving them like nostalgia to a certain degree.
Hey guys, do you remember when we were dominating?
Do you remember when we were the kings of T2? Like, it wasn't even close.
Imagine after this game and then Sorapaya was like, Leone, Bondos, this is what it was like.
This was how it felt like.
Yeah, when we were in tier 2, this is what it felt like, right? Okay, right now, Madins from the backside.
No way they take down Ruff, and Mudins, yeah, he knows he's dead.
Help!
Oh,
okay, it takes quite a while to execute him as Maima goes down, and Jaja is also dead.
Dash.
Man,
oh no.
Why is Monster there? How did Monster end up there? Why? How? What? When?
The shakedown is crazy. The shakedown
holding them up by the collar with one arm, and it's just like
they've got both of their ankles and they're just shaking them. What are you gonna do about it? Fight back, protect yourself.
Please,
hands
fight
up.
back, punch me. And GMX like, I don't want to do this.
This is a bloodbath from Monster Vicious.
This is a massacre.
I don't think this is, safe enough to watch. I mean, kids, look away.
This might be a children's game, but what MV is doing is...
There's nothing children about this.
Look, I would have been cool if like people were sharing this video, this game on Telegram. That would make a lot more sense.
This is as close as it gets for you to be legally entitled to bully someone, alright? This is as far as we go.
Oh god. The Lord is already gone as soon as it spawns.
There's nothing GMXK can do anything about it. Yes, they can do something through their bodies, literally right now.
Alright, one last Hail Mary.
I mean, they can literally, like, I know most of the time I'm like, oh, MV have to make a significant mistake and stuff like that. But the problem is that even if they engage, there's just too many, like, get out of jail free cards for them. They've got Heavy Spin, they've got Tectonic Charge. There is, like, no real world where MV messes up so bad to the point where GMXK is able to bounce back.
MV could, like, 5-man dive the fountain, die, has this Lord do nothing, and still win the game.
Yeah, but then they would just get executed because nobody from GMXK would like, that's how bad it's come to.
Okay, one thing's for sure, whoever dies from MV, they're gonna buy lunch.
Oh.
That's for sure right now.
That's the game we're playing.
Yeah, that's the game we're playing right now. So we shall see who's gonna die from Monster Vicious right now, or are they gonna perfect that combo right now?
Well, no one's gonna die from MV's side, that's for sure. Leone with the setup again, and that's 3 dead for GMXK. Skyzar, he's gonna try. Bondo! Is it gonna be a Bondo? Bondo's buying lunch today as MV celebrates their 2-0 win over GMXK. At least we know that Bondo's gonna fork out some of their salary, but still, 2-0, Monster Vicious.
I am Gepuk for everyone.
Top global.
Top global, I am Gepuk for everyone, but... What was that? 17-1? 18-1?
I mean, the game is kind of over by the first turtle.
Yeah, no, I mean, well done to Sorapio. He made this so vicious, like truly brutal for GMXK. Lost straight from the draft, lost straight from that very first turtle. The preparation is why people say that MV can be monsters in their own rights. Well done to the coaching staff, like they did a majority of that work.
Okay, now question is, can MV remain consistent?
Let's do one more against Toda tomorrow?
Tomorrow, yeah. So can they remain consistent with this kind of performance, with this kind of draft, with this kind of preparation, facing off Toda tomorrow in the first match as well? Because, hey, today they showcase why they are, you know, again, once called the dominant teams in, not MPL MY, but, you know, in tier 2 level. But then again, this is what we're expected from Monster Vicious from the get-go, honestly. But hey, it took them a little while to finish things off, to heat up. But hey, once they heat up, it's a matter of consistent. So hopefully they can remain consistent up until playoff if they make it to playoff. But right now, we shall take a look at the winners interview. Let's head it over to Poji.
Inilah perlawanan terakhir untuk GMX Kelantan di pentas regular season. Sayangnya, GMX Kelantan terpaksa mengucapkan selamat tinggal pentas playoff kerana mereka tidak berjaya untuk pergi ke playoff lah. Terima kasih juga ke atas usaha anda untuk sepanjang 6 minggu ini. Jadi, Maima, kita nak tanyalah sikit kan, macam mana perasaan awak selepas beberapa season kembali semula ke pentas MPL? Ada tak kenangan manis yang awak dapat kumpul bersama dengan kawan-kawan baru?
Bagi saya banyak kenangan manis yang dapat dengan diorang. Orang cakap pahit manis semua ada lah. Sebab saya pun satu season rehat kan, saya bertindak sebagai coach dekat Todak Ladies. So bila dapat balik peluang untuk balik ke MPL, rasa teruja. Tapi boleh cakap memang jauh lah level saya dengan mid-mid yang lain. Tentu lah. Tapi
kalau kita nak cakap selemah macam mana pun korang main, korang adalah antara pasukan yang berjaya mencuri poin daripada Selangor Red Giant. Itu satu pencapaian yang sebenarnya boleh dibanggakan. Jadi macam mana perasaan menjadi antara yang terbaik mencuri poin?
Kita orang memang gembira sangat-sangat lepas kita orang dapat 1 poin dengan SRG tu. Memang kita orang pun datang pada hari yang lawan SRG tu memang untuk belajar. Sebab kita pun tahu orang cakap sedar diri yang level kita orang jauh dengan diorang. So kita orang memang cuba dapatkan sebaik mungkin lah ilmu daripada diorang.
Faham, terima kasih. Baik, jadi musim depan kita akan mula enhance franchise format kan, di mana segala-galanya yang baru bakal bermula. Dan wajah-wajah dekat sini mungkin kita dah takkan nampak lagi. Mungkin kita akan nampak semula dengan pasukan yang baru. Ada tak apa-apa yang daripada siapa-siapalah korang yang nak cakap berkenaan dengan benda ni untuk perjalanan seterusnya, plan? Ada tak apa-apa perancangan?
Bagi saya, kita pun semua sudah diwar-warkan yang MPL kita akan franchise di depan. So maybe korang akan nampak lagi muka-muka yang ada sekarang ni, which is Jaja, kita tahu capability dia, Mat, Skyzar, Monster juga maybe akan ada lagi di next season. Tapi dengan tim yang baru, which is berwajah baru, dengan kita pun tahu franchise maybe akan dari luar negara semua. So just hope korang untuk sentiasa support diorang, di mana diorang belajar, di mana diorang menimba ilmu pengetahuan MLBB ni di mana-mana saja. InsyaAllah guys.
Baik, terima kasih kepada Maima. Tapi Maima, kata-kata terakhir kepada semua ahli keluarga, peminat, penyokong yang datang ke Dewan Sri Putra dan juga yang sentiasa memberikan sorakan semangat daripada rumah. Kata-kata kepada mereka semua.
Okay guys, first of all, terima kasih kerana sentiasa support GMX and also MPL MY. Kepada fans GMX, kita orang nak minta maaf sebab kita orang tak boleh bagi yang terbaik. Kita orang satu kemenangan je season ni, tapi kekalkan support MPL Malaysia kita sebab yang wakil Malaysia juga akan ada daripada antara 10 tim ni. So nak korang sentiasa doakan dan bagi yang terbaik untuk diorang supaya diorang pun boleh bagi yang terbaik untuk wakil Malaysia KM7 insyaAllah.
Baiklah, itulah dia kata-kata terakhir daripada Maimah dan juga GMX Kelantan. Dan inilah final bow daripada mereka in 3, 2, 1. Dipersilakan. Terima kasih GMX Kelantan. Anda boleh masuk semula ke belakang. Dan sekarang pemenang kita, Monster Vicious. Kita ada Sora dan juga Momo. Apa khabar Sora? Apa khabar Momo?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Alright, jadi untuk Sora lah saya nak tanya sikit kan. Selepas beberapa season kan, layak ke playoff, tapi playoff tu macam tak cukup manis untuk korang. Tapi untuk perjalanan ke playoff kali ni, ada manis-manis tak perancangannya? Anything goods yang untuk bawa, memberi kejutan kepada pasukan-pasukan yang bertanding? Sebab inilah end of era. Mungkin korang ada kejutan di playoff.
Oh, sebab tu kita orang bawa Momo. Sebab Momo tak pernah kalah first di playoff. Sebab tu kita bawa Momo. Momo yang akan tolong kita orang dari pengalaman, dari segi macam mana resepi-resepi untuk lepas first day playoff tu.
Faham. Jadi untuk Sora sebagai seorang coach kan, pada pendapat Sora sebenarnya ada lagi tak kekuatan yang masih lagi disimpan daripada MV ataupun mungkin ada meta-meta rahsia yang akan keluar pada match-match seterusnya sampai ke playoff nanti?
Depends on patch tu sendiri sebenarnya, meta tu sendiri. Untuk cakap kita orang simpan tak, sebenarnya kita orang memang all out setiap game.
Faham. Tapi sekarang saya difahamkan kita dah bersedia untuk umumkan siapa MVP. Jadi siapa MVP? Dah ready ke? MV ada tak? Oh, macam-macam nama. Baiklah, in 3, 2, 1, MVP kita. Wow, Momo! Jadi Momo, macam mana rasanya menjadi MVP? Ganas Arlot hari ni? Happy ya. Jadi Momo menjadi antara salah satu ESP yang terhebat berada dekat MPL Malaysia dan hari ini dinobatkan sebagai MVP. Ada tak awak rasa macam puas hati dan ini adalah pembuktian sebenarnya awak masih lagi layak untuk bermain di pentas MPL?
Saya rasa saya tak puas hati lagi sebab saya rasa saya boleh buat lebih lah. So saya nak keep improve lah.
Keep improve, nak buat lebih lagi. Ada rasa orang kata membara tu lagi?
Ada.
Jadi kalau bila kita cakap pasal membara untuk lawan yang seterusnya, mungkin ada sedikit bara yang tersimpan lawan Todak. Jadi ada tak yang awak nak macam dah ready untuk bertemu dengan mereka?
Nak bantai Zaid lah nanti.
Nak bantai Zaid
Zaid.
Jadi macam mana pendapat Momo sendiri berkenaan dengan gameplay Todak, permainan diorang sepanjang season daripada begini sekarang dah mula nak hidup balik perasaannya. Mula diorang macam tak ada harapan, kini ada sikit.
Rasa happy lah sebab diorang dah jumpa balik identiti diorang. So saya harap esok diorang boleh bagi game yang terbaik lah lawan kita orang tu.
Hopefully boleh memberikan yang terbaik. Jadi kepada anda, ada apa-apa tak yang awak nak cakap kepada Zaid tadi? Awak cakap ada macam nak jumpa nak bantai Zaid kan? Yang nak cakap sekarang, diorang tengah tengok kat rumah tu.
Zaid, datang lain aku geng aku nanti.
Baik, terima kasih kepada Momo. Terima kasih juga. Oh, Sora ada benda yang nak cakap kepada anda semua?
Okay, saya nak cakap terima kasih untuk fans sebab datang. And thank you dekat Bos Koga and our sponsor, semua sponsor kita orang. And MV nak inform yang esok, game yang pertama kami akan ada meet and greet. So korang berpeluang untuk dapat phone Infinix juga, ada mini game. So itu apa yang saya nak sampaikan lah. Jangan lupa meet and greet, jumpa esok.
Meet and greet dapat phone Infinix. Menyala. Hebatnya semua kan? Jadi korang akan adakan untuk meet and greet tu dengan diorang sekali akan bagi? Okey, terima kasih banyak-banyak kepada Sora dan juga Momo. Terima kasih juga kepada Monster Vicious dan juga GMX Kelantan. Dan ini sahaja daripada pentas ini. Dan sekarang let's go back to the caster untuk kita tengok apa yang boleh mereka simpulkan daripada pertemuan mereka sebentar tadi. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Poji, with the winners interview. At the very last moment, Poji did say, okay, let's hear what the casters have to say to wrap things up. I'm not too sure what to say after that match, not gonna lie.
I think that Momo, he was Yeah, he's playing like a little too safe. You know, where's the full damage, right? You're
Where's the
10-0-5.
Like, where's the Sea Halberd Sky Piercer?
Yeah, right? He was like, what, 7-0-2? 7-0-2, like, wait, no. He was 6-0-1 by 4 minutes into the game. At that point, why not, right?
Why not?
You're so strong. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that they got away with everything. And worse yet, GMXK just got into like the chain loop of dying, and they just did not respect the fact that the skirmishing from the side of MV was just so much better.
JMX is pulling the MV on the MV. Look at this. There's 3 belts on Uni.
I mean, he is a panda.
He wanted to go for like Guardian Helm or something, and worse yet, Bondo's even going. This you don't see it very often, but Lightning Truncheon on Bondo's. He knew how far ahead he was. Ah, man.
That's why you need a stabilizer like Momola, and he knows that okay, everyone is gonna go cuckoo a bit on the itemization because they are so far ahead, but let me be the one who's in check right now. I'm gonna build the tank, I'm gonna be very tanky, and yet I can still provide the damage onwards to the opponent. Because if we're talking about if this would to be Zeno, all damage.
Zeno will be a Sky Piercer, Sea Halberd, Malefic Raw.
Right. Because this is Momo, a very much more level-headed player. I'm gonna keep everyone in check. I'm not gonna full on damage. We still need to win the game. I'm not gonna buy lunch.
I don't want to buy lunch.
I don't want to buy lunch. Let Bondos do that job.
Oh God, I wish I was Momo, man. I never. He didn't. Where's better yet? He didn't even bother trying to like rush immortality or anything like that. Just to guarantee it. Again, nothing much we can really say about this game. One of the quicker games here in MPL MY, and just a big sense of domination for the side of MV from beginning to end. I mean, they knew exactly what they were doing in the draft. They knew exactly what they were doing in the early games each and every single time. I mean, I have no complaints. It's a perfect blend of having not only your own identity, but making sure you're negating what your opponent wants to do.
9k damage dealt for my 9k.
Telling you.
This is the last time I've seen 9k damage dealt.
Kimmy is not always the best pick, but it is comfort, I don't blame GMXK.
Oh my God.
But there is something to be learned that everyone can learn. From how GMXK has approached the draft, there are some good takeaways, but there are also some takeaways where it makes you think.
You know how they say certain teams they need to play, they need to let loose a bit, they need to have fun a bit, they need to find themselves a bit, Where GMXK maybe having too much fun right now. Just keep on dying after dying, like guys, we can go.
It's a clear sign of comms breakdown, right? Like no one is talking, everyone is autopiloting.
Yep. Revive, go in.
Like
it was expecting Reaver, right?
Yeah, like your jungler gets caught at the turtle, like he dies, and then your team goes in chains feed, and then they respawn. Your jungler joins, and he dies again. Like we have like what 2-3 ultimates in one single fight, and it keeps coming back off cooldown.
I think that GMXK, the only way that they could come back is like based off of the map RNG. If they had flying clouds, this would look very different. Or it could be worse, actually.
Yeah,
now that I think about it, maybe it could be a little worse.
Yeah, they can participate in the fight even much more faster.
Yeah.
And die much more faster as well.
That's true, because a lot of these kills didn't actually come from the laning phase itself, but it could have opened the draft a little bit more so they can get a little greedy with it, right? Because it just boils down to what am I going to do when I have a losing matchup? And most of the time, there's not much you can really do unless you have access to flying clouds, and the expanding rivers really just make it difficult for any team who starts to fall behind. Now we look at the item build progression here, a ridiculously fast item progression for Monster Vicious. Just look at that, Hunter Strike already completed by Ruff very early on into the game, but as soon as we start getting past like the 3rd minute, like the totality of like by the 7 minutes, how many items do you have? And people are like, I got 3, I got like 2 already ready to go. And Leone is like, don't worry guys, 3 items completed by 10 minutes. You are having the time of your life.
More so, why does Ruff have 2 boosts? Did he sell his boost at one point? Like what is that at the 340?
Yeah, he sold his boots so that he could quickly get a faster pick on the Hunter Strike. Because then once you have the Hunter Strike, you have the movement speed, so you don't need the boots, and then eventually you buy the boots later on. It's efficiency! You go into a slight bit of debt to get your item first.
Fair enough.
He has a credit card,
He's got
the credit card.
Wipes it away, like, yeah, I'm just gonna sell this, I'm just gonna buy that. Triple Braid Armor just to wrap things up for the side of Monster Vicious going up against GMXK just now as we take a look at the highlight. And once again, Leone, I just don't know how he does it, right? Level 3 at this moment. I mean, just get that kill, just Moves around, waits for it, gets level 4. Bang! Let's go.
Munster joined the fight at like 20% HP.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, if he got the Raging Slash off, I think he probably would have made the trades a little bit more even, but unfortunately, he just didn't buffer it in time, right? So again, for everybody out there, just keep in mind, one assist, and then the Turtle Secure gets your support to level 4 straight away. Especially if you had like a pretty non-fruitful, and you've spotted out the jungler at least once within the laning phase.
This is another initiation from Leonie. Yeah.
Ow!
Just immediately control, alternate, delete once the initiation was set up by Leonie. The follow-up from Bondles, the follow-up from Ruff, as well as Momo at the same time. I just don't understand this. Where was Monsters?
Yeah.
Where did he came from?
Hey, he just...
More like he thought he is him, you know, like he went in solo.
To be fair, he actually has a pretty decent chance because Ruff's natural base HP isn't that high. And if assuming that Munsters had like all 5 stacks, well 6 stacks in this case, of his War Axe, then he actually has a really good shot of killing him.
Oh man, it was a massacre really, that game 2. I mean, game 1 was tough already for me to watch. Game number 2 was just
destruction
from the side of Monster Vicious. But hey, congrats to them, and we hope that they can remain consistent going up against Toda for tomorrow's match for that to be able to secure the upper bracket spot. But then again, talking about the upper bracket spot, our next match is going to be CG up against Vamos, where CG needs, what, 1 win?
Just 1 point, yeah.
Just 1 point to secure that upper bracket spot with the best of 3 match. Hey, it's very much doable, but we shall see what's the mood of Vamos. Who knows? They could win 2-0.
It also affects whether Vamos could make playoffs or not, and that's
Also
the important
true.
thing. If CG gets a 2-0, then Vamos' playoff chance hangs in the balance.
Here's the thing, this is the first time in MPL MY history that we've seen teams like not secure the upper brackets as soon as possible. Like, it is dragged out. Well, like, they've been like, quote unquote, just about to get into playoffs since week 4.
And then they lose the series, and they got 1 game, you know.
Or the other team just dominates 2-0, or the other teams lost or 2 as well. So it's just a lot of disturbance coming in from other teams. They themselves at the same time thought they could have won 2-0, but then they lost 2-0 as well. So it's just a bit of a mess right now for MPL, which is week number 6. But hey, that's the fun of it. But we're not gonna leave you guys all alone. We're gonna leave you guys with the mic check for game number 1 just now, where Monster Vicious dominated against GMXK. So hang in there, stick soon, and we shall see you guys later on.
Tengok Ida. Boleh dok.
Bas. Lagi. Go, hilang. Bosan ni.
Boleh atas tau. Boleh atas tau.
Middle.
Boleh kita atas. Kalian ni aja.
Bruno guys.
Aku baru on way. Dapat bunuh. Next.
Depan lagi.
Next sini. Dah flicker. Boleh lagi bawah guys.
Guys, 2 orang sini, 2 orang. Main. Ada di Bruno, ada di dia ya. Bruno dulu. Gua
mati. Jangan keluar atas
Ayo. Ya, boleh masuk sekarang.
Jangan aku. Dah duduk.
Tiga. Bruno dulu.
Mati. Bruno mati.
Depan lagi.
Tahu guys, boleh.
Hilang depan baru. Give me lagi.
Awas Joy.
Mana. Kasih aja. Menang. Oh.
Mati.
Gua wall tuh.
Boleh.
Dah. Orang dulu kali.
Totong di belakang jemput.
Oi. Nah sini.
Gua buka lagi.
Gua ada retri.
Aman lah ya.
Aman. Boleh.
Menang.
Kau main. Nice. Dah guys. Mana. Dah roda. Kali miss.
Gol.
Tuh lihat. Mati. Rata boy. Kali. Wih, asal aku dapat kill wih.
Nanti. Satu kill.
Satu kill Awir. Dua kill. Dah. Masuk. Dek Syamo.
Nemo.
Nah. Nemo. Lagi. Nice.
Bye. Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
Mulakan harimu dengan 100 plus 0. Cuba, try, taste 100 plus 0. Hey!
CeraVe baharu, blemish control, membersih. 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki. AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat, untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
So much talk of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like? When will we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
This is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. You might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
7 tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MY S16 menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rimau, Nur bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboys, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baru muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baru MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
This is the brand new Aspirin skins.
For the aspirants. I will be the shadow behind her light. Whose outshines the stars, Vexana. Destiny aligns us under a shooting star. We are the aspirants.
Alright guys, so we are back to watch some more gameplays from the Future Pros tournament. As you can see right now, right, the meta right now is very interesting and down in the gold lane because gold lane now consists of like the mage and the fighter, right? So we can see that nowadays people in the tournament is also using other than MM, right, non-MM gold lane. So let's see how they adapt the patch. It seems like they are adapting really well. And again, they are constantly sending out chips to just send the Bane in the fight. Sending the shark, huh? Oh, nice. Now you can see that Mage Bane is really kind of strong in this meta. Thank you, Innocent, for creating this monster. My boy! My boy is Sky Piercing. Yeah, you can see that he's really using the Mage Bane really well. So it's good to see that people are adapting the meta quickly.
saya lepas saya dengan Zorn. Zorn, disebabkan kau pakai Fanny Rome, aku akan tanya kau, hero apa yang tak boleh jadi Rome? Kau diam je. Kalau ada hero yang kau tak boleh buat Rome, kau just cakap dah. Okay, kita start. Hayabusa, Mia, Layla, Saber. Okay, nampak gayanya memang semua hero dia boleh buat. Cik, Messi, cik. Okay. Aku tanya Zohan, sekarang aku tanya kau, okay? Aku akan sebut hero-hero dekat dalam ML, okay? Kalau hero ni kau tak boleh pakai, kau terus cakap, okay? Fanny.
Aku macam boleh.
Alright, itu je. So Zohan boleh pakai semua, dia tak boleh Fanny. See you guys later. Is gonna be using Vexana and Gwen. Just describe, don't tell me who.
I'm gonna describe. Okay, so maybe.
Well, is there anyone on that team that Team.Corona wants to target? Give us a clue. Give us a clue. Okay. Who's gonna get target?
1, 2, 3.
Arcadia.
You want to attack the coach, huh?
Yes.
Basically, the other team wants to target only you.
Oh, to be honest, we already predicted that. That's why we have a counter gameplay.
Okay. So what is the base strategy that you guys have?
Maybe akan duduk dalam base.
Do you think the draft will be very important?
Ya, kita orang akan buatkan draft yang paling bagus untuk dorang. Bagus untuk kita orang. Bagus untuk dorang jangan.
We are the aspirants.
Bye. Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1. CeraVe baharu Blemish Control membersih 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
talk of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
This is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. You might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
7 tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MY16 menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Nur bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zon, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menebatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
is the brand new Aspirin skins. Huh?
For the aspirants!
I will be the shadow behind her light.
Whose outlines the stars, Vexana.
Destiny aligns us under a shooting star. We are the aspirants.
Alright guys, so we are back to watch some more gameplays from the Future Pros tournament. As you can see right now, right, the meta right now is very interesting down in the gold lane, because gold lane now consists of like the mage and the fighter, right? So we can see that nowadays people in the tournament is also using other than MM, right, non-MM gold lane. So let's see how they adapt the patch. It seems like they are adapting really well in the game. They are constantly sending out chips to just send the bane in the fight. Sending the shark, Oh, nice. Now you can see that Mage Bane is really kind of strong in this meta. Thank you, Innocent, for creating this monster. My boy! My boy is Sky piercing. Yeah, you can see that he's really using the Mage Bane really well. So it's good to see that people are adapting the meta quickly.
Okay guys, nama saya Lefel, saya dengan Zorn. Zorn, disebabkan kau pakai Fanny Roam, aku akan tanya kau, hero apa yang tak boleh jadi Roam? Kau diam je. Kalau ada hero yang kau tak boleh buat Roam, kau just cakap dah. Okay, kita start. Hayabusa. Mia. Leila. Saber. Okay, nampak gayanya memang semua hero dia boleh buat. Cik. Cik. Okay. Aku tanya Zohan, sekarang aku tanya kau, okay? Aku akan sebut hero-hero dekat dalam ML, okay? Kalau hero ni kau tak boleh pakai, kau terus cakap, okay? Fanny.
Aku macam boleh.
Alright, itu je. So Zohan boleh pakai semua, dia tak boleh Fanny. See you guys later. Is gonna be using Vexana and Gwen. Just describe, don't tell me who.
I'm gonna describe. Okay, so maybe.
Well, is there anyone on that team that Team.Corona wants to target? Give us a clue. Give us a clue.
Okay.
Who's gonna get target?
1, 2, 3.
Arcadia.
You want to attack the coach, huh?
Yes.
Basically, the other team wants to target only you.
Oh, to be honest, we already predicted that. That's why we have a counter gameplay.
Okay. So what is the base strategy that you guys have?
Maybe akan duduk dalam base.
Do you think the draft will be very important?
Ya, kita orang akan buatkan draft yang paling bagus untuk dorang. Bagus untuk kita orang. Bagus untuk dorang jangan.
We are the aspirants.
Bye. Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
CeraVe baharu Blemish Control membersih 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
This is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. You might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
7 tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL My S16 menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayang Rimau, Nur bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboys, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
This is the brand new Aspirin skins. Huh?
For the aspirants!
I will be the shadow behind her light.
Outshines the stars, Vexana.
Destiny aligns us under a shooting star. We are the aspirants.
Alright guys, so we are back to watch some more gameplays from the Future Pros tournament. As you can see right now, right, the meta right now is very interesting down at the gold lane, because gold lane now consists of like the mage and the fighter, right? So we can see that nowadays people in the tournament is also using other than MM, right, non-MM gold lane. So let's see how they adapt the patch. It seems like they are adapting really well in the game. They are constantly sending out chips to just send the Bane in the fight. Sending the shark, Oh, nice. Now you can see that Mage Bane is really kind of strong in this meta. Thank you, Innocent, for creating this monster. My boy! My boy is Sky Piercing. Yeah, you can see that he's really using the Mage Bane really well. So it's good to see that people are adapting meta quickly.
Okay guys, nama saya Lefel, saya dengan Zorn. Zorn, disebabkan kau pakai Fanny Roam, aku akan tanya kau, hero apa yang tak boleh jadi Roam? Kau diam je. Kalau ada hero yang komen tak boleh buat Roam, kau just cakap dah. Okay, kita start. Hayabusa. Mia. Leila. Saber. Okey, nampaknya memang semua hero dia boleh buat. Cik. Cik. Okey. Aku tanya Zohan, sekarang aku tanya kau, okey? Aku akan sebut hero-hero dekat dalam ML, okey? Kalau hero ni kau tak boleh pakai, kau terus cakap, okey? Fanny.
Aku macam boleh.
Alright, itu je. So Zohan boleh pakai semua, dia tak boleh Fanny. See you guys later. Is gonna be using Vexana and Gwen. Just describe, don't tell me who.
I'm gonna describe. Okay, so maybe.
Well, is there anyone on that team that Team.Corona wants to target? Give us a clue. Give us a clue.
Okay.
Who's gonna get target?
1, 2, 3.
Arcadia.
You want to attack the coach, huh?
Yes.
Basically, the other team wants to target only you.
Oh, to be honest, we already predicted that. That's why we have a counter gameplay.
Okay. So what is the base strategy that you guys have?
Maybe akan duduk dalam base.
Do you think the draft will be very important?
Ya, kita orang akan buatkan draft yang paling bagus untuk dorang. Bagus untuk kita orang. Bagus untuk dorang jangan.
We are the aspirants.
Bye. Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
CeraVe baru Blemish Control membersih 2% salisilik asid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
So much talk of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
This is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. You might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
7 tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MY S16 menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Nur bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Toda. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Toda menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Toda membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zon, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia
bila terjatuh, aku beringat jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan, harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara,
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara. Harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit. With just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playas. Predator Badlands, in cinemas on 6 November. An action-adventure horror, set in the future on a deadly remote planet. Predator Badlands follows a young predator outcast who finds an unlikely ally in Tia as he embarks on a treacherous journey in search of the ultimate adversary on the most dangerous planet in the universe where everything is trying to kill you. Catch Predator Badlands in cinemas 6 November. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Predator Badlands movie tickets for IMAX or 4DX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
A very good afternoon to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to MPL Malaysia Season 16, where we are in the second last day of the regular season, week number 6, day number 2. My name is Said Adin. Together with me, we have Husky as well as Gideon, who's gonna accompany you guys throughout the day. And we have reached towards our most anticipated match for the week. Is gonna be CG up against Vamos, where CG needs a win to be able to secure the upper bracket spot, and Vamos to keep their hopes alive to be able to qualify for the playoff spots. But before we begin to discuss about the match, we have to talk about Celcom DG, the new Celcom DG app built for you, around you. I mean, you guys can win awesome prizes such as MLBB Diamonds today if you join the Celcom DG family. How are you going to do it? Download the new Celcom DG app at the booth that is available here in MPL MY. Activate your own Celcom DG and show the Celcom DG staff for verification to receive the MLBB Diamonds. So that is for you guys who come down here to MPL MY venue to be able to get exclusive merchandise, exclusive giveaway, such as MLBB Diamonds, of course.
I hope that people understand that this is a completely new app for some of the people who have been using, Cellcom DG for a while now. Even LaFell realizing very quickly, wait a minute, it's a completely separate thing.
Yes, it's very different from the app that you usually use. Again, Cellcom DG, you can actually get extra gifts if you go the extra mile. Just drop by Dewan Sri Putra, or during playoffs, drop by Mipes in Serdang, and you can be a part of the family.
Of course, we do have to talk about the match in hands right now. I just want to talk a bit about Vamos. It's very difficult if you are in a situation, hey, if you win 2-0, let's say, but you still have to rely on other teams to lose. You have to rely on other matches as well. It's a very tough spot to be in, but if you were in the state of Vamos right now, how would you feel right now? If let's say you win 2-0 right now.
I mean, if I win 2-0, I'm in playoffs, right? So yeah. I would definitely feel relief for sure, but I think Vamos' biggest enemy has always been when they are under pressure. A lot of times they crack under that pressure. Against CG, just give it your all. I think Vamos has a good shot.
All right, let's take a look at the full lineup. First of all, for the side of CG Esports, we're going to have Chiku, Valence, Gary, Yetri, as well as EJ. And if I'm looking at it right, EJ is going to be playing on the mid side, whereas Chiku is going to go back to the goal lane.
Yep, Chiku going back to his old role. Let's see if he still has what it takes to carry this team to victory, because Amzik was doing a very good job overall prior to this, but he's currently busy with his studies. Good luck with his exams. Hopefully he does well before coming back to the MPL MY, because people like Valence has taken time as well to finish off his studies before joining back in. Same goes for Gary. Now that they have those responsibilities out of the way, all of their focus, full-time players of their own. CG was up on the rise, but recently has been on a bit of a lose streak, right? In comparison to their opponents, Vamos, who is a little up, a little down. You're not really sure where they stick around, especially with the lineup of Natko, Zorn, Klokun, Chibi, and Gojes.
I think this is going to be a strong test for Vamos right now in terms of their capabilities, in terms of their playstyle, as well as the drafting phase later on. To be able to win against CG is not an easy task, because I feel like CG is quite a very dominant team, but there are some loopholes that they can explore trying to take away a victory against CG. Will they have what it takes? We shall see later on.
Yeah, I think they definitely do, because both teams have very contrasting play style. CG is very macro focused, but for Vamos, they love to fight.
Yeah, but right now, before we begin our in-depth discussion, we're gonna go over to our mic check ping test. First of all, let's take a look together.
Awas ya, cloud dia. Nick.
Cloud ya? Power ya?
Power, cok. User.
Main apa nih bang? Ciku bang ya?
Kalau hero dia, selalunya cloud.
Semuanya dimainin cuma dia.
Cloud Harit, Ruby.
Yang shadow.
Aku cari ni ramai orang. Doji nak tengok kau, Cik? Siapa je Cik tak nak tengok EJ?
Siap Cik.
Ya. Dia macam trio mate belah tengah. Macam mesti ramai orang nak tengok hari ni.
Aiming mode.
Kau tahu tak SRG? Semua belah tengah.
Sebab tu ramai lah.
Ha.
Okay, again, another nonchalant mic check. I mean, everyone just keeping their head straight, focus on the game in hand. But the changes that CG made right now, because they do have Trap in their own lineup, right? I'm very interested to see that, okay, they did not opt to go for Trap into the lineup, putting Chiku still in the mid side, but they opt to go for EJ for the mid, and then Chiku shifting over to the goal lane. What are your thoughts on that?
I think this could be a signal that scrims may have not gone well, and maybe Trap is not integrating as fast as they were hoping with the rest of the lineup, or maybe in the style that Chiku guys is hoping to put out there. Because keep in mind, one is all it takes for Chiku guys esports to make it to the next round. If they want to secure that upper bracket slot, it's just one game.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what MV does, as long as they take 1 point, they lock MV out of the second upper bracket slot. And easier said than done, you know. I think right after CG lost to SRG OG, they proceed to lose to AERO, and then they lost to Homeboys, right? So teams are starting to figure out what CG is good at and what CG struggles with. I think the series against Homeboys is a very good indicator that even a team under the guidance of someone like Chiku and Balance can crack under pressure.
I feel like EJ is going to be a very, I wouldn't say tough game, but it's a tough ass as well. I mean, being in and out of the scene for quite some time right now and being put back in the main lineup in a I would say it's not the most important match, but it's still very much important for you to be able to get that 1 point to secure the upper bracket. I'm pretty sure Chiku himself would want to get the upper bracket spot to be able to hopefully make it to M7 once the playoff comes. But the responsibility as a mid laner right now, knowing that you have Chiku in your own team, if you mess things up, you're gonna hear the best out of Chiku later on.
I mean, you're definitely gonna get an earful, but luckily this time he's facing off, especially against Clawkun, who so far we haven't seen him been too lane dominant just in general. And I feel like even with the help of Zorn, the way that the 2v2s generally work with the help of Valence, I just want to see whether AJ just works with Valence in the first place.
Yeah, right. And when we talk about Valence, right, his opponent is Zorn, the longest active player in MPL MY history. He's been here since the very beginning, since the beginning of the Aeons. He's gone through the 3 different eras of MPL MY. He's seen multiple teams go onto the international stage. He has won a lot, and he has also gone through the lowest points of his career, and he's still here, even after saying that he's going to retire after Season 12. But some dreams, they keep on living.
I mean, from a single guy, married, now have a kid as well.
Yeah.
16 season, 3 eras, and if he does continues on to our, enhanced franchise format, there's going to be 4 eras he's going to be playing right now if the longevity of his career continues on. But so far, what a decorative player we have here in MPL MY. In the local scene, maybe not much in the international scene, but the impact that he brought towards MPL MY is very, very much big. We started as MPL MY SG, and then we became MPL MY, and now here we are. He's still playing under the wings of Vamos and trying to get his next victory, next trophy. Will this be a factor towards him, knowing that, I've been playing for 16 seasons? Does he have a lot more to prove right now?
No, I don't think he has. I think right now, especially for veteran players who have been playing with his type of history, seeing all 3 of the eras, generally, I think that he's done everything that he can possibly do locally, but the internationals is something that seems to just elude him.
I would like to know more about him. I mean, so we do have a short footage about him as well right now. Beyond the Arena is gonna be the one and only Zon right now.
Yeah, and again, he has been with us for so long. And Zorn, most decorated player, like we said, the only player to have competed in every single season. The moment we have MPL MY SG, he is already there. We've seen him gone through so many different renditions of teams and organizations. Geek Fam was one of the very first one he's with, and even claimed his first trophy back in Season 3.
Internationally, he's represented us a good number of times. I mean, under his time with Geek Fam as well, he actually had 1 international showing in 2018 before the M Series came into place. But even then, he has not only represented us in M Series championships, he's also been part of the SEA Games. He's also been part of MSC, if I remember correctly, 2024 as well.
Meaning the consistency lies within the passion that he has within the game, regardless of patches, regardless of meta, regardless of changes of MLBB. Zon still remains the same, a very brute force in that roam side. Compared to the first season, he's seen a lot of improvement as well in MPL MY. I mean, you've been with MPL MY for 16 seasons, for sure. There's going to be a lot of improvement. So he says that Muto takes good care of the Malaysian League, and he is definitely ready for the new era, showcasing or foreshadowing that he's still gonna be playing once comes the new era later on.
Yeah, give it 4 more seasons, he'll be here for a full decade, right? And being in the league, I think he has survived one of the biggest enemies for competitive play, and that's time. Right? Not many players can survive the tide of time. Some people go for a break and they come back. Some people take a break and they never return. But then Zorn, he stayed true and even survived his own retirement. I think that is the most impressive thing.
To be fair, we do consider him as one of the legenda, but then the one who gotten the title of the legenda is gonna be Chiku from the side of CG as well. So there is a bit of debate who is the more legenda player or the legenda individual between Chiku as well as Zon. That is a very good argument, a very good discussion we can make here between both of these players, regardless of their roles, of course.
I mean, it comes down to accolades, right? Because again, Chiku, as a legend of his own, bringing Malaysia to an international stage and also cementing ourselves as an interesting region to watch, especially when you see the name Todak pop up during an M Series. That was a legacy that they held on for a very long time, but it also kind of put a lot of expectations on not only Chiku as a brand, but also on Todak as a brand as well. Finally, now that they've kind of separated, you do see that Chiku has kind of, as some process put, built his own empire upon not only the fan base, but the players that he scouts as well. That's why CG is so interesting to watch.
Yeah, there's still the residue that he left behind, right? Even when he's not with Todak, people still look at Todak as the Todak Langar, right? When Todak is not doing well, people still ask, where is the Langar DNA? And that is all because of Chiku.
So me and Husky is gonna go for Team Zone. I'm like, which is who is who right now?
Yeah,
so we're gonna go for Team Zone right now, and you're gonna be the odd one out going for Team Chiku. Okay, very short reason. I feel like Zorn, as a leader, he's not as strict as Chiku, and I feel like that's why a lot of the players gels well with him. That is my argument. And with Chiku, it's a bit more tough love. You know, if you don't do well, if you don't perform well, you're gonna hear the best out of Chiku, and that makes it very scary enough to play with Chiku.
What about you, Husky?
I mean, it depends on what you categorize as a legend, right? Are you looking at someone who has brought great impact to the community like Chiku and the gameplay in the region, or are you just looking purely as someone who has survived 8 years of being in the ecosystem? And in this case, I think Chiku has gotten a lot of his flowers. Zorn deserves that too.
Well, I mean, sure, but I think the big difference here is the fact that this is the younger generation of casters who are saying, oh yeah, Zorn's the way to go compared to me, and Karakuri who is just like, no, it's the accolades, it's the impact that you have left on the international stage, because that, all roads lead to the M Series at some point of time. And with an international finish, some of the best we've seen prior to SRG, Chiku is the way to go.
I want to hear what you guys think about in the chat right now, Team Chiku or Team Zon, but we do have to hand it over to Poji on the main stage. Let's go right now.
Terima kasih kasta-kasta kesayangan Malaysia. Anda sekarang bersama saya untuk satu segmen yang menarik. Segmen ini dinamakan segmen Hype Gempa. Gempa ke tidak? Bunyi sikit. Stadium menyala. Baik, jadi kita nak panaskan suasana, memandangkan sekarang kita nak menuju ke satu filem yang terbaru, itu Predator Badland yang bakal mendarat di MPL MY. Jadi kita nak bawa aura survival tu datang, survival mode, segala insting untuk kita yang ada dekat dunia terpencil yang penuh dengan kejahatan dan juga monster-monster yang ada dekat dalam cerita Predator Badland. Jadi dekat sini, jadi kita nak vibe check di antara side Vamos dan juga CG, siapa lagi menyala. Game dia mudah. Kita akan main mengaum. Boleh tak mengaum, saya nak tanya? Damyongger. Macam tu mengaum dia. Jadi kita akan ada meter dekat belakang ni. Meter ni kalau kita mengaum grrr tu, jadi kita akan ada contoh mengaumnya. Contoh, silakan dengar. Damyongger macam tu. Jadi kita kata side sebelah sini kuat ataupun sebelah sini yang lebih kuat. Jadi kita nak tengok siapa yang lebih seperti harimau MPL Malaysia yang sebenar. Jadi tanpa kita melengahkan masa, let's go. Kita dengar side yang pertama untuk pasukan Vamos. Korang ada satu saja peluang untuk try ya benda ni. Tak ada peluang kedua. Jadi let's go. 1, 2, 3. Okey. 110.2. Takkan CG kalah. Okey. 1, 2, 3. 111 CG menang. Terima kasih kepada CG. Jadi sebagai tanda penghargaan juga, MPL MY akan beri benda ni, hadiah daripada Tron Ares, iaitu kolaborasi di antara Disney dan juga MPL MY kepada 10 orang pemenang bertuah sekejap sahaja lagi. Jadi bukan itu sahaja kepada anda dekat sini. Jangan lupa untuk saksikan Predator Badland yang akan berada di Pawaga mulai 6 November. Watch in IMAX, win it with MLBB. Beli tiket IMAX dan juga 4D bundle untuk tiket khas Tron Ares dan juga Predator dan dapatkan ganjaran in-game diamond. Baiklah, sekarang masa untuk menuju ke perlawanan di antara CG dan juga Vamos. Belum tu, saya nak buat something special untuk anda. Bagi kepada saya benda tu, saya perlukan benda tu. I need that. Thank you very much. Siap. 3, 2, 1. Let's go, mengaum. Grrr.
This is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. You might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Introducing our marshal that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. We thank you for your hard, very work, Rez and Munduna, as well as Izzat. Thank you very much, guys.
CG Esports.
After an unexpected 2-1 loss to Homeboys last week, with Chico returning to the goal lane, his original role, they return this time with fiery determination, chasing a spot in the upper bracket. Will that defeat shake their momentum or fuel their hunger to bounce back stronger? And can they deliver their peak performance when it matters the most this week? Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for CG Esports!
Team Vamos.
Team Vamos returns to action this week after a shaky run against Team Ray and Todak last time out. Today they step back into the jungle where only hunters survive, mask on and focus locked. The question is, can they hold on to their momentum or will they become the hunted once more? Lost in the shadow of their rivals. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to mask off. Uno, dos, tres, hala vamos!
Introducing the head of League Ops, Franklin, along with the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every game. For CG, we have Coach Ruin as the head coach and Coach Cody as the technical coach. Vamos with Pak Bat as well as Pak Atan, the analyst of Vamos. Let's keep it going with the fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism, because this is how we roll. This is the Malaysian sportsmanship.
Nearly missing out on that final fist bump there. I thought there was some beef between Valent and Gojes for that moment, but okay, at least they made contact before they headed up into their battle station. CG will be taking blue side first pick with a 67% win rate. They've been doing well on blue side, but I'm curious to see whether this change up in bringing in AJ and putting Chiku guys in the gold lane will affect the draft, because that's severely where they got punished the last few times.
Yeah, and the last time AJ played was back in Season 14, because he was not fielded in Season 15 at all. And right now, you know, you look at that 1 year gap, the meta has shifted, and you look at AJ's most played heroes back in Season 14, most of them are sort of unusable right now. No, Aurora, Vexana, you could argue Vexana, but Aurora, Valentina, we don't see that often anymore. You have to adapt to more artillery type like Farsa Eve, or even into the Lunox and Kimmy.
But then knowing Coach Ruin, right, and what he did to Amzik, where, you know, just the Grangers, the Harits always get picked up with Amzik, I feel like Coach Ruin will adapt the same kind of mentality for AJ. If that is the comfort hero of AJ, he will try his best to make it work for AJ on the mid side later on. But we do have one more fan talk zone for you guys. Do scan the QR code. If you guys are Team Chiku, you guys gotta go vote for A. If you guys are voting for Team Zorn, you gotta go for option B. This is what I've been talking about just now. I would like to see the comments flooded with either A or B. There's no C. So, yeah, I mean, maybe Gen Z fans will opt to go for Zon, as Gideon did mention. Or maybe an old hit fan might go for Team Chico. I don't know.
I don't know. It could, to be fair, it could be the opposite way, because
yeah.
Zorn was like also a content creator for a large majority. If we're talking about like Gen Z, Gen Alpha, they probably learned the freestyle Cho from Zorn in the first place.
If I don't know, I think Gen Z fans, they might go for Zyme Sempor.
The good old classics.
The good old
here.
classics.
Now, the scary part as we get into this game is really whether or not, you know, the team is going to be able to make it work, right? Because I feel like right now with AJ, in terms of the hero pool, if I'm thinking about his entire career, the only things that feel relevant to the meta right now is Selena and Lunox, both of which he has played professionally in his own tenure within MLBB Esports Malaysia.
Will Coach Rain adapt to that, or will he force EG to play something much more relevant towards our meta nowadays? The Kimi, the Eve maybe. We shall see. We shall definitely see later on, because you do have Valus, who is a master of the pick-off potential hero. Your Kalias, your Cho, and Lunox could be a very, very good and a very optimal partner towards this kind of hero, like your Chos and your Kalias at the same time. So it's a very, very interesting thing to see when the draft comes on later. Another matchup I would like to see is definitely going to be on the jungle side between Gary and Chibi, both very talented assassin users, or again, really depends on the coaches. Will they pick up the assassin for their junglers, or are we gonna see a lot more tank junglers, fighter junglers, queen junglers at the same time in this particular match?
I think probably, knowing both teams, they will probably opt for assassin jungles first to do a bit of ego check, you know, test the waters a bit, and then depending on what happens, maybe the loser will go into like utility jungle in the second game. But knowing Chibi, he has been a lot more flexible in recent times. You know, he's willing to go for like Baxia if all else fails. But the one thing that I'm curious about is Chiku back in the gold lane. And I don't doubt his capabilities. He is one of the most decorated gold laners. But last time we saw Chiku back in the gold lane when he was with Todak, the stylistic approach is that people play around the gold lane. And I wonder if this is going to be the case for CG now that he's back in that role.
I like the ban coming in from Vamos, especially the last ban, banning out the Lunox, one of, I would say, a comfort hero for EG to be able to use, but denying that pick immediately. And CG, very interestingly enough, picking up the Baxia as the first pick, where Lancelot, his Sunshin, is still available.
I think this should be a signal that yes, they are going to be playing towards the gold lane, right? I don't know how much practice Chiku has had in terms of like raw scrims, whether he's a little rusty playing the role. I don't doubt that he still has the mechanics, but overall, playing as a team is a completely separate ball game than having millions of games within ranked itself, right? Completely different play style. More importantly, let's see how Vamos will answer, because they go for the Kimi alongside with the Lancelot. No fanny bands here, because again, not too surprised that Vamos' side, they know Chibi is not going to pick it up.
Yeah, and after seeing the Baxia, they know for a fact Fanny's not going to pick it up. And like this, I want to see if like what's they pick for AJ. I think that is a very important pillar for CG. If they do lean into, you know, playing for Chiku guys, then we have to see if it's going to be the same as, you know, when Chiku was still with Todak. The Grok is still up, one of Valence's top picks. Could go for that.
Grok plus a mid here, Grok plus... I don't want to see them picking up EXP very much early on. A Grok plus a gold laner is still okay, I suppose, but the question is, what kind of a gold laner do you want for your own side? I hear Hilda as well as a Jushin being picked up for AJ right now. With the Hilda still, question, is this going to be a balanced Hilda, or is it going to be a Yi3 Hilda? Still not showcasing too much from the side of CG, but so far, I'm just questioning about the damage right now. It's still not existent for the side of CG.
Yeah, no, the damage isn't that great. The damage profile as well, again, still a lack of attack damage, which is where Hilda kind of needs a little bit of help with, because the scaling doesn't work well for her. Her early game, however, is decently good. But it doesn't really give us an idea of how CG wants to play, right? The Hilda is like, yes, we've seen Hildas as a means to either sandbag your opponent or snowball your lead. And it's usually one or the other. And now Vamos, with their final pick, I think that at this point you probably should show EXP, right? Or, okay, they go for the support instead. A pretty strong mid lane duo to work with. Whenever Grok is getting attacked by the Jushin, then Kimi can start walking up and getting some damage down.
And it makes a lot more sense, because even though CG isn't revealing much, the one thing that is for sure is that they want to pressure Chibi in the jungle with this draft. So the Grok sort of stops that in its tracks, and having a Hilda early also sort of locks you out of certain options, right? There's no good place for Hilda to go. If you put her in the XP role, then you are hoping to get out of the lane fast, but if you put her in roam into the Grok, then Zoran's gonna have an easier time.
I'm not too sure if the Hilda pickup is just to disturb the farming potential of Lancelot later on, but you would require your Hilda to go on the roam side to be able to disturb Lancelot very early on, but I don't think it's beneficial to do so because of the disadvantage that you have early on if you do go invade on the opponent's jungle. Esmeralda is gonna get banned out for shadowing, like Vamos might picking up a Uranus later on, but we do have a fun fact for Gary. 2 stages, 1 MVP. Gary is the first player in Malaysia to conquer both MPL MY and MEL MY final MVP honor. Okay.
Dude, that's such a fun fact. It's crazy.
People who have followed Gary long enough knows that it's like, yeah, sure.
Only true fans are like, yeah, he's the finals MVP of MAL. That's the highlight of his career.
Oh, ouch. Okay, we do have a fun fact about Papet. We shall see this one. Is it much more fun than Gary's? Did you know Chico and Papet last cross path was in MSC 2022 when Todak faced Omega? Papet hasn't made an appearance on the international stage since then.
Yeah, which makes this season even more important, right? Like, sure, we say that CG just needs 1 point for upper bracket, but if you're in Vamos' shoes, you want to qualify for playoffs, and that 2 points has to come from CG. If anything, if all else fails, Vamos will have to start praying that everything else goes wrong for other teams playing tomorrow, and that's not the spot you want to be in, because they barely made playoffs last season. They get knocked out in 5th and 6th. Imagine not making it this season.
Yeah, that would hurt a lot. It would hurt a lot of fans, but it's still really based on the draft, right? So far, good blue band coming in from CG. A bit of anticipation knowing that both Arlet alongside with Lapu don't do too well into the Hilda, especially for the early laning phase, because Hilda is just way too tanky. There's just not much you can really do to pressure her out of that lane. The Fulvius as well as the Esme, also really good insight to it. As soon as gets locked in, talk about, I want to win lane, and I want to win lane hard.
Wow, I thought they would consider the Alice, because that looks like the next direct pick, but Yuzong, give me some lippy feels.
Wow, I mean, it's been so long since we've seen Yuzong, right? I mean, hence why 0% pick read here in MPL MY, so it's gonna be a debut pick for Season 16 for Yuzong. We shall see how he fares out in this current meta, in this current patch, in this current game as well. So CG right now, they do have the option to go for an Arlet, they do have the option to go for Lapu, Uranus is still there, Alice is still there. I mean, there's a lot of options for the XP side, which we shall see later on. Cloud plus a Uranus? No?
A high loss. This is one good way to approach it. Like, all you need is that War Axe for the Yuzong, and then suddenly that lane gets killed in your favor. You win almost every trade, you threaten backlines, you have insane sustain, and unfortunately for CG, it's all about Chiku this game.
Yeah, and that's why he's going on to Claude, right? Claude is pretty difficult for Yuzong to catch, especially with the high mobility of the BMI. Not to mention that as soon as you miss out on that Petrify, you're kind of dead in the waters with Zushin, High Loss, and as well as Hilda. Not to mention Baxia as well. There's a lot of ways to actually cripple Yuzong early on. I want to see whether CG is going to take advantage of that, because right now, with High Loss alongside with the Zushin, it's just a great way to try and dominate that mid lane, and nice synergies to slow down the approach from Vamos. So unless we see CG dive deep head first into Natko's ult, it's a very push and pull game for both CG and Vamos.
I like how they are putting the Hilda on the ENG to go up against the Yuzong. I feel like Hilda has a better chances to survive any engagement from Yuzong, because you are able to heal up once you go inside the bush. So to be able to sustain a bit more longer in comparison to Hylos is definitely an option, number one. Number two, I feel like the combination between Zushin and Hylos is a very great combination. One slows the enemies down, the other one grabs the enemy and pull them towards yourself. So that could be a very good way to play out in the early stages for the side of CG Sports.
Yeah, they're incredibly good at sticking onto a single target, but the end goal is to get Chiku online in that late game. As we hop into the line on Dawn for game number 1 between CG Esports and Team Vamos. CG Esports on blue side, Team Vamos on red side. We have broken walls for game 1. So let's see if that Grok's gonna be able to compensate for that.
I mean, he will, because again, Grok is one of the few heroes in the game that can actually manipulate the waves. Delaying it and pulling it closer to your tower is always great. Maybe not for EXP's side, because Hilda kind of wants to stay near the generally just bushes overall. But for now, at least between Balance and as well as AJ, they're playing quick clears, instantly start digging for information.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the capability to do so, even though Zorn can manipulate the wave very, very much well in the early stages. But CG is not going to be bothered too much about that. Just clear up the waves immediately and try to rotate very much early on just to get a bit more information where the opponents are heading towards and the positioning of the jungle, which buff he is beginning with. But Chico right now taking a good chunk of damage, as well as Nako at the same time.
Made his first bullet already, AJ! Even with the Purify, can't get away thanks to the Rampart, and things are already not well for CG. Nako also winning out the lane against Chiku.
Bit of a history lesson here. Oh my goodness, wait, Chiku might just die here if Nako flickers on top of him. Doesn't have it, but Chiku is going to get out of there. So fun fact, he actually, Zorn, a god at Grok. Before he got revamped, that was his signature pick alongside with the Chill. Has brought Geek Fam, as of course you see in 2021. Generally, it's just something that he knows in and out of. The mechanics of it, we saw it right at the very beginning when he's manipulating those waves, but also understanding that now that the wall is actually a little bit bigger, so he can start pushing and forcing members underneath his turret if they walk up too close.
I mean, double speed movement being brought by Zorn right now, allowing him to rotate much more faster, right, with the agility at the same time. So we ought to see Zorn a bit more proactive in the early stages to just to get a bit more vision, and of course to set up for his teams as we begin the Turtle Dance in minute number 2.
It's worth noting that Nako had Weapon Master, so watch out for that as the game scales. Black Dragon form is out here to chop Chibi, and this allows Gary to secure the turtle. Good stuff from CG. Chibi will be able to escape, and CG cannot really chase.
Good disruption coming out from Ye 3. Oh, Chico's in trouble. He's in trouble.
He's dead. What?
No. You shouldn't be taking these fights in the first place. Really shouldn't be taking fights. Like, I get it if you decide to go for DHS as your first item, but no first items are coming into play.
Yep.
You will never be able to out-trade Nako. He naturally has sustain, and he naturally just has more damage than you, even with the Blazing Duet. I mean, unless you're able to dodge the big abilities like maybe a single Crab Claw, maybe the Spit, I think ideally in this case you don't get hit by the Deadly Catch, and even then, we're asking for a lot.
And to make it worse, that Winds of Nature doesn't help you against Nako. He still blows you up.
This is very tough for CG in the early stages, to death immediately, but right now Chibi is gonna get caught.
Great lift back. The Tectonic Charge actually hits on the tree! Hit tree! Flickers to safety, and Clockwounds can't really gun down Gary just yet. Not enough damage. That Vamos loses their jungler.
Gary is very lucky that the wall did not knock him back towards the turret, and he can still survive that without any turret shots at that particular moment. If there were a couple more turret shots, pretty sure Gary is gonna get killed in that instant.
Clockwood. It's just so sad that he didn't have the passive fully stacked up. I think they definitely would have been able to get a little bit more and maybe even go for a chase had he had it earlier. But for now, things are going well for Vamos, right? Yes, they did lose a Chibi in the previous fight, but it's not the end of the world. Only Chibi is taking the damage. Goja so far is just kind of butchered in lane. Can't do much against Ye3, who's just consistently out-clearing him for the majority of this. But once the laning phase is done for and we get into the bigger team fights, that's when we're expecting Goja to try and make plays of his own, because Chiku is falling further and further behind, forcibly having to go into the mid lane to double farm.
I think Goja is okay with the state as well, with the war cry. Oh, they do get onto Clockwood, and of course it's Flicker out, purple buff for Chibi, Traction Pulse pulls Gary back. No fallout from Vamos, but with the turtle spawning and no Flicker on Clockwood, who is currently forced to recall, CG will get control of the objective, and sadly for Zorn, he's going to turn around with the Tectonic Charge alongside the Black Dragon form, as Gojas has a couple of targets that he can go for. Here comes the Petrify, and they blow up AJ. Gary next to fall. Vamos just taking the fights a lot better.
Really, really smart of Vamos. They understood straight away, hey, we got AJ to actually go for the Purify early on. If you build enough stacks with the Black Dragon form, Gojas, you can almost guarantee to kill him. And with the Lantern Flare already out, it's a guaranteed means that AJ is going to die. Really good target prioritization from Vamos.
And not only that, I mean, like EJ, a bit of a missed decision making. I feel like at that particular moment, I thought he was going to go a bit more defensive, but he went forward with the Lantern Flare, knowing that the side of Vamos still haven't used any of their skills as of yet. Only the Tectonic Charge was used up by Zorn. So good decision making from Vamos. a bit of bad decision making from CG, especially EG at that particular moment.
I think he had no choice, unfortunately. As soon as he wanted to pick up Zorn, but Zorn was buying a lot of time despite being max stacks on the butterflies. He just didn't want to get picked up, so he made sure that he chained his auto attack, his mighty swing right into the tectonic charge, and he put a slight delay to it, knowing that AJ was running out of mana. So really, on a micro basis, Zorn truly outplayed the scenario. Now, with 65 seconds left on the clock, we are seeing that there are a lot more rotations heading towards the top side of the map. Even Gojes opting to say, you know what, let Lancelot actually pick up my bottom wave. We might not be able to contest every single one of these buffs, but Chibi's already 2 levels ahead, so we're not really falling that far behind.
Chibi even takes his own purple buff away. I think Gary wasn't able to steal it. He's now 2 levels ahead of the Baxia. And we start to see a bit of the struggles with the comp that CG has, right? You want to center it around the clock, which means this objective fight, they actually don't have as much damage as Vamos, as stated in the previous fight. Although they're going to try to jump on the Nako, good cancel on the Shield Unity. Nako is going to flicker away, and CG doesn't have the damage to follow up. Vamos, though, would go for Tectonic Charge into Attraction Pulse, pull back. Gary, to try and survive with the damage reduction, but there's just too much crowd control from Vamos. They do end up losing Nako, and Chico comes in with the blazing duet, but doesn't have enough of the output. ENG cannot get anyone. Jimmy with the iframes gets out, and Zorn protects his teammate. 2 dead for CG.
Oh no, AJ was just a little too late to the fight here. If he just Lantern Flare right into the backline, I think they almost guarantee the kill. And they probably would have gotten like maybe 2 more. Oh, Gojes, okay. Oh, he misses the black tail. Ah, if he connected, that would have been a kill.
Almost getting a solo kill. Onwards to Yi3 just now, just missed the black tail from Gojes just now. But I feel like CG is a bit more scrappy right now. The engagement, the follow-up is very slow. The engagement is not clean enough. I feel like maybe a chemistry issue here and there, not knowing what's the best timing for them to go. But right now, look at Chico!
He's gonna get out, had to use everything. Backup comes in from CG, instant Black Dragon from Nako, left to dry. Chico almost gets spat to death. Vamos can't really follow up on that. As Chibi, he's just gonna proxy that mid wave.
How did they botch up their dive? They should have just started with the deadly catch first, force out the BMI, and then let Gojes kind of do the rest of the work, right? That's all they needed to do. I mean, to be fair, Chico played it as good as it gets, but in the help of the extra fast rotations from not only Valentin as well as Gary, AJ, he's got to start keeping up with the rest of his team. He's got to stay a little bit closer to Valence. The only time he needs to worry about his positioning is when Zorn shows up, because that's something that he can't deal with. He's running Purify, unfortunately, and not Flicker, so that Lantern Flare is his only mobility option.
I mean, you do want to get close with Valence as well as Gary up front, but you do know that you are putting yourself in a very dangerous spot. You did mention about the only way that you can run away is with the Lantern Flare, but right now Chibi is taking a good amount of damage from E3.
Oh, he missed!
Misses Phantom Execution. Should have the puncture stack still. Warren Rose, good body block from Gojes. So CG can't really find the punish there, and Nako arrives on time. Vamos didn't really lose anything. In fact, they were able to make back around like 600 gold since the last fight where CG swung that net whip a little bit.
Looking at the turret prioritization as well, I mean, Vamos are doing well to defend all of their turrets in the minute number 8 right now. CG is trying their best to split push, trying to get a bit of advantage in terms of turret, but they can't just find that angle right now. Looking at the bot side, there's Natko on the top side just now. Lancelot or Chibi cleared out that wave before this Turtle. Is it going to be Turtle spawning next? No, it's going to be the Lord. It's going to be spawned next. So it's going to be a bit tough for CG to even play the long lane right now.
Yeah, they'll have to somehow buy time because Chibi is 4 levels ahead of Gary at this point of time. With tier 1 guaranteed to go down. No Purify for AJ for another 70 seconds. That's the thing. You take Purify, a lot of resources that Vamos can just invest to force that out. And you don't want to use the Crimson Beacon also. So AJ is put in a very, very complicated spot.
Yeah, talking about complicated, how are they going to play this Lord fight, right? CG are still 4.6k behind.
Valent will have to be forced to take out the punishment. They get the lift out on the Chibi. He escapes with the puncture. Valent's also forced away. Zorn, Tectonic charges already. Nako BI almost takes out AJ. Now Gary will take the front Black Dragon form from Gojet. Chiku gets jumped on, petrified. He is straight up dead. The Purify is too late from Chiku. And Vamos now gets priority over Lord.
Just not fast enough to respond to it. Can't really blame him for it as well. Again, Petrify is just one of those spells you're not 100% sure when they drop it. You're just disrupted before the animation even comes out. Either way, Chibi still, despite everything that's happened to him, finally successfully secures the Lord. Chiku gets the golden stab, but Zorn has done so much in opening up this map and creating the space.
Vamos right now are in a very, very good position in terms of goal lead, in terms of map control, in terms of level lead as well. I mean, GB hits level 15 already, and it's only been the 10-minute mark. In comparison to Gary, it's what, level 11, 4 levels ahead right now. So Vamos, they can't choke this up. The only way for CG to be able to win, maybe a mistake coming in from Vamos. There can't be any initiation from CG. As I take a look at their heroes, right? Who's gonna begin even fighting? You can't put the balance to start up fighting first.
They're gonna jump onto Gary, take out half his health bar. Deadliest catch actually kind of hurts too. Honestly, all Vamos have to do is just take out Chiku. Once Chiku is out of the fight, CG will have nothing left.
Or force the Purifier out of EJ, you win a lot also right there.
A lot of different ways to do it. Not to mention that the way that they can siege is actually pretty nasty as well, right? A lot of scenarios where that Black Dragon form is a bit of a problem for CG because they have no means to stop it.
Wait, Yetri? Why are you there, Yetri?
This is not looking good, Chief.
Fun fact.
Fun fact.
I don't know. He's looking for a different angle here. He even had to use his flicker to get back out of there. Again, it's too late to try and stop GB now unless it's going to be a Lord fight. Once we're at the pit, that's when Yetri is going to come alive. Up until then, you really need AJ and as well as Chiku guys to scale. And finally, the Trinity build is in.
Now AJ was able to walk away from Traction Pulse this time. Can't say the same for Balance. He would just have to eat it. Then this catch was actually used. Gary jumped onto Zorn, but with Chibi and go just at the front, it's almost impossible for CG's frontline to just stay there.
I mean, even if you walk forward, right, you gotta deal with the Grog, you gotta deal with Clockhood, and of course you gotta with the Deadliest Catch coming in from Netco. So how do you even walk up right now? Because you don't have an angle. You can't go on the backside unless Chico jumps in with the BMI, but you need a setup from Balance or from E3. So it's very tough for CG right now.
They're gonna drop the carpet, and Chibi, Phantom Execution alongside Nako easily finds 2 kills. CG just outnumbered. Attraction Pulse doesn't really pull anyone back. But if there's anyone that can save this, it's gonna be Chico. The Thorn Rose doesn't take him out just yet. Chibi with another great escape. And there is a wave or 2 that CG needs to take care of. All inhibitors are down. Vamos with the entire team left up. AJ gets spat on and jumped on. Clockhood finds the kill and Chiku can't really do much. Vamos loses to a game 1 win.
11-3 in terms of kills. 11k gold lead from the side of Vamos. Guns blazing, won that draft well, played it well, knowing the matchup and Zorn. If we saw Leone perform well with the Grog in game number 1, but this is the Grog God himself. On that Grog is gonna be Zorn with the catches, with the capability to buy time, to open up the map, and to just set up well for his team.
He knows his angles. He knows the walls that's going to get him some max value. He's finding 3, maybe 4 targets at once with the tectonic charge, and not to mention that the barriers have done so much good work. At this point, they're going to have to relook at the draft one more time because this Hilda just ain't in. The Hilda has only been able to allow CG to actually take 1 neutral objective within this game and then never again afterwards, as the tax was just a little too high to get in position in the first place. Right now, AJ on that Zushin, probably not in. He needs to go back onto maybe, I'm thinking, get rid of the Grok, play an artillery mage.
Honestly, right, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like Vexana, it's still playable, not gonna lie, it's still playable, but maybe you need a pick-off hero for Balance. And in that particular instance, there was no Cho, there was no Kalia as well. The only option of a pick-off, maybe a Kaja.
Badang is like not the worst, you know.
Johan, questionable a bit. But maybe go for something that is a bit more comfortable for EG. Although, even if it's not in the current meta for me. Comfort over meta.
Comfort over meta.
For EG.
I think
that's fair.
I think Farsa Yif is like one of your safest pick, right? Maybe into Yuzhong is like a bit of a headache.
Yeah.
But it's definitely slightly better than that Jusin, which you have to deal with the Kimi. It's already quite tough.
It is tough, but generally speaking, it's just because of this Lancelot from a Chibi, right, that makes mid lane's life very difficult. Just in general, right? His Lancelot, you never know when he's going to be able to jump on top of you. He's got the mechanics for sure, and better yet, The only time that he was being disrupted is when Ye3 was on top of him. Afterwards, he was power farming throughout the entirety of the game. His first 2 items, War Axe right into Endless Battle, and then third item he decided to go for Brute Force Breastplate. He just wanted to power through the damage that Ye3 was applying to him, and it worked out after getting that 2-level lead against Gary.
I mean, hella power farming, not gonna lie. 10-minute mark, already level 15 and 4 levels ahead from Gary, just showcasing that, okay, if I can't get the kills, if I can't insta-lock anybody, it's okay, I'm just gonna farm up because nobody is gonna disturb me. I have Grog, I have Yuzong, I have Kimi to be able to protect me, to be able to provide at least some vision for me, to be able to know that, okay, this farming route is safe, this particular area is safe, and I can allow myself to go in, to go out at the same time. And it all thanks to, again and again and again, Thorn with the Grog. Double O and 7 in terms of KDA, literally assisting the team, not only in terms of providing the assist of kills, but providing the assist of vision. That is very, very much important for someone like Chibi to be able to farm up very well throughout the game.
What has changed, I wonder, between last week and this week? Because I remember last week, a lot of teams are giving a hell of respect to Grok, right? People were first phase banning Grok and making sure that it's very uncomfortable to pick that hero. But today, Grok is just getting led through to all the Grok players.
Yeah, and the focus has apparently shifted over to Hilda. And I can see why, because Lancelot is so highly contested within the jungle space that Hilda makes a lot of sense to try and disrupt it. However, I think that a lot of players, and especially Hilda players, just don't have a good read on jungle timings. They get the early information, they relay it, it's like, oh, they started on the purple side of the map. Therefore, even if you first early proxy or you first clear, you're not going to be able to disrupt them at level 2. So, therefore, you need to be able to ask your jungler, what's the timer after you clear that? When should I be in that purple buff to start disrupting him, or at least chunk him out for his health before the turtle?
Or junglers could just adjust and play away from the Hilda lane, right? Unless you're in a roam role, then it becomes a lot harder. Oh, Hilda XP, we saw Chibi, he just starts purple, he goes to orange, and this Hilda cannot invade.
I mean, they're showcasing that Vamos have tons of damage within them, right? I mean, Chico even brought up the tenacity, and it wasn't enough to withstand the brute force from Nako, to withstand the raw damage output from Chibi at the same time. And I feel like Valence did brought up the tenacity as well, and it wasn't enough damage dealt by Vamos in general. I mean, 23k from the Grok, 50,000 from the Bane, and 46,000 from Chibi. It's not big numbers, but it's enough numbers to be able to force out a Purifier out of AJ, to force out Purifier out of Chiku, or to force out a BMI out of Chiku at the same time. And this allows Vamos to play even much more aggressive. They do have the wiggle room. Once Gorgeous saw, okay, no Purify, no BMI, it's a green light for Gorgeous to open up the Black Dragon form to go on the backside.
Exactly.
I think Chiku grossly underestimated Nako in that matchup. Like, I would understand if you level 2, you use the BMI to harass, and then you use the Art of Thievery to clear waves, but to try and 1v1 Nako and then dying after that, I think that completely ruined the goal lane.
Is it? I don't think it's an experience issue, like knowing that Chico hasn't been playing gold lane as much in the competitive scene, but it feels like it is like that because of, okay, I have not faced off Bane so much in the competition, so maybe that is why I underestimate the damage output that Bane can provide, but it's no excuse for Chico to be able to do such things for me.
I agree because I get the idea, because again, Bane isn't actually that great level 1 at level 1, right? Because what do you take, the Crab Claw, or you just go for the Spit? And in most cases, people go for the Spit just so that they can actually clear that wave. So again, when we see the initial trades, he wasn't expecting the Crab Claw, right? He gets hit by the first Ricochet, and from that point onwards, he needs to start spacing perfectly to build at least 2 stacks of Art of Thievery before he wins that trade. But at that point, Nako immediately is like, okay, I've traded against you, I'm about to hit level 2, once I get the sustain, you're in trouble.
And I hit you with the Impure Rage every time, right? Extra flat damage, and Bane players, they don't start with boost, they start with raw stats. So some minor calculations that Chico didn't pay enough attention to. Maybe he thought that the tenacity was enough, and it was proven to not be enough.
No, I think at that point, give up on the tenacity, you go straight into Master Assassin, right? If you are going to look to try and trade at level 1 and level 2, either way, I think that the composition coming in from CG Esports, there is a good idea going in there, but it's easy for Vamos to play around, especially when you have your best wingman splitting the mid duo in half. And that's the big issue, right? Because now, with Chibi, the way that he starts off in these fights, especially when we start looking at this heat map, starting off at purple buff, right? Starts moving his way onto the opposite side of the map to clear it up, and then comes back down for the neutral objective. He finds 2 kills on that top side, because again, a lot of the resources are going to be forcefully onto Jiku's side. In terms of assists, the fact that these trades happen at 50% of his HP, it's perfect for Assassins. That's the scenario Assassins want to be put in, as the cleanup crew rather than the initiation.
I mean, looking at the pathing, the jungle pathing of Chibi also understands that Chiku is the main prioritization. Chiku is the main damage dealer right now. So early rotation on that top side, getting those 2 kills on that top side. One is against the Baxia, one is against the Cloud at the same time. He understands that, okay, I have a good amount of farm, I have a good amount of space, so let me translate this lead that I have right now, trying to help out Natco. Not really helping out in terms of easing in the lane, but just shut down Chico's farming immediately.
Yeah, now the funny thing is that GB was farming so fast and so quickly that even when he was getting harassed and had to sit on the bottom side of the map in that lane, it doesn't even show him like he was in the lane itself, because all he was doing was clearing waves so quick and then walking back into his jungle. The heat detection is just like, it's just cold down there. It's just cold.
Like, this is the only turtle that CG got, and yeah, they were able to kill Chibi once, but after that, it never happened again, right? Like, Chiku already went down once this time, and for the rest of the game, it's just Vamos understanding timings. They were baiting out cooldowns, and they just have a lot more damage than CG.
That's very tough on that first turtle right there. I mean, Gary got killed as well as EJ at the same time. This was a bit of mistiming from EJ. The Crimson Beacon was on the backside, it was not on the front end of things, allowing Chibi to just run away, allowing Zon to just run away at the same time. This moment was Yi3 trying to, I'm not too sure what he was trying to do, trying to backstab the side of Vamos, but did not work out. And just Vamos waited out for a lot of minions to come in, and then they pushed the envelope. Immediately, CG could not respond towards this aggression from Vamos.
Yeah, this is the kind of draft that when you look at it as a whole, it becomes very clear what the game plan is. If we dominate early to mid, then sure, our late game carry has a very good time. But if we cannot control early to mid, then we have this big downtime in the middle where we just try to not lose much and then get the clock to the late game, which all of it didn't happen.
Yep, can't do much about it. I think they have to relook at the draft, especially if we're going to the second phase of things. But let's look at the results so far, because Team Chiku, guys, 45% of 55, dang.
And the stocks don't look good after game 1. I'll tell you that.
I mean, it's close.
It's close.
It's a lot closer compared to our other votes here.
Yeah.
But you would imagine when someone makes their own esports team that they have a bigger fan base rather than one guy for Vamos.
I mean, showcasing that the fans rather have him as a player, not as a CEO, I guess. I don't know.
Or people look at Chico and they're like, is it Toda?
CG, I don't know CG.
I only know Toda.
I know TDK Chico. I don't know this CG fella, man. But yeah, I mean, it's very close. But to be fair, both are legenda of their own rights. Both are very decorative players of MPL MY. But after game number 1, I mean, Sor just, pushing the envelope a bit more like, hey, Grog, me, we're one, basically.
Yeah, I think there are like certain heroes that teams need to reconsider whether it deserves to be, a first 3 pick, like the Hilda. Kimi is situational, like in Vamos' case, Kimi Grog is incredibly strong, but maybe Kimi Gadot is not the way to go. I think there are certain considerations that needed to be made.
I do have one question, but I do have to hold that question for now. I was gonna go for like, okay, what do CG go for right now into some draft? But hey, we shall keep that question later on, because we do have one special video for you guys. So let's take a look at the video right now.
Kalau tengok career saya, season 10 ialah best performance saya. Season 11 tak dapat play out.
Sebab kau ada star syndrome, kau tak nak main dengan tim. Kau tak faham lagi ke?
The best moment dalam career saya adalah season 12 lah. The worst moment season 15 lah. Saya sebenarnya dah tak nak main MLBB dah. Saya rasa saya punya limit dah kat situ dah. Dah tak boleh improve dah. I don't know. Apa yang membuat saya tak nak give up adalah kawan-kawan lah. Saya cuba try hard dan comeback balik lah. Tapi kalau boleh saya nak repeat balik dan perbetulkan balik lah. Yang penting saya boleh bagi the best performance lagi lah.
So bila season 16 ni comeback MPL, happy lah. Saya still bersyukur lah sebab timbul dari bawah, still boleh bersaing lah. Saya tak gila nak main playoff. Pelajaran yang paling penting saya rasa ialah lebih hard work, trust the process lah. Lagi satu, just jangan give up.
In the end, mengalah tu bukanlah salah satu pilihan untuk korang berjaya dan teruslah berusaha sampai titik puncaknya.
It's very, how should I say this? Very coincidence, I would say. Both of these junglers, Chibi as well as Gary, have somewhat of a similar story where once they were on top, for Gary it was season 10 with Team Ha, first season with Team Ha, won that championship and then go onwards to international. Maybe not the best performance, but then went through a drought of performance for some period of time. And Chibi, again, somewhat similar, champion in season 11, my bad, with Homeboys. And then the shift from Homeboys to Vamos, a bit of cheeky performance here and there. The introduction of AERO for Oppo, who we thought that was going to make that change. But now Chibi is back in the main lineup and performing really well as well. But hey, I was going to ask, okay, what do TG do now? I guess this is the answer.
I had this in the back of my mind. I'm like, are they going to go for the swap? I feel like it's going to happen, but is it going to solve the problem? I think the first problem that it solves is that you no longer have to play around Chiku. I think that's the most important thing because Game 1 showcased some of the the old archetype of the Chiku team where you are centering it around him. Now he gets to influence the map. But last time we saw Trap, which only played at one series, the problem now becomes your goal lane is an issue.
I feel like there's another couple of, not red flags, but some alerts here. Number one, is Agent not good enough at the mid side for this current patch, for this current meta? Number one, is Chico out of it in terms of goal? Is he not relevant anymore in terms of gold lane? Number two. Number three, as Husky mentioned, Trap in the gold lane with lacking of competitive plays, lacking of competitive game time could be an issue as well. So yeah, they are changing the lineups here and there, but as Husky questioned as well, will it solve the issue for CG right now?
We'll see. I think it really depends on Trap's performance right now, because again, I have to admit that AJ was playing a little antsy, right? He was losing his Purify when honestly there are moments where it's like, okay, just go for the recall. I don't understand why you would want to save your HP with the Purify when the waves are so far away anyway. So there are a couple of micro moments that happened in the game, which I can consider that probably you guys not too happy about, but more importantly, Trap, right? Last week actually, didn't do that great. Overall, little rusty. Had some time to kind of go back into the scrims, get a little bit of work done. We'll see whether or not it's going to be enough in this particular game, because now, at least from a drafting perspective, 1-1 is now an issue.
Yeah, I think it's they have two holes, but they can only plug one at a time. So then they just have to kind of pick the poison. And even when you look at Trap's track record from season 15 until season 15, especially season 15, there's not really much goal matchup that he's been winning in a head-to-head sense. And when you look at season 16, it's sort of the same thing, right? You could kind of draw the conclusion that he struggles against other gold laners, and you're up against Nako, who also is a 1-1 person.
Shall see. We definitely shall see if the amount of game time from Trap is enough in terms of screen preparation. Is it enough to put him back in the main lineup, especially on the goal side, facing off at Natco right now as we take a deeper look at the draft at the ban side from the team of Vamos, banning out the Lunox, the Kimi, as well as the Eastern Shin. Meanwhile, CG gonna ban out their very own Kalia, as well as the Chichi. One more ban before we head off to the first pick. Grog, is it gonna be banned out here, or are they gonna let it through? They're gonna let it through, banning out the Lancelot. So no Lancelot, no Yisanshin. Maybe we might be able to see Joy, Grog, Baxia once again on that jungle side.
It's probably Shushin, right? First pick.
Well, I mean, there's 1-1-2. I know Vamos likes to first pick 1-1.
And they do pick.
They love that first pick 1-1.
I just don't want Trap to play fighter give him the. I know he can, but give him a proper good leaner on that good lean side.
I think it kind of doesn't matter anymore when you're up against Wanwan.
Yeah.
That's the problem, right?
It's
with
like-
Wanwan.
Like
Because some people might think, oh, Phobius, why not? He can play fight the jungle. Fight the good lane.
Don't remind me, man.
please don't Phobius go. Don't do it. I mean, you just hope that you outrange the 1-1 or you like own her so hard that she doesn't hit her timing.
Yep.
Just give him Bane, right? Like, worst comes to worst, give him Bane.
Yeah, give him Bane. Like, we've seen like the 1-1 get dealt with where you overload her and then it doesn't matter if she has Purify or not.
You go Grok here. You go Grok +1.
I think you go Grok. I agree.
Baxia shit.
Again?
Alright, I mean, fair enough. Sure, go for it, right?
You take Grok, right? Like if you're Vamos, you take Grok?
Yeah, why not, right? Why not?
Grok is Kimmy's banned. You could still take Grok and like, what else? What else?
With the Grok, can you set up for... Definitely, you can definitely set up for the Grok one.
Grok is good actually.
Yep, punish the
Whoa!
Ooh, Frederick. Okay, so this is a different look right now. Okay, so at least from Vamos' side, their perspective is like, yes, it's not the best matchup for the early game Frederick into the Baxia, but at the very least, you have some form of control to get into the pit, and when you are in that pit, you could go for like an energy eruption into Retribution to disrupt Gary, to try and like skew the 50-50 into your favor. The major issue is how do you deal with Jushin right now, and Yves is a great way. Tax the HP as much as you possibly can, tax that front line as much as you can, get a Wishing Lantern at some point in that game to kind of scale you fast into the later stages. But now, as we go into that second phase, EXP comes into question. They have to worry about heavy divers. Ooh, Franco ban from CG.
Yeah, I mean, there's already a lot for this Irrital to deal with. You know, you want to make sure you don't get hit by a Fredrin, by an RWM. For that, Franco makes a lot of sense. But I think Yves right now is one of the few mid laners where the moment you get the talisman, if he goes for the enchanted talisman, you're already doing a lot more damage before your actual third item.
It's important to be able to kind of get in and out of these fights. Alice, you have to take away the strong divers, the strong engagers. Most likely they're going to get rid of the Lapu Lapu as well. Unless we see... No.
Esma too?
What is more worrisome in the lane? Because we know that Gojas wants to try and win out that lane, right? If he's going to play Yuzong, in game number 1, and then we see that Fredrin comes in here in game number 2, that means there is going to be a lack of damage anyway. So if he wants to try and play into the Yuzong again, it's possible, but it's a bit of a blind pick.
There's also Arlet, right? Like there are some pretty good ways to help the Arlet setup.
Or you just go guns blazing, Masha. Just dive. Give it the back line.
You can actually one-tap like both the Irrital.
I mean, you don't need to kill. You just zone them out from the team fight. You zone the Irrital out so that she does not participate in the team fight. You can zone out the Zuchin maybe, so there's no Lantern Flare, there's no Crimson Beacon, or force out the Crimson Beacon out of favor from the side of Zuchin. So it's just an option, but it's like,
he's praying for a good matchup. It's like, if you get Esme, I might get Arlet. If you take Arlet, I take Esme. You know, please give me something good. Let me play the cool stuff.
I want to win this matchup.
If he goes Arlet, then I think he's gonna go for like Yuzong as like a counter matchup. If you go Esme, I think you still go.
Is it Grok?
So CG keeps the. You don't pick the EXP here.
No,
you pick your room.
I think you pick your room here.
Grok is still there. Yes. Is there any other option? Another high loss? No.
Oh yeah.
Okay, makes sense.
I would be so sad if they decided that they don't want Grok here.
Okay, now Vamos. Oh, it's tough. It's tough for the EXP side right now.
Very difficult. Very, very difficult.
Is there a hero that's not counted as hard? Like just one hero that can just, sustain well or fight well?
I mean, Esper, I guess. X-Porg is one.
X-Porg is like okay, but like generally speaking, even against like an Esmeralda, you're still struggling.
Ooh.
So Yuzong, I think, is probably your safest bet.
Of course. Give Zorn the Cho.
How can Cho is not bad. Oh, okay.
It's either or. Do you rather him have Cho or have Grok?
Neither.
Actually, I'm surprised. If they were going to go for Cho, why not go for Arlet in this particular case here?
I agree. I was thinking Arlet too.
Because again, you have like great setters on your side. You have great setters with not only Yves RWM, but more importantly with the Fredrin as your main combo. So now that you have the Cho, I guess you need a little bit more damage. I think worst comes to worst, Swiss Army Knife Benedetta is always going to be good, right?
Because getting to the Yves right now is a bit of a challenge without committing like a tectonic charge. Esmeralda is like the second best option.
I mean, there's no surprises here because at the end of the day, you just don't want to die to the Yuzong, and Esme is a great way to kind of get in and out of these fights.
I feel like with Vamos, with the Cho, with the Yuzong at the same time, I feel like they want to go a bit more aggressive. Level 4 is going to be the main prioritization. And when playing with a 1-1, you need a single target lock. You need a pick-off hero. And Cho fits that to a T right now. If Zorn can get a very good Way of the Dragon to just feed on these skills towards Neko to be able to activate that crossbow attack, it's game over, I feel. So CG's got to play it really, really well, especially in terms of kiting when it comes to team fight.
It's still flying clouds, keep in mind, so worst comes to worst, you just fly back into the lane, right? So the laning phase I'm a little less worried about right now. Overall, it's a first turtle. It's either or here. The junglers know exactly what they need to do, but the supporting system, especially in that mid lane, is highly volatile.
And once more, CG Esports forced to take Purify on both cores into Yuzong or Cho. You gotta pick a poison as we hop into game number 2. Team Vamos finds themselves on blue side, this time with CG Esports on red side. Damage profile, slightly better for the first turtle fight, but I would still skew the odds in favor of Vamos.
I mean, with that being said, the respect is being put for Zon's kicking ability. Hence why triple Purify is being brought up by Trap, Shku, as well as V3. But this implies that Gorgeous would have a good time. Once that Purify has been taken away, Gorgeous can have a direct access to go for that Black Dragon form onwards to the backside with his own Petrifier at the same time.
The problem with so many Purifies at this stage of the game is that the RWM is going to get a lot of value, right? You're not able to kind of like dash away, for an example. Like, Yetri wants to go in front of your face, but like people like Trap, you might have to use the Purify early on just to run, and that could enable people like Gojes. So it's kind of an either or, right, to rotate across. Either way, it's still a lot of Impure Rages for the side of Vamos. They still want to play relatively early game, but you can just see how fast that they clear off that mid lane with the help of Zorn on with the Concussive Blast.
You did mention about the Master of Assassin, and for this game, Trap picks up the Master of Assassin. He wants to go, I mean, try to go a bit more aggressive against a Nako, but we shall see, will that be enough to disrupt Nako in this laning phase?
Yeah, I think this training pattern is what you need to do, right? You make sure that you never interact with Nako unless you have cooldowns, and you technically outrange Nako a bit just because you could run and gun. But I am slightly worried for CG just because there's an Eve on Vamos' side. Like, crowd control aside, he's also one of the few heroes that doesn't give you much time to formulate a plan. Once he hits you with one Void Blast, you flinch for a second, she's gonna hit you with another.
Oh yeah, and she has just a lot of like soft crowd control, which becomes very frustrating when you're thinking about like repositioning to kind of angle yourself better. Zorn's already level 4, highly aggressive getting vision.
Does have the kick ready. And let's see what CG's plan is going to be. Yeah, she already threw in the Falling Star Moon. Zorn finally gets the kick up on the Gary to allow Chibi to find space. And it's going to be Kwakun that gets the retribution. Gary gets knocked up. Wants to run away. Gary escaped. The Petrify comes through, but it's first blood for Year 3. Gojes desperately trying to fight his way out of this, but it's not going to find that chance. He'll stop, actually takes down Balance before he dies. But still, is Year 3 getting a double kill?
That was worth it. However, I'm surprised that he didn't. He knew that his leap was coming back up in like 2 seconds. Why didn't he continue to chase Gary? Because, I mean, he knew he was going to die anyway. He knew that for a fact. Oh.
And that's a kick on the cheek.
Wow.
No Purify this time. Using that cooldown to a T.
Okay, wait a minute. How did Zorn hit level 4 so early on? Did they give him the EXP crab down on bot side? Is that how he's able to get it so quickly? But a very interesting response from CG Esports, right? Using the pressure and knowing that the invade is going to happen is able to send Gary on the opposite end of the map because he knows that Yuzong ain't gonna mess with him too hard.
I think maybe at the Litho where Zorn saw 3 members of CG that gave him an extra boost. That could be it.
It's really tough to say, right? Especially when you're trying to like cheese that level 4. There's multiple ways of doing that, whether it's finding assists and actually getting kills in this game, or like handing things like the EXP crab over to him rather than your jungler to kind of speed up that process.
Zorn right now trying his best to get a good angle onwards to Trap, but Valet is nearby to be able to protect Trap for any kind of sort of danger. But talking about Zorn just now, I feel like maybe, just maybe, getting that crap EXP on the top side gave them extra boost to get that level 4. I mean, they did want that total fright at the same time, so that gave the extra boost on terms of EXP. Gorgeous gonna stop Gary immediately right now.
Wow, body block for Chibi. Black Dragon form the burn there. Chico getting a punish.
Yeah, Chibi He knew that somebody had to go down, and Goja's just like, me, sir, me. I will take the hits for you. But he doesn't. He still has his Purify, which is great. And more importantly, Natco, with the help of Zorn, is able to get a lot of pressure down on the top side. Sorry, up on the top side of the map, as the first next turtle has already spawned. We're expecting that. Did Goja just use his Black Dragon form just to get to? But there's flying clouds.
No, he used his Black Dragon form to run just now.
Yeah,
and then he died. They can't really reset the turtle, so Chibi finds an easy objective. CG still continues though. Yetri onto Chibi. No follow-up there. Vamos gets away cleanly.
I mean, Vamos managing to get that turtle, but CG knows that, okay, no retribution. We can try to invade right now. Good RWM.
4-man. Fox, Nako from behind. Good petrify to control Gary. Nako. Crossbow tank is now available as Gary goes down and Nako is not committed.
He's got no damage right now. He shouldn't be participating in these fights, honestly.
He's just trying his best to do something out of nothing right there. But that RWM from Clockun, what a perfect RWM. 4 members of CG was trapped in that particular RWM, as Gideon mentioned as well. Without Flicker, you're unable to escape away from the RWM. You have to literally walk away out of that box.
Yep, he's going to get value no matter what. And that's a big issue right now because, again, Gojas, he doesn't mind actually sticking really deep in the fight because the majority of their damage is very slow and not very burst-oriented other than Trap. Other than like maybe Chico or like A3 who does magic damage, but even so, it's a like non-issue once he's already triggered his shot residue. In terms of gold difference, so far, Nako doing a perfectly good job, right? Like as much as Trap was able to kind of keep him within the lane pre-level 4, once Zorn gets involved, that's when he loses 800.
Chibi just got Radiant Armor too, so I mean, good luck trying to take him down. Even with Trap, plenty of time to set up his combo. And checking bushes, well, staying in bushes is also a challenge because Clockwork can just easily blast it. Even though it doesn't reveal vision to you, he could still look at his passive and be like, yeah, there's someone there.
I think the worst part right now is the fact that those 2 deaths costed Gojas 2 levels, right? Yeah, 3 can proxy. He's outscaled Gojas at this point, right? There's really no point for Gojas to even try to 1v1 him unless he was like even in level and maybe has a Hunter Strike, and even then, it's still no guarantee.
I agree. I mean, right now, Gorgeous have to play a bit more patiently. Maybe get Chibi to start things off or Zod to start things off. But right now, Gorgeous is going to get immediately hunt down by Yi3 as well as Gary. A kick onwards to Chico.
Purify out. If Chico wants to join, you have to recall now and take the Flying Clouds, which he has ample of time to do. So nothing much is lost. Gorgeous continues to get harassed by Yi3, and Chico decides that he wants to stay there. There's a flicker from Zorn, and there's an angle to go right on Chiku. They commit the Tectonic Charge just so Gary could get the turtle.
I feel like that was a bit, I wouldn't say a waste, but I feel like there was no way Chibi was going to go for that steal, I suppose, even though he could, because everyone was zoned out from the side of Vamos. Gorgeous was heavily zoned out by Yi3 on the bot side. Clockun can't do anything much. Zorn as well couldn't do anything much, but they did give an ample of time for Neko to grab that turret up top.
They're making sure that the cross-map plays are successful, that there is some form of trades.
Zorn into a RWM, Trap jumps away, and Goja is going to go on the chase. Gary just trying to frontline the race, he's trying his best, Gary! Pays his life for Zorn, and Trap manages to escape. But now Yetri will be left in the lurches, the backup not fast enough! Hawkun with the collection, another taunt on the balance, who's now trying to back up, but Goja forces the flicker out. And Vamos wins the fight.
That's so funny. Zorn tried to go for the taunt, and then Yetri is just like, keep laughing, sir, keep laughing. Takes him out straight away. Should have been a little bit more aware of the positioning here, because as we see this game continue to progress, Goja's not going to be able to do too much. And Yetri has completely outscaled. 2 levels ahead, he's 3-1-1. Yetri is going to be pretty unkillable until Natco actually finds his 3 items.
Definitely, then Yetri needs to be able to be more careful once the damage is there from the side of Vamos due to the capability of tanking the front line. Could not be done by Yetri once the itemization has been completed by Natco or even Clockun for that matter. Vigilante could be an idea here, Chico. Gonna get burned down, but can get away safely in the mid side.
Almost got clapped. Once Clockun gets his Wishing Lantern, that's where Yetri needs to be concerned. Until then, there is still some space for CG to, make up for themselves. Vamos aren't too far ahead, just, mere 1.3, 1.2k gold lead. This first Lord will be under Vamos' control for now.
as they dance around, the top side has already gotten a pretty good push into the T2s, right? And Vamos, they want to actually be on the Lord first because then they have the decision to actually reset it against CG. You can see that Valence is like fighting for space, but notice that Yedri, he's looking around, he's waiting for that RWM.
They get the lift out onto Zorn, and Zorn will be forced back. Here comes Nako. They jump on the trap. Chico forces out his Crimson Beacon as Clockwork gets jumped up by Yetri. Zorn peels him away. Gojez is going to sacrifice his life for this. And no cigar there. Chibi also starting to be in dangerous territory. Crossbow tank eaten up by Yetri. He is just a brick wall, but he overextends a bit, forces Zorn Purify out. Zorn cannot get the kill, and CG wins that skirmish.
Very unfortunate. Yetri played it as good as he can get. I do think that the overextension was a little greedy and it could have gone very badly very soon, but he's got to be in and out of these fights. He has to maintain this pressure constantly. He cannot let Vamos make that first move like that anymore, especially now that we're risking the Lord rather than just a simple turtle.
I mean, in that kind of instance, you wish that Clockwork had a witching lantern. Pretty sure he can get a kill onwards right there, but right now a kick from Zorn.
It's onto Yetri, who doesn't really care about it, but Gary is low. Tectonic charge out from balance. They were able to control Nako for now. The crossbow tank cannot go off. Gary's out of range, and that allows Trap to chase down Zorn. CG finding 2 kills for themselves. They do lose balance eventually. Clockwork against Chico. White Blast is enough. Clockwork wins it, but commits to RWM. Better safe than sorry. Gorgeous now on the chase. Trap still has Purify. Can he outplay this? The press to Purify right now, but Gorgeous sticks on him. He's bleeding out with the shower residue. Gorgeous with the pickup.
The whole time, didn't even have Petrify. He just got it up.
Yeah, even without the Petrify, I was about to say that. Even without the Petrify, he got the kill off. It's because maybe Trap did not have that heavy crossbow, so could not run away. And again, no flicker, no party right now.
Very big Sag for CG. But still, the goal lead is honestly not too far away considering it's 8-7 right now. Oh, the reset. Devil Valence, you dirty boy.
Flying Clouds allows CG to be back at where it started. It's round number 3. So far the score is 1-1. And Vamos decides to just, pull back.
It's tier 1. That's the way to do it. That's the way to dance around this Lord because they know that Vamos can't sit on the Lord forever. Their damage isn't burst-oriented. They need Nako to be that consistent level of damage alongside with Clockhood. And even then, it's still a bit of a struggle to burst down the Lord. However, at least for Nako, if you look at the items, he's already completed 4. He is ready to throw down.
In comparison to Trap right now, only 3 items as of now at the 12-minute mark. As we take a look at the top side, is pushing towards the CG side. So this could be a chance for Vamos to force the issue, to push the envelope right now. Gary is going to walk forward.
Body block from Zorn. Chico wants to get in. Another RWM getting used. Gary will be the focus. He's going to get jumped on. Taunted. Gary finally goes down. The kick on the Trap into a knockout from Gojez. Trap still escapes with a Purify. They get the control on the Yetri. Yetri gets away. And Chibi now will look to retreat. No wall from Valence. Again, the team trays 1 for 1.
Oh, that was a little sad. That was a little sad because Gojez alongside Zorn flickers forward to find the kick on towards Trap's side, and he gets it, right? He outplays the Purify as well because he went for the third hit of G Kundo into the kick, allowing Trap to actually react to the first half of the abilities. But then when the Way of the Dragon comes through, Gojez decides to jump on it, instantly petrify. Had he just waited half a second longer, I think they could have guaranteed the kill onto Trap.
So it just negates the kicking ability from Zorn right there with the jump from Gojez right there. So maybe a bit, I didn't blame on the miscommunication because a lot of things were happening at that particular moment. But he, on the side of Vamos, still okay. They still managed to get the Lord. Who's going to be pushing on the bottom side where Chico is going to be forced out to use the Crimson Beacon immediately. And right now, Yetri is going to get spotted out. Should be able to walk away with a safety in his hand.
Try to delay the Lord, was able to do so just a bit. So the waves, they do get staggered, at least the bottom wave. But sadly, CG's firepower focused on defending the mid-tier 2. So that Lord gets a free pass. Here comes Balance on a Nako. Nako and Gojez both very low. RWM from Clockwood. Nako needs to run away and Clockwood bails out his teammates. Gojez does end up going down and CG finds a successful fight, but do at a cost of a button hit.
Yeah, the worst part is that it's on the long lane, right? Lord is going to be spawning on the top side of the map, and right now, I think that Vamos is starting to run out of time. Eventually, Trap is going to scale very nicely into this game, and worse yet, the counterplay to Wanwan is just getting a Winter Crown, which most people can start to afford after the 42k mark.
In a very good initiation from Balance right there, setting up for his own team members. and allowing the kills to be gotten away on him. But Nanko right now forces to use the crossbow tank to get a single kill towards balance.
Freebie.
Easy enough.
I didn't thought he would have the crossbow tank unlocked.
I mean, yeah, he already found it, right? He already found the weakness marks. And I think unfortunately for Valence, he just knew he was dead anyways. So at this point, let's see whether they get another inhibitor even without the Lord.
Yeah, it's a Wishing Lantern. RWM's gonna be forced out. Vamos, once the mid-in hit, should be able to get it without any problem. So second structure down for CG. He actually just got his Winter Crown. But Vamos, they have regained control of the game.
I mean, this would definitely help the case of Vamos trying to get the next Lord, because mid wave is pushing in, bottom wave is pushing in, the long lane is pushing in towards CG. So CG are in a bit of a pickle right now. Should they decide to defend their long lane and leave the Lord to be picked up of Vamos, or will they contest this Lord later on?
They have to split their resources. Firstly, Ye3 is going to have to be the one who actually clears up this lane. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a brute force breastplate. Had to go for the Winter Crown's second item just to deal with the crossbow of Tang. Overall, though, it looks like they are kind of down to fight, right? I mean, I don't know about Trap with just the winds of nature, whether or not that's going to be enough, but Vamos, you can tell, they're a little nervous. They don't see where Gary is.
Yeah, but they know where Chiku is. It seems like they want to harass Valence again. Valence, Tectonic Charge, that's on a tree, they blow up Nako! That is perfect! Ye3 supports Trap, Purifies, gonna keep him alive for now. They lose Balance, but it's a small price to pay if Trap can survive this. Goldjazz on top of it, GB trying to support, but good support system from CG to stop Vamos from taking down their most important member. Goldjazz able to jump the way, gets lifted back into a Skypiercer execution. That's a killing spree for Chiku, and CG have won that fight.
Ah, GB just a little slower. If he was able to cancel out that Lantern from Chiku, I'm pretty sure they will be able to get them out. However, they've got the base under the threat. Crowd's going wild already, but really nothing to worry about here. They have plenty of members to handle it.
That's a very good burst initiation from CG Esports right there. Immediately taking away Nanko out of the equation at that particular moment, and a very good space from Trap to be able to just run away, to be able to space himself from Gorgeous right there, so allowing himself to stay alive. And as you mentioned, Trap slowly but surely is taking up the damage immediately right now as an Irrital.
Yeah, I think Vamos just didn't really respect the space of control that Balance has, because Nako was right on top of a Grok. They just blew him up.
They kind of cut them down a peg at this stage. I mean, looking back at this fight, yeah, it was just a really great initiation, but afterwards, it does get a little bit difficult to handle, right? So unless we see immediate impact from Vamos' side, these Lords can be devastating. They can defend, don't get me wrong, but let's see how many inhibitors they lose off the push.
Yeah, Gojas is going to make sure that the bottom one comes under threat for now. Lord gets the charge in. Bottom inhibitor is already down. The wall gets put up. CG once more. RWM as a response. Balance gonna eat up the damage. They find a kick on the Trap, who uses a Purify, and now Trap once more protected by Chiku. As he's on the mega kill streak, Ye3 jumps in with a falling Star Moon. They control Chibi. He cannot move at all. The taunt is not enough. Gojas wants to salvage the fight. Only finds Gary. And that is not enough. CG still sort of won the overall fight.
Two missing inhibitors for the side of Vamos here. They've traded, again, dead even, 13 to 14. A 4.6k lead coming in from CG, but it means very little now that we passed the 42k mark, other than switching your items. And even then, Vamos, as long as they have that mid, it's not that big of a deal, but the fact that both their side lanes are wide open, it doesn't matter where the Lord is going to spawn, and they will be at a bit of a slight disadvantage from that top side.
Most definitely, right now, this next Lord is going to be very much crucial for both sides right now. CG as well as Vamos both have the similar amount of advantage that they have right now. I mean, 2 inhibitors down for the side of Vamos, 2 inhibitors down for the side of CG, but it's just on a different lane. So right now, both of these teams do have their work cut out for them to be able to protect that long lane, to be able to push that long lane a bit. But so far, CG would have the upper hand because Lord is going to spawn on the bot side. And in terms of the top side, they are definitely winning in terms of pushing capability.
We have to recognize as well that right now, Chiku is in a phenomenal position, especially with the Skypiercer, right? He can start clearing up these boys, no problem. We just need to make sure that Nako actually survives the initial attack engagement from CG for them to try and turn things around. And even then, it's still a very slim margin now that you're facing up against Trap. He's building full crit, right? So like, unless Neko has crossbow of tank to try and outplay it, basically dies in 2 to 3 hits.
The Evolved Lord spawning here, and Gary just finding his Golden Helmet. CG also have gained the ability to stick onto the Lord for as long as they want.
It's going to be very, very tough. Every single movement is going to be very crucial right now for both sides. No mistakes at all. One small inch of mistakes would be very much crucial towards their effort to trying to win the game right now. Look at how Yi3 as well as Chiku zoning out Chibi and the rest of the members of Vamos, but Zorn do have a prime position on this backside, trying to zone things out, just trying to catch anyone out with the kick, but everyone is playing a bit more safely. I mean, you know, the jitters is there, not allowing any kind of mistakes to be happening on this map right now.
Yeah.
Should be afraid if you don't see both Balance and Trap on the map, hiding on the bottom bush.
They're slowly trying to open things up right now, and Hawkun.
Oh no, they see Chibi. Can Chibi get out? The Black Dragon Fall will be used. Trap just easily jumps up with the heavy crossbow. Chibi losing immortality. Trap with the Purify, able to get away with some nation to protect himself. So Chibi is already gone. Gary eats up the damage from Goldjess into the Winter Crown. Goldjess gonna finish the kill. Gary ends up going down, but Chico finds an easy trade. And it's another fight won by CG.
No, a mistake by Goldjess there. The empowered auto didn't target Trap. It ended up punching Valence in the mouth. Sorry, Gary in the mouth. Now, they don't have to worry too much about that wave. It's too small, but it will hinder that mid-wave.
Oh, barely gets away.
It should be a free lock for CG. I mean, there's no way Vamos is going to be able to contest this. There's no win of nature already for Natko at the same time. And yeah, you did mention about Zuchin Chico be able to handle all of the boys from Vamos with that full stack of Skypiercer already.
No, Gary is still doable. Can Zorn find the kill down? Netko's coming in! Oh, Kalkun has just saved Vamos! What? They will lose Zorn to Chico, but Vamos back in the game. What? I feel like we've seen this episode before. What? Throwback.
No way.
Can you let that happen?
That's so sad. It's so very, very sad, but this drags out the game. Now we're going into the 21st minute as well. Both teams dead even.
Whoa. Where did that damage come from? And Chiku also.
Just need one crossbow of tank.
Yeah, also low. I mean, last time this happened was against SRGOG when they tried to do the Lord without Retribution. They lost the Lord, and then eventually the game. Please don't let it be the case. Out of the M, Gary is straight up dead. If it ends like this, it would be a tragedy. Balance able to get away. Another Winter Crown for Ye3. Trap needs to do it all on his own. The wall helps them up just by a little bit, but Trap still has a way to go to. Him and Chico needs to clear it out. It's gonna be damn close. Chico is already dead. Trap needs to wait for the heavy crossbow to beat back up. Go just heals up with the War Axe. Balance is burning down. And Nako is doing all the work. The Petrify from Goldjess. This one gets it done. And can you believe it? CG falls in the hands of their own mistake, just like they did against SRGOG. And Vamos are through to the playoffs.
Wow. That's unreal. How did they botch that up? That's so unfortunate for CG. Well played to Vamos though. Well played to Clockhood.
Well played to Clockhood. Well played to Zorn as well. Going on the backside, focusing on whoever is on the backside, forcing all the attention towards him. I'm not too sure why CG even bothered to entertain Zorn on the backside. Just focus on the Lord. It was there for the taking. I mean, it was there for them.
Last time they did this against SRG, it's the same thing. No retribution. Try to flip the Lord. Lost the fight. Lost the game. And that's the 2 points that Vamos needed. They needed this win.
And once Vamos got the Lord, they pushed the envelope. And it's very crucial for them to have that Yi. Because Yi, as you guys know, the cooldown for that first kill, that Void Blast, is instant. So he can just immediately burst. He can just immediately pokes bit by bit and allow Neko to just finish things off. That's very heartbreaking for the side of CG, not gonna lie. But hey, it's the game, it's the way of the game. Right now, Puji, take it away with the Infinite interview.
Terima kasih. Dan anda sekarang bersama dengan pasukan CG. Malangnya mereka tewas, tapi mereka sudah pun mengunci slot untuk ke playoff. Tepukan gemuruh untuk CG. Baik, tetapi sekarang untuk CG, apa bracket masih belum confirm? Sama ada anda ataupun pasukan Monster Vicious. Ada tak apa-apa kata-kata yang untuk anda sampaikan kepada peminat kita yang datang, mungkin daripada jauh semua menyokong CG pada hari ini? What a game sebenarnya. Macam tengok grand final.
Just nak ucap terima kasih sebab selalu support CG. Tak kisahlah kita orang berada di atas walaupun kita orang berada di bawah. Waktu kita orang awal-awal datang daripada ML, tak expect pun boleh jadi pasukan yang boleh tiba-tiba nak contest upper bracket. Jadi it's a good run untuk kita orang regular season kali ini.
Terima kasih. Ciku, anything Ciku nak cakap selaku owner, captain, segala-galanya CG Esport kepada keluarga, peminat ataupun aim untuk playoff?
Ya, first kali alhamdulillah lepas ke playoff and first kali alhamdulillah lepas ke playoff. Lepas tu terima kasih juga kepada datang. Sorry sebab kita orang kalah hari ni. But kita orang akan cuba yang terbaik dekat playoff nanti lah.
Terima kasih. Anything yang nak cakap sebelum saya lepaskan anda? Ada apa-apa nak cakap? Tak ada apa? Jadi kalau tak ada apa-apa, itu saja. Terima kasih kepada pasukan CG. Jumpa anda di playoff. Terima kasih banyak-banyak. Untuk yang seterusnya, ini dia pemain anda. Halo Vamos! Menyala. Banyak-banyak yang melawan-lawan menjerit-jerit. Tahniah sekali lagi kepada pasukan Vamos. Kunci slot ke playoff. Tapi soalan pertama saya nak tanya kepada Klokun. Mana Klokun? Okey, Klokun. Secara rasminya mengunci slot ke playoff, kita nampak mainnya susah payah, menang 2-0. Apa perasaannya yang nak cakap kepada semua peminat yang datang menyokong? Mungkin ada daripada Malaysia dan juga Indonesia.
Ya, perasaan saya dan tim pasti senang lah dapat slot ke playoff. Senang-senang, alhamdulillah.
Tenang dan happy ya, alhamdulillah. Jadi untuk mungkin Cibi boleh kongsi Cibi perasaan walaupun tak ke upper bracket, tapi korang dah pun layak ke playoff kan. Jadi untuk hari ni kita nampak Vamos sangat lain macam, nampak garang. So anything happen ke dekat belakang, dekat coach ke cakap korang kena main betul-betul macam mana? Boleh kongsi dengan peminat yang datang?
Sebab kalah dengan Todak minggu lepas.
Kalah dengan Todak. Jadi benda tu macam apa tu, anjakan paradigma, kita kena berubah.
Kita kena berubah, betul.
Saya suka jawapan. Saya nampak lah sebab tadi bila dia menang, dia macam ni. Dia macam taunting tapi macam okay, dia good boy dekat sini.
Apa dia?
Tadi nampak macam taunting.
Dalam predik kita orang kalah kan. Tak tahu nak cakap apa.
Oh, tak. Ramai predik kalah, mungkin itulah yang menjadi orang kata perasaan yang panas yang korang nak kena buktikan something. Tapi Gorgeous, saya nak tanya Gorgeous, adakah ini dinamakan mask off yang sebenar untuk Vamos? Sebab kat sebelah ada trap kawan lama. This is my time, aku nak mask off. Vamos sudah menyala. Persediaan ni, ini menunjukkan korang yang dah bersedia untuk ke playoff dan juga mungkin ke M7.
Susah kan? Nak kata mask off tu tak tahu lah sebab tak kena mask off setiap minggu kan. Tapi untuk playoff kita orang akan usahakan mask off tu. And untuk trap, solo kill.
Happy dia. Dahlah sebab nampak korang lawan adalah top contender lawan City. Sebab tu saya rasa macam lain macam, berbeza daripada minggu-minggu sebelum ni, lagi ganas. Tapi mungkin untuk Zon boleh kongsi sepatah dua kata-kata. Jadi untuk pendapat Zon, saya nak tanya ni berkenaan dengan pendapat lah kan. Untuk Zon, hari ni Zon tengok AJ main balik. Lepas AJ main balik, ada trap masuk balik. Jadi apa pendapat ataupun perasaan Zon bila tengok dua wajah yang boleh dikatakan OG sebenarnya kembali bermain dekat dalam arena kompetitif? Apa perasaan Zon?
Rasa macam nostalgia lah. Dia macam throwback lawan dorang kan. Sebab last time memang selalu lawan dorang. So bila nampak dorang is back tu rasa macam excited ke. Tapi kita memang tahu yang diorang dah lama tak perform dengan baik, and then diorang dah lama rest. So kita orang pun dah expect lah diorang punya gameplay maybe agak tak balance lah untuk kali ni.
Memang korang tahu korang boleh lawan lah sebenarnya.
Kalau AJ yang turun, kita orang boleh lawan.
Baik. Mana? Natko, handsome boy.
Saya main sikit. Enggak dewa dia. Ada Patrick, Cok.
Natko, tadi masa mic check kita ada tengok Zon ada pesan kat awak jaga-jaga dengan Claude Ciku. Dan awak berhadapan dengan Ciku, betul-betul dia guna Claude. Apa perasaan awak? Risau ke, takut ke, macam tabrak aja?
Biasa aja ni.
Apa?
Perasaan lu gimana lawan Ciku?
Kata Cibi biasa aja.
Apa kok? Enggak. Bohong. Tipu.
Kata Cibi biasa. Okay, Bi. Soalan lah kan untuk Cibi kan. So, menuju ke playoff lah kan untuk Cibi kan. Cibi paling nak jumpa dengan tim mana dekat playoff sebenarnya?
Apa? Tadi kenapa? Kau.
Tanya kau.
Nak lawan siapa Nak lawan siapa tadi? Diam pula. Siapa guys? Bincang. Lawan siapa? Om Bos Om Bos kot. Saya ikut cakap fans je.
Okey, kita tengok nanti bukti. Tapi sekarang MVP. Kita nak umumkan siapa MVP?
MVP lagi.
Alright. 3, 2, 1. Okey, siapa? Pak Bet. Gorgeous.
Saya rasa saya tak layak dapat MVP ni.
Okay, jadi macam tu siapa yang layak? Cibi. Okey, tak apa. Cakap on behalf of Cibi sebab korang main sebagai satu pasukan. Gorgeous.
Okey.
Nampak macam kurang menyala sebenarnya pakai Yuzong. Sedar-sedar je mengganas di Lane of Dawn.
Ya.
Semua dilanggar-langgar
Jadi
kan.
naga.
Langgar kucing. Trap kucing tadi kan. Jadi perasaan menjadi naga yang garang dan MVP setelah sekian lama, happy tak?
Happy lah sebab tak expect, sebab memang setiap match expect Cibi dapat MVP sebab nak dia dapat regular MVP award tu kan. Tapi happy lah. Rasanya ni first and last lah.
tak boleh lah first and last. Dia kena macam sentiasa ada aim yang lebih jauh.
Tak boleh nak Cibi.
Memang nak Cibi.
Nak Cibi MVP.
Okey, macam tu korang dah kena plan untuk next game korang kena menang. Champion insya-Allah. Dan M7. Boleh tak boleh?
M7, amin.
Dia tak nak target jauh dah. M7 je.
Champion M7
insya-Allah. Alright, anything kata-kata terakhir kepada semua keluarga, peminat, kawan-kawan, penyokong yang datang ke Dewan Sri Putra, peminat yang menyokong daripada rumah, mungkin daripada Malaysia, daripada Indonesia. Ada apa-apa tak yang nak cakap dekat diorang semua yang mendoakan kejayaan korang?
Boleh. Terima kasih kepada semua yang sudi datang ke Dewan Sri Putra. Okey, terima kasih. Walaupun tim CG, Vamos semua, walaupun ada tim lain, jangan lupa saksikan untuk next match juga. Terima kasih juga kepada family saya sebab datang, family team member yang lain yang untuk datang. Thank you juga kepada Cobra dan juga Realme kerana sponsor. Terima kasih bos-bos Vamos dan terima kasih juga sebab hari ni ada extra buff datang.
Buff siapa?
Buff saya lah.
Okey.
Alhamdulillah dapat playoff. Terima kasih.
Alhamdulillah. Terima kasih. Dan inilah dia pasukan yang seterusnya mengunci slot ke playoff. Terima kasih kepada Vamos. Terima kasih kepada semua peminat CG dan juga Vamos yang datang menghadirkan diri ke Dewan Sri Putra pada hari ini. Dan ini sahaja daripada saya dan juga Vamos. Tanpa saya melengahkan masa, let's go back kepada caster untuk kita tengok apa yang boleh mereka simpulkan daripada keputusan 2-0 pada hari ini. Let's go.
Alright, thank you very much Poji as well as Vamos with that incredible victory 2-0. I mean, Mass of did prove that it could be very, very crucial for the side of Vamos. But right now, let's take it away with the hot take.
I was Team Chiku, but after Mask Off, I'm Team Zorn. And this, I don't know, sometimes we call it hot takes, but I call it common sense. You know why? When you try to take objectives, what helps you take objectives? Retribution, right? flat damage, true damage on objectives. What happens when you do have Retribution? Maybe you don't take objectives unless you're sure that your opponents are not there. But what did CG do? They flip a Lord in a winning position with a man up, with both side lanes pushing in, with the enemy without inhibitor, and then they lost the game. And guess what? This is not the first time that they did it, it's the second time. First time was against SRG OG, and they lost that game as well. Cram was the one who stole the Lord from them, but CG learned nothing. So please do not flip Lord if you are in a winning position. Play the macro, just keep the enemy on their toes. Reset Lord if you have to. Why take the risk when you don't need to? This doesn't apply to CG, it applies to everyone out there in your solo queue games, whatever. Do not flip Lord when you have the lead. Don't flip Lord without retreat.
Very good hot take. Very good hot take. Let's take a look at our post-match MVP. Do remember, guys, do not flip the coin when you don't have your retribution. And if not, this will happen to you. You will lose the game. But to be fair, Vamos, game number 1, game number 2, honestly, in terms of performance-wise, yeah, there are a few hiccups here and there, but again, overall, I like this style of Vamos. Very aggressive, very cohesive, and they know who they need to prioritize and they know who to target. That is the most important part of all.
I'll be real with you. I'm surprised that Go just got away with playing Yuzong, because at a certain point of the game, like, Yuzong just kind of drops off even against some of the best, even against a majority of gold laners when they get Winds of Nature, which is the big problem item for these backline divers. A simple Winds of Nature kind of takes a lot of your value away. Now, admittedly, Natko had only made one mistake, and that's because he didn't know somebody was in that bush and just got one shot. I don't blame him. It happens, you know, to the best of us. But generally speaking, I think Zorn and Claw Kun really a big standout in this game alongside with Gojes, right? Zorn was able to not only bait out the correct spells from players, but Claw Kun was finding some incredible RWMs. It came to the point where Ye3 had to shift his focus from targeting just Claw Kun to having to actually participate in the fight in the middle of the team fight, right? With the rest of the frontliners. He's not jumping towards Claw Kun to make his life difficult. And that's where we start to see a lot of the fights from CG decline, right? Because Chiku, what he really needs is a little bit of help. For the longest time, he was max stacked on that Sky Piercer. If they just played around him, they should have been fine as an anchor, but it kept on getting disrupted.
Yeah, not only that, Claw Kun has gotten like what, full RWMs for majority of the game.
Yes!
Right? And he's decked down in items, he's blasting through hell bars, and the only thing that I think CG was able to really salvage in a lot of these winning fights was keeping Trap alive, right? Keeping Trap and Chiku alive. They were throwing bodies, and Trap and Chiku played very well around the Purifies and the Winds of Nature timing.
Oh my god.
But it's just a shame that when it came down to the crucial part of the game, it was CG that sort of let it slip away.
I mean, is it Halloween already? What kind of damage from Claw Kun, man?
Telling you, Yves is the great hero.
Yves is a good hero after the buffs to her. Like, it was so necessary. And better yet, look at Claw Kun's damage. Start comparing it to everybody else. Who is the real carry in this scenario? Is Claw Kun, right? You look at CG. Even members from CG are closer to Claw Kun than his own team.
Like, you can't even touch him, right? You want to get close to Claw Kun, Void Blast.
I mean, there's one thing that definitely helped out Claw Kun to be able to dish out tons of RWM, tons of Void Crystal, Void Blast. It's the double pressure from the side of Vamos. You have a Yuzong, you have a Cho at the same time. It forces CG to pick up the Purifier. Meanwhile, triple Purifier, if I may add on. And this allows Claw Kun, again, we did mention, like, who's going to run away? How are they going to run away from the RWM? They literally have to walk away, and by walking away, you are damaging yourself from the Void Crystal, from the Void Blast, from the RWM itself. So, in all honesty, every single pieces that the draft from Vamos picks up, it helps Claw Kun so much.
I think one of my favorite parts of this game is the fact that you can see two sides of Chibi, right? In the earlier stages, he's looking for like opportunities to punish, to get into more fights so that people like Claw Kun can actually provide, who needs the space, can actually provide the extra bit of damage. However, we do see a huge shift in where the meta was, well, not really the meta, but at least the trajectory of the game. At the beginning, we're seeing that Vamos is finding like these small little advantages against their opponents, and they're going back and forth consistently. That's why we see it's a 19-18 scoreline in game number 2. However, building up on that lead to up into that 4.4, that's when we start to see, Chiku guys is already building up to that third item. We already see that people like Trap are actually pretty ready to fight with 3 items ready to go. And by that 15th minute, because of that singular mistake by Lord side and losing multiple turrets at the same time, where we see the big turnaround for CG, and then right at the end, the coin flip.
That is a huge swing on that 15-minute mark. Who would have thought like one mistake, one kill that CG got, it was against Natco, and you guys got the Lord, and with that Lord, multiple turrets was taken, especially 2 inhibitor turrets, swing a goal lead from 4.4k goal lead from the side of Vamos to a 4.4k goal lead on the side of CG from one particular moment.
And the best part is that they got both side inhibitors. They killed 2 members of Vamos, including Chibi. I don't know if they forgot his flying clouds or what, but that flip coupled with the fact that it's flying clouds just made it 10 times worse.
Yeah.
We need to take the highlight, especially at the last moment. What really happened? Like, were they focusing on Zon on the backside, allowing Clockwood to open up the RWM just in time, just in the range of the Lord? Later we shall take a look. But so far it was a bloodbath of a battle. I mean, it's flying clouds. Hence why it's just team fight after team fights non-stop.
It was pretty disgusting. Honestly, I think there's definitely a high Q moment of you just need to hit the ball up in the air and everybody breathes so that you can get ready for it. That's what they genuinely needed, because the tunnel vision became very apparent with how intense these fights were. Multiple adaptations from not only CG but even Vamos to actually approach these fights. I would have imagined that if this was Broken Walls, the game probably would have been over if it wasn't for the flying clouds itself. And not only that, right? Small moments like this where you see, Gojas, he gets the punches the wrong target as Trap gets away. Luckily, I mean, he got the reaction out of Trap that he wanted, which was to use the Winds of Nature, but definitely could have done something a little more with the Shao residue. Overall, I think in this upcoming highlight, it's about to pop up.
Here he comes.
Hey! It was close. Even Year 3 made an attempt to try and take that Lord away.
So thanks to Clockwood or Zorn right there? Or bit of both, really?
I think a bit of both. I think he kicked Trap away, right?
Yeah. But then there was also Valence coming in with a tectonic charge as well to buy a bit of time. So really, I think that was an honest coin flip. Both sides, no retribution, just flip it, man.
But the fact that Zorn, Jikundo 3 members, and then he kicked Trap away. But then Valence tried his best to follow things up with the Lord. But then it was a very fortunate moment that the RWM range reaches the Lord.
It does!
If it did not reach the Lord, there was no way for Clockwood to get that Lord.
And Year 3 would have been able to take it at that point.
It was between Nako, right? Nako was free hitting the Lord.
He was just please, somebody!
Nako was free hitting the Lord. It was a literal coin flip at that moment. But you did mention on your hot take, hey, CG could have easily avoided that if they just reset.
Why are we doing this to ourselves, you know?
Reset and it's okay. Chibi have got a longer respawn time. It was 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Just wait it out, reset, and repeat again. There was no need for you to go for that Lord.
The MPL MY is such an interesting league because we intentionally pick drafts that are hard to execute. We coin flip where we don't need to.
Yes.
We pick heroes that are questionable in terms of priority.
Yep.
And then we lose matches that we are supposed to win.
Sometimes we hate ourselves too much, man.
That's why we're the most entertaining region, right? As much as we are branded as easy silver, we get the best clips. We get the best clips.
Oh god, that was a roller coaster of the event. Not gonna lie, but yeah. Team Vamos secures the third playoff spot, so congratulations to them. But we do have one more match later on at the end of the day. We're gonna leave you guys with the mic check from game number 2 just now. See you guys later.
Tu, kita ada seorang tu.
Betul. Tahu dah.
Dan B, kau hati-hati B.
Mati.
Bye-bye, Yetri.
Nice. Lagi yuk, betul. Tak kalah.
Jom. Dah, tim tahu.
Turret belah.
Apa lawannya?
Rata.
Nah,
Lagi. Let's go. Ni.
Susi guys. Dia nak tak ada ulti ni. Mana? Dah, jom end.
Jom.
Dah, habis macam tu je.
Ya, Petri. Bunuh dulu. Let's go.
Alhamdulillah, nice.
Perang. Dia tadi terlalu. Bagi dia guys. Belakang. Let's go guys, sini guys. Pedang. Belakang. Esme lepuk ni guys. Kita domi. Aman, gua kasih gua. Lagi. Pacu Gas saja. Okey, nice.
Tengok sir.
Apa?
Ni. Mati.
Okey.
Aku calur kau, aku calur.
Aku kuat guys, tengok aku guys. Box aku.
Ada. Dah battery guys.
Aku dom.
Dah battery. Box. Yuzok, aku Yuzok. Allah. Boleh. Saya jam.
Aku dom.
Saya jam guys.
Atas ada orang balik tak?
Tu dapat. Nice one.
Aku dah tinggi guys.
Let's go lot. G-lot.
Boleh pergi mid. Balik seorang. Orang hilang. Balik.
Ni adik.
Trap, try KS trap. First second.
Aku cuba. Deki aku guys.
Oh, tak dapat.
Kick.
Cok.
Bisa kan ni masuk lagi ada gua.
Saya tengok.
Gua jual sini bang. Dia ngejar retri cok.
Tu last hit guys.
Last hit.
Return 65.
Ulti aja.
Ni gold ini.
Gua dapat. Balik.
Balik. Tahu.
Enggak usah pasang. Depan. Orang.
Mati, tengok terus. Ada weh. Tunggu isan lagi.
Hidup.
Gas. Bunuh semua. Bunuh semua.
Awan.
Aku mati.
Awan. Alhamdulillah.
Bye. Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1. CeraVe baharu Blemish Control membersih 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
So much talk of AI in tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand. A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
This is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. You might not be alone in this hunt.
cinemas.
7 tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MY S16 menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Nun bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menebatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baru muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
this is the brand new Aspirin Skins.
Huh? For the aspirants! I will be the shadow behind her light. And outshines the stars, Vexana. Destiny aligns us under a shooting star. We are the aspirants.
Alright guys, so we are back to watch some more gameplays from the Future Pros tournament. As you can see right now, right, the meta right now is very interesting down in the gold lane, because gold lane now consists of like the mage and the fighter, right? So we can see that nowadays people in the tournament is also using other than MM, right, non-MM gold lane. So let's see how they adapt the patch. It seems like they are adapting really well. And again, they are constantly sending out chips to just send the Bane in the fight. Sending the shark, huh? Oh! Nice. Now you can see that Mage Bane is really kind of strong in this meta. Thank you, Innocent, for creating this monster. My boy! My boy is Sky Piercing. Yeah, you can see that he's really using the Mage Bane really well. So it's good to see that people are adapting the meta quickly.
Okay guys, nama saya Lefel, saya dengan Zorn. Zorn, disebabkan kau pakai Fanny Roam, aku akan tanya kau, hero apa yang tak boleh jadi Roam? Kau diam je. Kalau ada hero yang komen tak boleh buat Roam, kau just cakap je. Okay, kita start. Hayabusa. Mia. Leila. Saber. Okey, nampaknya memang semua hero dia boleh buat. Cik. Cik. Okey. Aku tanya Zorn, sekarang aku tanya kau, okey? Aku akan sebut hero-hero dekat dalam ML, okey? Kalau hero ni kau tak boleh pakai, kau terus cakap, okey? Fanny.
Aku macam boleh.
Alright, itu je. So Zorn boleh pakai semua, dia tak boleh Fanny. See you guys later. Is gonna be using Vexana and Gwen. Just describe, don't tell me who.
I'm gonna describe. Okay, so maybe.
Well, is there anyone on that team that Team.Corona wants to target? Give us a clue. Give us a clue.
Okay.
Who's gonna get target?
1, 2, 3.
Arcadia. You want to attack the coach, huh?
Yes.
Basically, the other team wants to target only you.
Oh, to be honest, we already predicted that. That's why we have a counter gameplay.
Okay. So what is the base strategy that you guys have?
Maybe akan duduk dalam base.
Do you think the draft will be very important?
Ya, kita orang akan buatkan draft yang paling bagus untuk dorang. Bagus untuk kita orang. Bagus untuk dorang jangan.
We are the aspirants.
Bye. Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
CeraVe baharu, blemish control, membersih. 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki. AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat, untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
So much talk of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand. A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
This is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. You might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
7 tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MY S16 menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayang Rebound, Noon bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboys, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
is the brand new aspirin skins.
For the aspirants! I will be the shadow behind her light. And outshines the stars, Vexana. Destiny aligns us under a shooting star. We are the aspirants.
Alright guys, so we are back to watch some more gameplays from the Future Pros tournament. As you can see right now, right, the meta right now is very interesting and down in the gold lane, because gold lane now consists of like the mage and the fighter, right? So we can see that nowadays people in the tournament is also using other than MM, right, non-MM gold lane. So let's see how they adapt the patch. It seems like they are adapting really well in the game. They are constantly sending out chips to just send the bane in the fight. Sending the shark, Oh, nice. Now you can see that Mage Bane is really kind of strong in this meta. Thank you, Innocent, for creating this monster. My boy! My boy is Sky Piercing. Yeah, you can see that he's really using the Mage Bane really well. So it's good to see that people are adapting the meta quickly.
Okay guys, nama saya Lefel, saya dengan Zorn. Zorn, disebabkan kau pakai Fanny Roam, aku akan tanya kau, hero apa yang tak boleh jadi Roam? Kau diam je. Kalau ada hero yang kau tak boleh buat Roam, kau just cakap dah. Okay, kita start. Hayabusa. Mia. Leila. Saber. Okey, nampak gayanya memang semua hero dia boleh buat. Cik. Messi, cik. Okey. Aku tanya Zohan, sekarang aku tanya kau, okey? Aku akan sebut hero-hero dekat dalam ML, okey? Kalau hero ni kau tak boleh pakai, kau terus cakap, okey? Fanny.
Aku macam boleh.
Alright, itu je. So Zohan boleh pakai semua, dia tak boleh Fanny. See you guys later. Is gonna be using Vexana and Gwen. Just describe, don't tell me who.
I'm gonna describe. Okay, so maybe.
Well, is there anyone on that team that Team.Corona wants to target? Give us a clue.
Okay.
Who's gonna get target?
1, 2, 3.
Arcadia! You want to attack the coach, huh?
Yes.
Basically, the other team wants to target only you.
Oh, to be honest, we already predicted that. That's why we have a counter gameplay.
Okay. So what is the base strategy that you guys have?
Maybe akan duduk dalam base.
Do you think the draft will be very important?
Ya, kita orang akan buatkan draft yang paling bagus untuk dorang. Bagus untuk kita orang. Bagus untuk dorang jangan.
We are the aspirants.
Bye.
Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
CeraVe baharu blemish control membersih 2% salisilik asid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
talk of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand. A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
This is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. You might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
7 tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MY S16 menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Noon bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games.
Bila terjatuh, aku beringat jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan, harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama, lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan, jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
musiman. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit. With just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playas. Predator Badlands, in cinemas on 6 November. An action-adventure horror, set in the future on a deadly remote planet. Predator Badlands follows a young predator outcast who finds an unlikely ally in Tia as he embarks on a treacherous journey in search of the ultimate adversary on the most dangerous planet in the universe where everything is trying to kill you. Catch Predator Badlands in cinemas 6 November. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Predator Badlands movie tickets for IMAX or 4DX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and
Welcome back to MPL Malaysia Season 16, week number 6, day number 2 is the second last day of the regular season where we are in match number 3. My name is Syed Adin. Alongside with me we have Husky as well as Gideon to close things off. A matchup between Team Ray up against AERO Esport, where you might think it does not matter, but it does matter. Not only for this team, but for other teams as well, especially for Untitled.
Yeah, and for AERO, it's for their playoff slots, but also for teams like Homeboys, who also want their playoff slots. Untitled is also watching this series closely because depending on how it ends, Untitled will have to work harder tomorrow and they have to play SRG.
It's been a while since the season has given us a potential final week where we still don't know who's going to make it to the very top. We still have a free upper bracket slot for anybody.
Oh, yeah.
And surprisingly enough, if it wasn't for our previous game and if just CG just got 1 point, they would have secured it. Now, somebody else, MV in particular, getting closer to that mark.
I mean, there is an opportunity for Master Vicious to close things off with an upper bracket spot where CG missed their opportunity where they lost 0-2 up against Vamos earlier on. But we have to focus on Team Ray as well as AERO Esports, whom yesterday AERO Esports played phenomenally well, winning against Homeboys 2-0. I did ask my friends who were on the BM desk, like, did AERO play really well? And they were in favors. Yeah, AERO played really well. It wasn't a fluke. It wasn't just about luck, but they really played well in terms of their draft and the execution that they did. Are you in the same boat as our friend over on the BM desk?
To a degree, right? Because again, there's this weird focus this week on Hilda specifically, and I'm not 100% sure why, because again, with a lot of these teams, they're experienced enough to know we're just not going to play on that side of the map, and the only time Hilda is only going to start affecting us is when we have to deal with her during like Turtles or maybe even Lords, and by then it's either you scaled off, it's the first couple of Turtles that is a bit of an issue.
Yeah, and Hilda has lost like what, almost every single game that she's picked in. And the fact that AERO beat Homeboys basically kept them in the running, right? If Homeboys just got 1 point, this series would have mean a lot more different for AERO.
But here we are today, where this match matters the most for a lot of the teams who are here in MPL MY. But we are going to be introducing Team Ray's lineup. We do have Joe Worm, Nova Escova, Zach Cutie back in the mid side, as well as AERO 04, and there is going to be on the EXP side. AERO 404, a name that I wish could have proven a bit more in terms of his capability, but maybe in his own team, Vamos is going to be quite tough because Chibi is performing really, really well. Loaned out to Team Ray. I think for me, I do understand the situation of Team Ray cannot go any further, but for me, it's about the playing time. It's about the scrim time as well. So giving the game time for AERO 404 is definitely crucial for him to become a much more stable player here in MPL MY.
And that's the thing, not everybody is going to be as lucky as the members of SRG to get picked up young players who eventually get molded into something bigger, right? And unfortunately, Team Ray unable to make that translation. But then we look on over to AERO, right? You got Kusei, Zikif, Kim, Hazel, and as well as Smooth. Hazel, again, a young gun coming in from Indonesia and labeled as potentially somebody who could save the kingdom while the mercenary was still in play of the main lineup. Kusei even, under his time with RSGPH while they were still around, again, looking very promising, and then finally moving around the world till finally ending up here at MY to try and get a slot to an M series.
Yeah, and just like some weird parallel relation, last season it was also around week 3, week 4 that we got the Black Alien into AERO, and suddenly AERO started popping off, managed to place a playoffs, finished 4th in the season. This season, it was around the same window where there was a bit of shift in the coaching staff, where Panda became head coach and AERO started performing out of their mind. They took down Homeboys, which I think a lot of people found it as a bit of a surprise. But Team Ray, they have the chance to play God. They have the chance to change the fate of not just AERO, but also Homeboys and Untitled.
But with the victory that AERO had yesterday up against the Homeboys, a 2-0 victory, hopefully that can be a very big momentum booster for them coming into this match to be able to take another set of victory up against Team Ray. I know that it's not going to be easy, but hey, you got to battle it out, you got to rely on the draft, you got to rely on your capability, right? But for the side of Team Ray, I mean, season after season, we've seen a lot of changes that have been made upon this team, but so far, not doing too good for themselves, meaning to say that the changes that they have brought upon themselves is not benefiting them. Why is that? Why is that the case right now?
I think it's really, really tough. We do have some quotes earlier that's going to start addressing that, so I'm going to leave it there for now. But on the opposite end, right, I feel like there's this big misunderstanding about the translations of scrims because there's a lot of factors involved, right? Scrims is a testing ground for the types of compositions and fundamentals that you want to practice. And even then, right, practicing a composition, sure. Practicing fundamentals, really depends on your opponents. I don't know who Team Ray's scrim partners are. Same goes for even AERO, but there has to be some form of a relationship there if they're not only getting imports, and especially for AERO, with the slow start that they've had and finally kind of pulling it together, we could see that the main issue really happened in the back end rather than the front end.
Alright, let's talk about our main topic of voting right now, or the fan talk zone right now. Penal goal in duel, Kusei up against Joem. Who's gonna be the real deal? Is it gonna be Joem with 9 unique hero picks, 46 total kills, or is it gonna be Kusei with 7 unique hero picks but a bit more total kills? Well, differences of 47 total kills. Do drop your comments, do drop your thoughts. Scan the QR code below. Is it gonna be your choice of Joem or is it gonna be Kusei? Personally, for me, when we started MPL Season 16, I had high hopes for Joem because back when he was here in MPL MY, he was with Lunatics, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
He performed really, really well. And seeing him again here in MPL MY, I had high hopes, but things just doesn't seem to be in my favor. Wherever I like, just goes out the drain. I like MV, out of the drain. I'm kidding.
I mean, some things are still sort of working out even in losing games. Like you look at Joem, right? Total kills, he's not falling far behind Kusei. It's just a 1 kill difference, and even in terms of GPM, it's like 2 point something. So I think overall there are some good points about Team Ray. It's just that when you look at Team Ray's history, 2 8th place finishes in season 14 and 15, you think that this lineup is going to change the ties of Team Ray. And then they were even coined as the dark horses at one point. So if you want to talk about a disappointing run for a team, I think Team Red definitely falls into the category with the amount of talent they brought in this season.
I mean, not only that, their mid duo is a partnership that has worked out previously in MEB Esport back then. Nova Escobar as well as Zakite. So I thought, okay, the chemistry is definitely there. It's just a matter of, okay, fine-tuning in terms of what kind of hero picks do you want to use. So you have that mid duo locked down. You have Joem at the same time. And you have Dust, an upcoming jungler at the same time back then before AERO 4 come into the picture. So it was all set in place. But I guess certain things just doesn't work well. You can plan, but when it comes to execution, it could be a whole different story.
Well, I think a lot of it just comes down to like the ecosystem in general, right? Even though you are getting some like what you would imagine on paper as a good roster might not necessarily translate because of a couple of factors. Either A, the team's mood heavily affects the way that they play, scrim results sometimes, and worse yet, the patch. Because a lot of times we see that teams are looking for instant gratification. Oh, this particular patch were really good. We need assassin players, we look for assassin players. We need to find a good goal laner. Sure, these particular hero picks, including maybe even a Beatrix as a pocket pick, yeah, let's get them in. And then the patch completely shifts to the Moskovs, the carries, the Claudes, and then it might even change back the patch afterwards. Yeah. Small things like these really make the ecosystem difficult, especially if you're buying into a slot. And worse yet, is when we start to think, who has the time, money, and effort to invest in a solid lineup for at least 2 years?
Yeah, definitely. It came at a time where Team Ray, they gave their previous roster a solid shot, right? They ran it with 1 full year. We saw it in season 14, and I share the stance that I want to see them 1 more season. Let's see what they can do. Didn't work out, they went for a change, and they started off the season pretty well, right? They gave us some pretty good performances. The first team that they took down was Todak. They were showing good promises in the gold lane. We started to see priorities for Joel's Moskov, which was one of the only team that picks Moskov as sort of a signature for their gold laner. And then Dust also had a phenomenal performance on his Fredrin, and teams started to respect it. I just am not sure, even up to this point, whether bringing in subs, in the jungle role for AERO and in mid in the form of Zayla Lina is going to change anything for Team Ray.
I mean, we do have one thing that we can rely on here in MPL MY or for the MPL MY teams. When there's no pressure, when the game, there's nothing much to it, that is when they can perform. That is when we can see the true colors, the true potential strength of a certain team. So maybe that would be the case of Team Ray, because GMXK did showcase that, okay, when the game, it's not really too much of importance to them, that is when they start to showing up. Jaja with the Lancelot and such. So Team Ray, maybe that could be one of the biggest motivating factor that they have. I'm not saying that all is lost for Team Ray, but so far we know that in terms of playoff spot is a no-go for them. So maybe without any kind of sort of pressure, that is when AERO 4 can shine, the mid duo can shine. More pressure, or more so, is on AERO Esports right now. They need to win this. And to be honest, they need to win it 2-0 to solidify a potential playoff spot for themselves.
Even when you look at just their opponents who is fighting for their last slot, which is Untitled, general consensus, the odds heavily favor AERO. Even 1 point is going to keep them in the running for majority of the season.
Alright, I did ask the question about what's wrong with Team Ray, right? I mean, Zinhan, this is a quote from himself. Even though we changed our roster this season, we still end up in the same position. Our target was top 4. Our performance in scrim and on stage is very different. During MPL, we play very passively. Honestly, we don't even know why things change when we're on stage. In scrims, we're always aggressive. Okay, it's been so long since I heard this narrative. Oh, in scrims, we're performing well. In scrims, we're doing the right things. We are playing well, we're playing objectively, we're playing aggressively, so on and so forth. Come in MPL stage, I don't know why things change. Because we're playing the same game, we're playing the same hero. Yes, opponent might be different, and the environment might be different. Is that enough of a difference to force you to not play the way that you did in scrims?
I think it's the difference between practicing to get hit by a bullet when actually having a gun pointed at your head. You know, that's a very, very big difference.
Okay, we shall hold on to that. We shall discuss it even further. But right now, Kim, a quote from himself. If we qualify for the playoffs, I want to face Team Damos because we believe we can handle their gameplay. Aside from M7, our realistic target is at least top 3. That if we didn't make it to playoff, I might consider joining another team. Oh, bold statement right there, because I've been with AERO for quite a long time.
Just do it. Just do it, Kim. What are you waiting for?
Yeah, nothing is stopping you, right?
What are you waiting for? But here's the thing, right? Number one, who would pick him up and where would he go?
Yeah, I think mid lane is quite saturated right now. And like mid and I think if you want to pick a role to go into, you probably look at jungle.
I have an idea.
You have an idea?
Might be a crazy one, I don't know, depends.
Don't say SRG.
Don't say Ocean Black, you know, like
SRG. I'm not gonna say Ocean Black as well.
GMX.
Okay, this is the graphic easy way for AERO to reach playoff. They need to win 2-0, and then Antata must draw at least 1 point versus SRG. That will be tomorrow's match. Okay, so that's the blueprint for AERO, for all the viewer AERO fans out there. Going back to Kim, CG, you shift Chiku back to the goal lane.
I mean, I see that idea, but it doesn't solve the problem for CG, right?
I mean, if Amzik cannot play, you know, with all the study issues and that, I mean, he's gonna finish his SPM sooner or later, right? But if, let's say, you're not all in on Amzik, and if you're all in on Chiku's goal lane, yeah, you can do that. I'm just, just throwing it out there. Like, because other teams,
I can see happening.
Right? I mean, Vamos have already the Cocoon. SRG, of course.
Yeah, Homeboy's not letting go Izanami.
Homeboy's not letting go.
GMX? I mean,
Monster Vicious, if they cannot get the service of
Leonie and Bondos.
If they cannot continue that service, maybe is an option over there, maybe, who knows? Or maybe if, let's say, Kim goes there and it opens up another import slot for a different kind of...
Oh, you watch out. Kim is going to show up on Team Ray next season.
Honestly, possibilities are wide here. And I'm not going to lie. Like, there's a lot of roles so far that feel very, very saturated. Now, coming into the Ram match draw, we're going to get Broken Walls this time. AERO with a 75% win rate on it as we get into the draft. And straight away, Team Ray targeting down Kusei.
3-man on the goal lane side right now. Yep, definitely eyeing on Kusei's hero right now. Meanwhile, AERO is going to be banning out the Fanny as well as the Angela. So you are letting go of course, your classic Insishin and Lancelot, most likely. Grob is still there. Zushin is still there up for grabs.
Yeah, I just hope that the teams don't prioritize the Hilda too early. I think a second phase would be like the best spot for Hilda picks to fall into right now. Another change for AERO's draft, not just, aside from Panda being the head coach now, it's also sort of the freedom the player gets to decide what they want, right? I think they get to take on that responsibility, but at the same time, they also are held accountable for how they play out that draft, which is, I think, one of the reasons why AERO has been winning these games, because they get to put their ideas on the table and they get to execute the game plan.
You have an ex-player, ex-champion as well as your head coach right now, Panda, so good inputs should be able to come up from Panda towards the plays as well. But right now, Team Ray, I mean, this is the third or second time we've seen the Baxia as the first pick for the first pick team right now. So Baxia as the first pick, AERO, a lot of options they can go for now. They can go for a pick-off hero. Kalia Chow is there. Plus your mid, maybe?
Farsa. Farsa is open. Kimless Farsa. I think it's very straightforward.
I think put him on the Eve, right? Why not?
The Eve is good as well, like either or.
I think they gotta wait for a little bit, because right now Baxia is like the safest opening possible, but it's also a show of we have no confidence in our jungle whatsoever, right? It's something that is simple, it's simple to play, and again, the fact that you see that Team Ray is banning out 3 marksman heroes, they're for sure going to be playing around Jolum.
that is a factor to consider as well. What kind of hero do you want Joem to kind of like ultra carry this, right? Moskov is still there if you want to go for an early Moskov. Nathan is also a good pick up because you are lacking damage when you pick up a Baxia jungle as of now. So Nathan, Moskov is the main idea here. Or you keep it till the last minute and then you pick up your roams and your mid first right now.
Depends on like what Team Ray feels, right? Like in the earliest parts of the season, they would like third pick Moskov like right here. But of course priorities have shifted. They take the Kimmy first, which is completely fine. And they take the Esmer. So Grok is left open. That is kind of crazy. Nova is the Grok player. Come on.
Esme?
Very early Esme right there.
But why?
That's the thing. Good question.
Why aren't we taking the Grok?
Why aren't we taking Grok or Gatot, right? Either or I would have been okay with. Esme feels a little out of pocket.
I think for AERO, just go for the Yusachin and then you play a double fighter here. I mean, Team Ray is banning out a lot of gold laners here, so you opt to go for a double fighter. Ruby's still there for the taking. Bane is still there, definitely. So for me, I think it's a Yusachin pick.
Yeah, this is mad. Like this is such a... You have Kimmy, and we literally say last match that Kimmy Grok pretty strong, you know?
Pretty decent overall. I don't know.
Hayabusa?
I mean, Haya, okay. Totally fine because you can like snipe either Kimmy or maybe in this case going to be Joem as well, as they're making a hard prediction of what's going to be coming out from the side of TR. But this does mean that potentially having Hilda on your side makes a little bit more sense as your support, right? Because now you can start harassing an assassin jungler who heavily depends on his cooldowns and doesn't get free resets like Lancelot.
Why do I feel like AERO wants Team Ray to pick up the Hilda? Because if they do, then we're gonna have this whole discussion of damage, because the damage is gonna come from the Kimmy and maybe the Hilda a little bit. But for AERO right now, maybe ban out a lot of another more marksmen for Joem.
I think you target Nova.
Call me a hero.
I think you start locking Nova out.
Okay. You still ban out the Ascension?
Huh. Wait, hold on. Are they thinking that Nova is gonna run like a Baxia roam?
Possibly. This eliminates the option entirely. Beatrix, really good ban here for the side of TR. I thought initially that the smart play would either to be like out-of-pocket pick Beatrix early on for the side of Team Ray, just to kind of counteract whatever AERO is going to be throwing at them. But I feel this time, more so likely that Moskov is going to be the go-to unless AERO bans it out here.
You need like a Purify carrier. I mean, Moskov is actually not bad because you take Purify, you can split push, late game carry, and it's not bad into higher, right? Like it fulfills a lot of the conditions.
Is there a world where you play a mage gold lane here? Lunox is still in play.
Ooh,
it's gonna.
I don't know about that because your jungler is a Baxia.
That's the thing, right? For the side of AERO, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Because you are facing off a Baxia, you have a Kalia, that's a good setup.
It's not the worst. It definitely isn't the worst.
But it still depends on the matchup, because we don't even know what the matchup is going to be for both of the lane. So Lancelot is going to get banned now. They are kind of like all in on this Baxia room, most likely. Hence why banning out both of these jungler immediately. But Team Ray, one more ban to go.
Where did AERO get the info? That's what I want to know.
I think that AERO, as of right now, just feel like this Baxia is a bit of a fake, right? They don't want to fall into that trap. They want to make sure that... Because what other picks could potentially disrupt them at this point, other than maybe like Cho?
Cho, yeah.
But they've already locked in the Baxia, and they kind of want to just have Baxia in the jungle more than anything else. 5 marksman bans. Okay. Sure. Take the Moskov now. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, take the Moskov, right? There's Moskov Bruno, what else? Nathan, Irithel.
There's a good number of options. But again, most of the burst-oriented style of marksmen now that Kalia has already been shown is gone.
Yeah, I think Nathan and Lunox sort of works because you still have Hayabusa, right? It's like a good mix of physical and magical damage. But they are in need of some burst. Bruno sort of fits the bill. And no matter what matchup Bruno gets, he's gonna like win early.
I like the Bruno pickup, not only be able to win the early stages, but the turret pushing capability potential from that Bruno itself is quite big. So if you left Bruno all alone, he's just gonna eat away all of your turrets. Is it gonna be in the top side or the bot side? So easy rotation can be commenced by the side of AERO. But right now, bigger question is Team Ray. What is gonna be their response?
Cho or Grok, right? It has to be either or. Gatot is also okay.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Let's see. Has this been a fake the whole entire time?
It's ready to cut out, right? So it's a Baxia jungle for sure.
We'll see. I'm a little worried about it. Okay, finally, we
Claude
get
is
the Claude
okay.
at the very end. Now, Claude is generally okay here. I mean, if he doesn't get hit by the Quad Shadow, it should almost be okay because he can get on top of like Zushin, he can get on top of the Bruno, and look to burst them down before he gets like 2-tapped, right? Yep. At this point, it seems like both sides very similar ideas of how to play, which lane they want to play towards to.
You still have the Arlot for smooth. You can for Lapu if you want to go for the back line.
Uranus is one of his like safe picks.
But going up against an Esme, still okay, I suppose.
Yeah, it's like you're gonna sandbag anyways. But I would think Lapu and Arlot make the most sense because you are dealing with the Baxia too.
I don't know. I feel like Arlet right now is not going to get as much value though. Because the only reason you want to have something like an Arlet is if you have somebody to find those resets. Because doing it yourself is too risky, and that makes you like an all-in hero. Lapu, at least you have the flexibility of like I can wait for timings and then look to go for big one-shots at the end. Yes, it's also all-in, but he's very independent.
Not only that, I mean, for Team Red, they are kind of like putting all of their egg in like two baskets. There is going to be the Kimi as well as the Cloud. If both of these heroes are not going to have a good time in the early stages, meaning to say that they cannot farm up well in the early stages, they're going to have a very, very tough time in terms of dealing damage out to the side of AERO. Meanwhile, AERO, they are very mobile. They have good raw damage with the Bruno as well as the Hayabusa. They have an initiator with the Kalia as well as the Zushin. So for me, a lot of big points on AERO Esports right now.
Yeah, this is important for especially AERO Esports. The rest of the teams are watching this with bated breath. Team Ray have the opportunity to change the timeline. Let's hop into game one, where Team Ray finds themselves on the blue side and with AERO Esports on red side. Right off with the pause on broken walls.
Of course, it's always game 3 that we have these. Always game 3. And you can even see that.
Rez is like,
it's like, oh, come on.
It's like, oh, okay, here we go.
It was almost perfect, not gonna lie, because game 1 we had a 2-0 match, game 2 we had a 2 as well. Game 3 we started off with a pause. It's not a good start, but hey, we're gonna power through. It's a type 1 issue, so it's still fine.
It should be relatively quick.
It should be relatively quick.
Was it Hazel or Zkif?
I think it's Zkif. I would assume that it's Zkif. They're getting the final checks here on everybody, and now they also have to confirm on the opposite side whether everybody is ready before we start jumping back in. Right now, the big matchup is Dur, because Dur is going to be the huge difference maker. Lapu doesn't do well into Esme pre-level 4. After level 4, if you can get 2 rotations of your ult, you can kill the Esme no problems, right? It's natural damage, but the big issue is once Esme kind of like beats you up in lane and makes that first motion, if the jungle happens to be the right side of the map, Esme is going to start harassing the Hayabusa as well.
Yeah, and if you can somehow bring in the Baxia and your mid laner and you kill the Lapu once, the lane essentially explodes. I mean, there has been a big difference maker for Team Ray, but you can draw parallels between him and Siska, and the only difference being Siska is a lot more consistent in making those plays happen. Thank you very much to our lovely Marshals. Let's hop back into game. See how this plays out.
Alright, not only that, I would like to see more aggression coming in from AERO after level 4, of course. After the Tsunami Slam has been picked up by Zkif later on, and depends on which lane is he going to prioritize. Most likely it's going to be Crusade to be able to at least ease things out on that both lane side later on. So Team Ray up against AERO, and it is going to be the broken wall maps if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yep, we got the 2 out of 4 members of Team 7 on AERO side too. we got the copy ninja and the medic ninja. So
Chef pick up the Lucas, huh?
Yeah,
should have picked up.
They should have picked up Lucas or Suyo for EXP.
Yeah, and then Suyo.
That would be a first. That would be a world first, I suppose. Master of Assassin for Kusi would like to provide a bit more pressure towards the Cloud for Joam, but Cloud kind of negates that with the tenacity of his own on that bot side.
And he has Brave Smite too.
Yeah.
It's all about surviving the lane.
He really doesn't want to die in lane. He's opting to say no to the Quantum Charge, which is surprising because even so, Kusei, generally, he wants to freeze that lane into himself, and Joam, unfortunately, on things like Claude, doesn't really have much of a choice in the matter, right? He can slow push it, but he can never fully find a full freeze.
Hazel is already slightly faster in terms of tempo. AERO 4 is going to show up and realizes that that camp is gone.
Gone for the taking right now. Very mobile coming in from AERO right now. almost hitting level 4 as well for Zakif. But meanwhile, Nova Escobar is just hovering around this top side, just fishing things out, providing vision here and there. But they're gonna try to look for the steal. Did they get it? I don't think
No, it wasn't even close.
Yep. Dur is gonna take some harassment there, but he hits 4 instantly now. Turns on the ZK and Smooth. Here comes the Bravest Fighter into the Land Shake-Up. Purify out very quickly. Can Hazel steal this? Nope, AERO 4-4. Great secure. Nova with the facilitation. Well, Team Ray walks away.
Okay, that's totally fine, because at least from AERO, you can see the distinct decision making, right? They're like, okay, if Hazel can steal it, that's great, but we're not going to posture to actually fight for it. If we can blow maybe some battle spells on the top side of the map, we know that they can full clear from purple back up to orange and then look for a gank on that top side against Dur. They have a 62-second window here to try and punish him.
Look at AERO. Trying to go for invade. He's going to be patient enough.
Should be able to steal this.
Yeah, and they are delaying the attention also. I think Smooth is going to check this. Knows that something is up, but AERO does have Retribution, so easily takes that away and runs. I don't think AERO can do anything to stop him, and Dur gets to proxy the wave. So actually, Team Ray, they are skewing the tempo in their favor.
And they're doing a very good job of it as well, right? Hazel, again, still going to be very elusive on that signature Hayabusa. However, with vision over him, knowing that he's playing around that Litho Wanderer, Nova Escobar and ZQT has found vital information and also delayed Hazel from actually going for the counter jungle on the opposite side, right? Now, he can't go for a parallel jungling path. AERO 404 is going to start building up an EXP lead.
ZQT, first item Sky Piercer. So if a fight goes well for Team Ray and is ZQT getting those takedowns, things could quickly get out of control.
Right now, AERO, after hitting level 4, especially on Zakif, especially on Hazel, not much aggression is coming in from that side. No Tsunami Slam out of Zakif as of now. Just trying to piece back and forth, getting a bit more vision, a bit more map control for the side of AERO. Meanwhile, Team Ray is just very much happy to just farm away. They don't have to do too much right now. Dur is not gonna get Tsunami Slam. I mean, still have the Purifier in hand, so Zakif is just gonna scout things out. But yeah, AERO 4-4 is okay with this. I'm just gonna farm up right now.
Yeah, if there's something that we learned from previous matches up against a team with Purify, is that you need something to force the Purify. And for AERO's side, they don't really have that. Like, Kim isn't the most reliable one. Falling Star Moon in from Dur. Smooth also matches that aggression. Second turtle, AERO 4-4 with the secure. They get a Tsunami Slam on the ZK, but Smooth is in danger. First blood for ZQT. He's gonna start running them down with Sky Piercer. Give him 2 bodies as Dur collects the second. Team Ray wins the fight.
What was what?
Not too sure what happened there.
What was the call there? Like, are we fighting for turtle or are we playing to, like, win the fight? Because it feels like everybody had a very different idea of what should have been done there.
Or no calls was given at all. It's just free for all. You guys do whatever you want. I'm just gonna jump forward and just do my job there as a Lapu-Lapu, just go on the backside. But yeah, I feel like AERO is a bit of miscom right there. And we did mention about, 4 purifies, by the way, for the side of Team Ray. So even if Zakif wants to get a pick up, it's not going to be that easy right now.
I mean, he can man fight Hazel, and the worst thing that can happen has already happened, Like, Smooth went down once, Dur gets a kill, and it's so hard to catch anyone with Tsunami Slam. They're either too tanky or they're Purify, or you cannot never reach them. In this case, it's Joam.
But that's the thing, right? In situations where you're like fighting for the turtle, at that point, if you're playing for picks, then again, they would have been there ahead of time. But since they're a little bit late, then maybe we could look to contest the turtle by only, hey, just Tsunami Slam AERO 404, and we can almost guarantee that Hazel can get in on the fight to go for a retreat anyways, right? That probably should have been the line of play.
It feels bad for Smooth. He left the lane so early. He's like, what?
It's over for him.
Yeah, that lane is all over. Look at Dur. He's proxying the wave and he's holding Hazel hostage.
Yeah, Hazel can't kill him just yet, right? Until he gets something like some crazy items, or at a bare minimum a War Axe so he has true damage to work with, Dur can probably tank everything.
This is very difficult for AERO. They are kind of like sort of losing all of the lanes in terms of level as well. Team Ray, right now, once they did have the upper hand, 2 kills on their own hands, 2.2k goal lead, and somewhat of a map control on their own side at the same time, knowing that whoever comes in, they can just purify away right now, okay? Started with Smooth.
On to Nova, sure, but what's the follow-up? There's no follow-up there from AERO. And also, who bursts the target that gets kidnapped? Well, they're going to try with the kidnap, this time with the AERO 4-4. AOG as a response, AERO 4-4 goes down. AERO 4-4 actually no, it's ZKip that goes down. Here comes Hazel, Shadow Kill, easily dispersed. Amongst 4 target, Hazel can't get anything done. So Team Ray gets another turtle.
Nicely played by Team Ray. Really nicely played because AERO 4-4 gets brought underneath the turret, which is a terrible situation for him to be in, but Nova X Gobar quick on the fingers and with the Revitalize saves his life underneath that turret.
Very looking kind of dull a bit for AERO right now. Nothing is going in the favors of them. I mean, the initiation from Zakif before he went down was quite good. Being able to bring AERO 4-4 under the turret, but could not kill him immediately right now. Kusei, yeah, you are trying, but then again, the lack of damage right now, you are just tickling away there as of now.
Yeah, that again, 2 autos to break just this simple Frost Moon shield, right? Can't do much about it. We need to see the Berserker's Fury come out first from Kusei before anything else. Without it, it's kind of tough. Malefic Gun being purchased instead.
Talk about playing it incredibly safe and just prepping for the ultra late game.
Okay.
Is that the play?
I know Hazel is about to get dunked on.
Almost. Still managed to shadow away from AERO 4-4 as well as Dur right there.
Oh, come on, AERO. You could have gone for like the orange buff. You knew the orange buff. You took it earlier as well, so you had a timer on it.
I mean, the fact that he is still keeping up in experience is actually not too bad for AERO. Let's see, they feel like they want to make a move bottom, but can't do it if this tier 1 is still up. Another move that is thwarted. AERO 4-4 and ZachQT working together. That's going to be Smooth caught, and Smooth forced to hop away with the Braver Spider plus Raging Slash. And Team Ray so far is doing a fantastic job.
I mean, like, Team Ray is just slow pushing this.
Oh, Hazel, he's dead.
Gone. Just gone out of nowhere.
He tried to go for Zach, but ends up giving up his life, and that's mid tier 1 down, and purple buff soon to follow. Almost a 4k goal lead for Team Ray. Dur is 1v3ing. We are almost 9 minutes in, and the Lord is about to spawn.
I am gonna call it early on. The only way for AERO to bounce back from this is a mistake from Team Ray. Because I don't see a world where they can get a quick initiation off due to the Purify and due to the capability of Team Ray to just counter-initiate with the AOG, with AERO 4-4, with Falling Star Moon at the same time. So hey, Team Ray, all they need to do is now just don't choke.
Yeah, it's I agree. I think it's almost close to be a callable game now, unless Hazel makes miracles happen, but it's not going to be happening, at least in the next 3 to 4 minutes. Let's see how much damage Team Ray can do with this Lord, because you know the clear from AERO isn't too bad. Although I feel like if Team Ray starts throwing body as an AERO, there's nothing that AERO can do.
Unless AERO waits out for Kusei's items to progress fully, but then again, you are giving the same amount of time to Team Ray. So maybe at that point, we can see, okay, how much Kusei can deal damage towards Team Ray. Maybe then we can see AERO be a bit more aggressive, but hey, it's not gonna be easy. It's gonna be a tall task. 5k goal lead for the set of Team Ray.
What are these item builds?
Winds of Nature out already for Zach.
I mean, Zach is like, I'm not gonna be the one who's gonna throw the game.
Yeah, I'm playing to win, baby. I'm playing to win.
I'm not gonna buy dinner. Literally, right? Because I think it's because of the Aogi Shadow Kill, most likely.
Yep.
He doesn't want to get one shot, so a good defensive item for me personally.
I mean, ZachQT is a slightly easier target for Hazel to plaster the shadow on than Joam.
For sure. But I think at this point, right, the only way that AERO can win is if they scale up to get Wishing Lantern on Kim and Kusei finally gets that Berserker's Fury. Because again, he has negative damage right now without the multiplier from the Berserker's Fury.
Yeah, Dur is basically barely feeling anything. Oh, Hazel! He's so far back onto Joam. Placing duet from Joam just to survive. And successful defense for AERO.
Okay, there is a glimpse of AERO coming back with Hazel's just pure sheer brilliance right now. But I'm not too sure if that can take you far. I mean, 1 man versus 5 is not gonna be easy. Almost made a miracle right there trying to kill off Joam at that particular moment. But looking at the item build, look how far ahead Team Ray are right now. I mean, Cloud, the Trinity has been picked up. Meanwhile, Kusei, 2 items in hands of the Bruno.
Yeah. At this point, Team Ray, like, with the 7.3k lead that they have, they're about to hit checkmate angle, right? Once they hit that 10k, and this is off of that next Lord. With that Lord, they're almost guaranteed to break at least 1 inhibitor from the side of AERO Esports, and I think if they manipulate the waves well enough and manage it nicely, they should get a simultaneous clasp on it. Because as you can see, Team Ray, they want to kind of stay as 5. And the same can be said about AERO as well. The closer they are together, the more likely that if Zekif does find an initial catch onto AERO 4-4, maybe even for Nova X Gobar, they could look to burst them down.
Yeah. And Dur is doing a great job at just splitting the long lane, right? No one from AERO could kill him nor stop him.
And not only that, the only way for AERO to force the Purify out of Team Ray is of course with Zaki's ability. Other than that, maybe Kim could be able to, Crimson Beacon out the Purify, but then again, it's not going to be easy. So Team Ray can play it very, very safe, or Team Ray can just stall it out. Okay, you guys don't have any kind of threat for us to open up our Purify, so we're just going to play around with the spell that we have, and they can do that constantly. Look at how Dur is performing right now, just pushing out the top lane, pushing out the long lane, and forcing AERO to react as of now.
I mean, he set up a situation where the wave is naturally going to push in favor of Team Ray, right? Eventually, somebody will have to respond to it. For now, Team Ray, they can just hold this Lord hostage, right? They see the positions from AERO, doesn't matter. That top wave is still pushing even till now.
Yeah, all you need is to see someone from AERO show up on the map. You either force the fight, or you run down the Lord. Either way, Team Ray is already in a very strong position, in a position of command. In fact, Dur can just do this, although he has to be a bit careful. The Purify is already out. Dur catches the Shadow Strike, ends up going down, overextending a little bit as the rest of Team Ray turns onto the Lord. The conceal is used. ZK is going to go on. AERO 4-4, extremely low, but still gets the Lord. Might have to give his life for the cause, but at least the job is done. Team Ray, though, had to sacrifice 2 for that.
What are we doing here? Guys, what are we doing here?
There we go.
Like, I understand Dur dying. Why was AERO 4-4 like 20 HP? What happened to him? And I get that Smooth went for like the big chunk and everything, but at that point you just call for a full reset, right? The top wave is still pushing up until now. They just needed to bide their time and fight for space if necessary, and Team Ray would have been more than happy to stick his 5 to fight for that space in the first place.
This is the mistakes that I've talked about. This is the choke mistakes that I've talked about. I mean, Team Ray, they were in the driving position, but a few mistakes here and there causing them a bit of momentum. And right now, AERO esports are, I mean, they do have some room to breathe. They do have some room to work with that particular kill that they managed to get. And at least one turret is going to go towards them on the top side. So it even things out at least. But so far, Team Ray is still in the lead in terms of numbers. But AERO, slowly but surely, are building their very own momentum.
Yeah, Team Ray needs to start respecting AERO a bit more. I think they're overestimating himself earlier on. That's a, 2k goal swing? Almost 3,000 goal swing.
Yep. It evens it out, but it also takes him out of the red zone, right? Now that Kusei has his 4 items already complete, like, this is going to be a bit of an issue because they've given everything over to Kusei. If he gets sniped by Joam in the back lines, it's going to be a huge problem because that's their main source of damage right now, other than Hazel, who again is still trying to look for Joam or maybe even Zach QT if he can sneak and weave the shadow right on top of him.
I mean, Joam is also playing it very, very safely right now. He's not overdoing things. He's not being aggressive. He's not pushing the envelope enough, I would feel like, because when you have a very extraordinary lead, you want to use that lead to your own favors. You want to push the envelope. You want to be in the face of the opponents because naturally the opponents have one lesser item than you. Naturally the opponent have lesser levels than you. Therefore you have the upper hand. But you did not opt to go for that. You're gonna, wait things out, play it safely, play it passively.
That's interesting. It always goes down to the concept of, are you playing to win, are you playing not to lose?
Yeah.
Team Ray, the window is definitely closing. And we saw the DHS for Kusei. I feel like Team Ray should make more active moves instead of just trying to play the waves. I mean, it's a good idea to play the waves, don't get me wrong. But do it one more time, do it wrong one more time, and AERO will be back in the game.
Yeah, let's quickly look at the items, right? Because again, I'm surprised that Kusei wanted to go for DHS rather than going straight for Winds of Nature, because the only way that he realistically dies here is either he's already put to half HP by Joam, or he gets caught by Dur on this Esmeralda. So it's surprising to see that DHS was probably the way to go, because with the 3 items that he has right now, the crit is more than enough to kind of get through, especially with a Malefic gun, right? Oh, you got the blade armor, it doesn't matter. At least you're getting percentage armor reduction because of the Malefic gun.
Okay, round number 2 right now in terms of the Lord dance. It's going to commence between both of these teams. As we take a look at the long lane, is naturally pushing towards AERO's side. So AERO will have to react a bit. Kusei's going to get this started for free.
Oh, Zach actually blocked the last shot, sort of. Top wave is going to be pushing in AERO's favor now, as Hazel has already set it up. Kumar push. Arrow 4-4 not getting grabbed by ZK. It's gonna say a prayer and Kusei finally breaks the structure. Eventually will. There you go. Now what's the move for Team Ray? Because they don't know where Hazel is.
They gotta fix the waves though. Top side is naturally pushing for the side of AERO, but bottom side is naturally pushing for the side of Team Ray. They need to kind of correct that first before getting back into this fight, because they can drag this out for either AERO or even TR. Either ways, they gotta cut off the supply lines, and Jom, once he gets that orange buff, might want to consider actually jumping onto Kusei when he still doesn't have the Winds of Nature.
Yeah, Conceal gets broken. ZK forced to disengage, and Arrow 4-4. Good zoning. ZQG gets his traction pulse back. The Lord in the red zone. Smooth jumps in. It's gonna be Hazel in Arrow 4-4, and Hazel gets it. Smooth does end up going down to the Sky Piercer. A killing spree for ZQG. Give him a double kill. Why not? Joem on the Kusei. Joem finds the kill. And Team Ray have won this fight. Arrow just trying to buy time. Came with the lift up. Ain't gonna do enough. Joem finds himself a double kill as well. As the core items now come out from Team Ray, the Lord spawns in the middle lane, but Team Ray stays in the game.
That's a very, very good decision making from Team Ray, knowing that, okay, we cannot win this slot, it's okay. We're gonna take our life away, and we're gonna take away the game number 1.
Just one cannon. Can Hazel take it out? Hazel, he's trying! And he does it in time. Second wave coming in. Smooth in 5, ZKid in 6. Traction pulse gets used. Hazel not brought back. Hazel now into the shallow kill, trying to clear the minion wave. Team Ray gonna burst out the crystal. They're gonna try. It's so close, but there's no minion. Team Ray power through, and game 1 for them.
Okay, boys, we have a game in our hand. Team Ray getting game number 1. It was not the most cleanest of game, most definitely. It was definitely scrappy up until the end as well. Like, to the point where you had to throw everything at the crystal just to end the game.
I get it, especially when you have a Trinity build, like you feel like you can power through it. And to be fair, Joem made the right call that he could get through that last bit of HP. But I don't know what I'm more disappointed of. Am I more disappointed that Kusei didn't buy Winds of Nature when he clearly had enough money to and decided to go no boots, DHS when he was already doing a decent amount of damage? Or am I more surprised the fact that Team Ray decided to throw a fight when they already had a naturally pushing wave on the top side? So, again, you know, pick your poison.
I mean, when that Lord fight commenced, yes, it was a very good initiation from Zakif, locking down Arrow 4-4 and allowing Hazel to get that Lord. But what happened afterwards was much more impressive from the side of Team Ray, where we saw Joem immediately go for the BMI on the backside and then immediately using the ultimate up against Kusei. And you did mention, like, if there were a Wind of Nature, that ultimate could not... I mean,
he would have won.
Yeah, he would have won, basically. Like, because you just basic attack the cloud away. So, I don't know. One item is all you need.
It makes the difference, I'm telling you.
The biggest goal lead difference, actually the goal lead difference was only on 2 roles, and one of it didn't matter. There was a 2k network difference between the roamers, which is like, you know, dismissible, and the other 2k was in the mid lane. So they were actually kinda even.
If you had a Wind of Nature, Kusei was given the space to just basic attack the cloud away.
Yep.
Once he used that Blazing Duet, right? It could turn the tables around, because if Joem got killed in that particular instance, immediately Arrow managed to secure that particular control, because they were the ones who get in the lot. But hey, things happened, the game was ended, and Team Ray won, so congrats to them. And right now we're gonna nominate the MVP for the game. Is gonna be Joem. Played passively, played very defensively, but hey, it still worked out in the end.
All for the win.
Brave Smite diff, right?
Brave Smite diff.
In the laning phase. I mean, you could see him actively trading against Kusei every once in a while, especially when he knows it's like, you got no stacks, I know you're not going to crit me luckily out of nowhere, and even if you do, I still have the Brave Smite to at least like even out the trade at the end. He played well though.
He even stopped his item. He's like, I'll win some nature, let me immortality, just in case.
I mean, understanding the matchup is very, very crucial as well, hence why he opted to go for more of a defensive emblem setup with the tenacity, with the Brave Smite, that he knows that he's gonna get whittled down in terms of the traits, the 1 versus 1 trait. So that Brave Smite definitely helped him out a lot. Maybe not the biggest fan for here in Malaysia, because we like, you know, very aggressive gameplay, 1 versus 1, trading off health. But hey, it's more about how you win your matchup with the emblems that you have and the setup that you have.
It's a 10 total kill game. It's a low kill count game. Both teams playing very safe. And this all happened because Team Ray won that first total fight, right?
Yeah.
And then I can't believe Zach got away with such a greedy opening. He's like, Sky Pierce the first item, and he got away with it.
He did. And to be fair, he nearly died. He nearly died to Hazel when he slipped the shadow right through 4 members of Team Ray as well. And Zach knew he was in a lot of trouble, so he had to just book it. At that point, when he's got like a couple of stacks going for him, I get that he wants to protect himself, but man, oh man, AERO need to make some better decisions. Team Ray have to play the Lord Dance a little bit better. Because there's so many moments where it's just like, how did AERO 404 end up with like 20% HP? Was he tanking the whole time? Did Kusei get a couple of auto attacks off of him? That's why he was down to like 1 HP when the fight finally fully broke out?
I'm guessing yes. I mean, I'm guessing he did took in a few damage coming in from Kusei throughout that moment, throughout that effort trying to get that Lord or that particular turtle, right? I mean, Zach QT, I was a bit confused. Like, okay, you go for a Sky Prince first item, showcasing that, okay, I want to go aggressive, I want to get some kills. But then afterwards, you did opt to go for a Wind of Nature, so you're back to defensive mode. You're still afraid that, what if the Augie Shadow King hits me alone? So at least I have the Wind of Nature to be able to save me. It's funny enough that Zach QT is the one who picked up that early Wind of Nature. Not even Kusei for that matter.
Zach QT is already, buying futures at this point, right?
I'm just predicting. If this shadow hits me, I'm gone.
It's like, don't worry. He's looking at Kusei. Don't worry. I'll buy the Winds of Nature for you.
For you.
Go for the DHS. Thank you very much, right? It's so strange to see. But even so, I think out of everybody, as much as Joan was able to like hard carry the game at the very end, early, mid, late, was doing everything. Zoning, winning out his lane, and completely shutting down Hazel's presence throughout the map.
Yeah, like he sits in Hazel's jungle, he proxies the wave, and he forces Move out of his lane. Like Move dies one in the first turtle fight to Zac, and they're just sat in that lane as Move was forced to move with the rest of AERO. Not to mention, not only is it hard for AERO to force out Purify, they also don't have the burst needed to kill off a single target which they grab. In this case, it's either Nova or AERO 404.
It's gonna be Team Ray all the way right now. Rich guy, gotta give it to Joam with 711 to be honest, gold per minute. 43,000 total damage being taken upon, being dealt by Dur, and he took almost 100k of damage, and being the sandbag as well as the best wingman is gonna be Nova Escobar with 6 total assists. But yeah, I mean, as much as we compliment Joam for the hyper carry potential, but I do agree with Gideon. Dur did a lot of stuff. A lot of the dirty work was done by Dur early stages on trying to win the laning phase, and once he got that laning phase down, he went forward to try to disturb Hazel's farming potential, at least just to get to know where Hazel is, where is his whereabouts, and absorbing almost all the damage. I mean, it's totally seen right here. I mean, 108,000 damage being dealt upon himself as an Esmeralda. So props to Dur, not gonna lie, hidden MVP for this game number 1.
I guess you could say that Hazel got done dirty, real dirty here. Because look at him, right? He got away with so much, maxed out his build 15 minutes into the game. And oh man,
the Ice Queen's one.
Dude, Kusei purchased after he died, manages to get to Winds of Nature right at the very end.
That my man, Kusei.
Woo! Still got it.
He did.
he did.
The only difference is he bought it after he died.
So if Panda wants to scold him, hey, coach, no, I mean.
I got it. I just didn't use it. I didn't get to use it, but I bought it.
It's just unfortunate enough. I died. When I purchased the Wind of Nature, I died.
You compare the timing, it's like Joam gets his Winds of Nature, and then 3 items after that, it's Kusei's Winds of Nature.
I mean, even Zach killed it after the second item, after glowing wand straight away.
Screenshot this, and Panda shows the screenshot to Kusei. Look.
Look at the timing.
Look at the timing, look at this.
Oh shit, why? It's my fault, I swear.
Maleficant second item, okay, and then you go DHS 4th.
Oh! Pain. So much pain.
Oh, I can see the Tagalog comments already.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't mention like, okay, once Kusei gets the Berserker Fury, it could be a game changer. He did. I mean, before 12-minute mark.
Yeah.
Should have been straight away Wind of Nature instead of the DHS. But again, sometimes greed gets over you, you know?
Yeah.
I think that the most optimal build at this point for Kusei wasn't to go for DHS, it was Winds of Nature, and then he goes straight into Windtalker, because the second problem that they have is actually clearing the wave. So Windtalker probably would have been the better option here, because he does more than enough damage just with Malefic Gun alone.
Yep.
Because all the quote-unquote hard armor items don't really matter when a percentage of it is cut down.
Yeah, like by the Berserker's Fury, he could actually kill dirt. Like he actually hits like a truck already. This was the first fight where Team Ray got the turtle and 2 kills, and right after that, Smooth got relegated to the side lanes to be like a roaming squad. Hazel gets his jungle basically invaded every 30 seconds, and they had to fight to claw back.
Wow, we skipped so far. Wait, what happened in between? We jumped right to the final play.
The fact that like it's just 4-1 in terms of kills, showcasing that nothing really happened much throughout this game. This was the BMI on the backside with the Blazing Duet, right?
Yeah, look at that.
If you had a Wind of Nature here,
yeah, I think he would have won.
Could have been a big difference maker, but then again, Worms also have his very own Wind of Nature, right? At that moment.
Yeah, the best part was when Joan passed his Winds of Nature, no one was hitting him.
Yep. And there you see the purchase right at the very end. Right as the crystal cracks.
Right on time.
I mean, hey, like I said, if Coach wanna scold me for not purchasing the Wind of Nature, I did. Okay?
I respect it.
Technically, it's the end of the game.
Kusei mask off.
Alright, Pinoy, Golindo, Kusei versus Joam. A lot of you gonna vote for Kusei. I mean, a lot of you, not gonna lie, majority of you, 77%, up against a 23% for Joam. But after game number 1, might want to reconsider, I suppose.
I don't know if they're allowed to change their votes, but I think for the time being, let's see whether the rest of this best of 3 is going to show what Kusei is all about. Because again, pretty even laning phase so far. I think everybody else is the one taking the punishment for the side of AERO for the most part. And considering how it went, the best solution possible was to start funneling that gold into both Hazel alongside with Kusei.
More so, is it going to change how AERO drafts, right? Pick Kusei's hero early, because he got 5 marksman banned against him.
I don't think it was the problem. I think the main issue was that matchup specifically in EXP, or maybe switch it up, right? Instead of going for the Jushin, you go for maybe Vexana, maybe, you know?
Gwyn jungle?
Gwyn jungle?
Yeah, I mean, talking about Gwyn, right? I mean, talking about Gwyn, we do have to talk about the aspirant skins, right? So there is a mini series shows. It's going to be happening tonight at 8 p.m. 18th of October. So you're going to see the likes of Repo, the likes of Zron. I've seen, if I'm not mistaken, Yums is there, Arkida is there as well. So you don't want to miss this out. I mean, it's just a bit of fun, you know, less pressure, nothing too serious, just for you guys. So make sure to catch 8 p.m. tonight after this match. But right now, going into game number 2 for the side of AERO. Draft-wise, no issue. I feel like it's very even Stevens, I feel. Decision making, very much questionable. I feel like there's a lot of things that can be sharpened a bit more, I suppose. Look at Panda, man. Look.
Panda is like,
whoa,
where's
Panda.
your Winds of Nature?
What is your item, bro?
What is this, Kusei? Come on.
You know Panda is gonna be pissed because he himself is the gold laner at the same time.
Panda, I would have bought Winds of Nature.
I would have bought.
I would have bought that.
I would have bought a first item.
Kusei is like, hey, you finished 10th in season 14, shut up.
How many MSCs did you take part in?
Youch.
Bring back Tazi, come on.
Alright, 20 more seconds to go. So, okay, shall we see a different kind of draft coming into game number 2, or we shall see more of the same as game number 1? Do you want to see a different draft?
I think that right now, I think that AERO needs to kind of take the lead with potential threats, right? Because again, as much as they opened up with the early Boxia, they were cutting off a lot of the outlets for Boxia to kind of shift into the roam position, which is a good and bad idea to a certain degree, right? Because both teams ended up playing a relatively similar composition. Ooh, expanding rivers. Okay, now this one's gonna be quite vicious.
It was a hard read from AERO, but you can't really tell if it actually paid off or not in the end. Though I would like to propose a different, a different view on how AERO has been playing the season.
Okay.
Because when we see them ahead, they go hard and fast.
Yep.
But the problem starts when they fall behind, because AERO defaults to a very passive, conservative playstyle, which Team Ray took full advantage of because that's how they wanted to play game one. Is that something that AERO needs to kind of, fine-tune a little bit, be more proactive?
I think that just means they need to draft a composition that plays for that very first turtle, right? I think that's what the only solution they have in this particular case, if they don't want to put themselves in that, oh, I'm falling behind, therefore I cannot do much. So something a little bit more skirmish-oriented. I think maybe that if they... Oh, well, I think in Hazel's perspective, we'll see whether or not he gets another assassin, because util might actually come into play this time round.
Yeah, I mean, we shall see in terms of the first pick. Again, viable heroes such as Isenshi and Lancelot is still available. Grok was not prioritized at all in that game. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think it was even banned out or even picked up by both sides. We shall see, will Grok be in favors for game number 3, especially for expanding Reavers, right? I mean, earlier rotation can be commenced by using that Grok at the same time. But right now, Team Ray, one more ban before we move on to the first pick. Gonna ban out the Chi-Chi.
Almost like that slip. I mean, the Cho is also great, right? Expanding Reavers. Anything that can put on early pressure. Hilda, like if you go second phase Hilda, because if, I wonder if AERO will pick Baxia. There it is. Alright, so the roles have swapped a bit.
Yeah, I don't think Hilda can come into play at all now. Lance is still available.
Yep. Come on, AERO 4-4.
Do they go for Zakuti on the Jushin then? Because there's no point playing Kimmy into this.
Well, you could take like... I want to say YSS fight. Or like a Lance plus Roamer?
Lance plus Roamer. Lance plus
Grok
Roamer.
isn't that bad.
Lance Grok, Lance Cho, Lance Kalia?
Kusei Granger? You take away Kusei's Granger again, so they still are targeting Kusei.
I mean, to a degree, right? Because again, the CC was like left out wide in the open, and they still banned out the 1-1 alongside with the Harith. I'm expecting the last 2 bans from the side of Team Raid to be targeted towards Kusei again. So at this point, right, you just go, oh wait, no you can't.
Do you take Kusei's hero here?
You go Mosk. You go...
Irithel?
I mean, that would be like the traditional... Actually, no, Irithel does pretty good here, mainly because you can run circles around the Jushin as well.
Grok Irithel? Esma Irithel?
Esma Irithel doesn't seem too
What about Arlet?
bad. Arlet, because you don't have a lot of CC to work with, right?
That's true. Yeah.
Unless you are playing something like Farsa or maybe even Yi, but then you have to see the roamer for the side of Team Raid first.
Oh, okay. So they essentially took Team Raid's draft.
Yeah!
They took Team Raid's draft!
I mean, if they can beat us with this draft, we can beat them with the same draft, right? That makes sense. But right now, Yi Sun-shin, finally!
Alright.
I get to see Yi Sun-shin picked up by Team Ray. But they're not gonna go for the double fighter because the Granger has been picked up by themselves.
Not really liking the turtle fight aspect of this opening so far. So something that Team Ray needs to take note of.
I think Team Raid just gives it up, right? Like, you can have as many turtles as you want, I don't really care, right? If you just want to power farm Yi Sun-shin until he's able to, like, one-shot Kimmy and, like, slowly peel away Esmeralda and Baxia's HP.
That's not the Malaysian way.
That's true, that's true.
We fight.
We fight all the time.
Would you rather give up or die trying?
How about giving up while still dying? AERO, in terms of bans, what would actually be good here, right? I think they need to get rid of the Gatot. The Gatot or maybe even Grok. Actually, no, yeah, the Grok.
I feel like Grok has to go.
Grok has to go.
Unless you want to give her like a horrible matchup, but you have Esmer, so...
Yeah, you've already got the Esme kind of locked in.
Nah, there it is.
Okay, Grok ban.
Grok, like either Cho or Gatot ban, I guess. But you have Baxia and Esmer, so Gatot should be manageable.
I think that the Kalia should also be a consideration here because like as much as you don't want to have like a one, usually you want a one-on-one as a combination with Kalia, but now with Yi Sun-shin as well as Granger doesn't necessarily have to be there for the setup. As long as he is within range of the Death Sonata, he can find the eventual pickup when Yi Sun-shin goes in.
What about Chip?
Chip doesn't sound like a bad idea, but the only issue is that like with Chip, and especially when you have to deal with Esme alongside with the Baxia, there's many times where if the person that you're trying to target down is either too tanky or there's a fast response coming in from AERO, then a lot of issues start to show up. Not to mention that the Gatot still hasn't been banned out, but at least it's a good read from the side of Team Ray.
I think Chip is good for AERO.
Yes.
I think Chip is pretty good for AERO, actually.
Do they ban out Gatot here? That might give a signal for the Chip.
Okay, show ban.
All the injustice
I like
in the
it.
world. Team Ray right now. Do they want to go for a single target pickoff?
Because they have a ton of damage, but they need someone to front.
Badang's still there. Hylos is still there. What else?
But they all run into the same problem of not being able to peel away from AERO.
Yeah.
Right? So Gatot is probably like the best choice, but your XP player needs to be able to follow up.
Lapu's still there, right?
Yeah,
Lapu is still there,
but you're up against Esme, which is a big problem.
True.
Do you go, man, I want to say Arlet, but then again, they don't really have a setup to...
You go for the Esme Breaker, which is...
What about Bane here?
A Dyroth.
Oh, what, but they don't have physical damage. Irithel? I think you still... Like, Irithel is still not a bad pick.
Yeah.
Right?
You go Irithel, you take Purify, you call it a day.
Irithel, Purify.
Or you can actually, if you want to go extra greedy, Irithel, and then you just take Sprint.
Okay, Kusei, you know where you messed this up. Claude.
Steal their draft.
Still, yeah, might as well, right? Pick Claude and what's the last pick? Gatot.
Not gonna lie, Cloud is still not bad. Okay, they go.
Oh,
literally, huh?
Almost. The Baxia roam this time.
Oh yeah, okay, fair enough. But the Hayabusa are still on their own side. Okay, Hazel.
What about Hilda here? Okay, maybe not Hilda.
Oh, actually, Hilda might not be that bad. The only problem is Baxia. The thing is, like, without knowing where the Baxia is going to be, if he shows up in the mid lane and then you start to go for these inmate loot, then you have a lot of issues, right? Clue, actually, not a bad idea.
Not a bad idea. All right. So wait, if you go into your what do you call it, the glulets?
Globules.
The globules and
goobs.
the goobers. If the shadow kill. You can easily disperse the shadow kill, right?
Yes.
But do you take damage if the blobs die? You don't, right?
You take like minimal damage.
Okay.
You take minimal damage. It's basically negligible for the most part of it. It's a tough call because both sides are still playing relatively similar to each other. It's very much around that gold lane, very much around trying to get like their gold laners ahead. And when they do, and especially on expanding rivers, these turtles now turn into almost a catalyst for teams to kind of slingshot themselves ahead, because with a Yishan Shin, there's not a lot of ways you can actually defend yourself from the invasion after losing a turtle.
Alright, we're gonna jump into game number 2. It's gonna be the expanding river for the side of Team Ray as well as AERO. Team Ray is ahead with 1 point or 1 victory as we jump into the land of Dawn right now. AERO Esports today have what it takes to pull a miracle and to force us to go into game number 3 with a Baxia roam right now. Could be the difference maker for the side of AERO Esports.
And it's worth mentioning, if Team Ray wins this 2-0, AERO is out of playoffs.
Yep.
And Homeboys Untitled lock in playoffs. And MV lock in. Well, MV is already locked in playoffs, but yes, you get the memo.
It's some scary stuff for AERO. Like, they really need to win this game somehow. Kusei as well as Jom are going to have like the time of their lives fighting against each other, but generally it's a little Kusei favored right now. And Jom has to be real careful, right? Because a single death, it's over for that lane. Same, I mean, I don't think between Smooth and as well as Dirt, it's kind of a sandbag, so nothing much is going to happen. Mid lane also very volatile.
We did talk about how teams who are playing without any pressure, without anything on the line, tends to perform a bit more better than the teams who are under pressure, and it's showcasing right now once again for this particular match where again Team Ray managed to win that game number 1 and feels like they have again no pressure, no issue, they can just play their own game, their own style right now.
I bet one of the criteria when you sign up for a team is, can you play under pressure? Depends on who sang it.
As a mid lane, again, the freeze inevitably going to be broken here. AERO 4-4 showing presence to make sure that Kusei can't keep on pressuring Joam for free. And that's actually perfect because right now the lane state is actually pushed slightly in favor of Joam. It's closer to his side to open up angles to maybe let loose with the Rhapsody.
Yeah, and Kim is lost a lot of HP right on time as the turtle spawn. Because the full commit. Turtle Bow and Revitalize gets used, so sadly, AERO couldn't find anything, but Smooth not so lucky though. Everything connects on the Smooth, he gets lifted off. First football, AERO 4-4. Best case scenario for Team Ray. Can they go for more? ZK gets lifted up. And there's a grab, smack, and it's a nap time. 2 kills for AERO 4-4 at the start of the game, and a turtle as a bonus.
Yep, a perfect start coming in for Team Array. Nova Escobar, again, really nice chaining the taunts together. More importantly, just the natural synergy between Glue and the Zushin. Every single time you're thinking the Zushin, I should always pull my targets close. And when you do, it's a good idea to displace your opponents, but now when you have these little globules to work with Dur nearby, you can almost guarantee a chain CC every single time.
And Seagame is not even 4 yet. I'm not sure if this invade is even going to do anything. This Dur doesn't really care. And his mid in control. Joam, they both get sucked back! How is that possible? ZachQD does get away. Nova will frontline for his team. Turtle Boat almost connects on the Kim. AOG follow up, doesn't hit onto anyone, and Nova Escobar might end up going down. The Kim finds the kill with a fresh Sky Piercer.
And they even out the score. What was that? Where was Joel dashing to? Why was he dashing forward there? And he still had Flicker the whole time, by the way.
Right, and you could see that Kim was preparing for that ultimate right there, for that traction pulse as well as the ultimate, but could not dodge that instance. It's tough right now for Team Ray. I mean, they had a very good lead, and right now it's even Stevens. More so AERO right now having the bigger momentum as of now. The goal lead is shifting towards them, and a kill against Joam, like we mentioned, is not gonna do him any good as of now.
I mean, he's still full level ahead. Oh,
Nova able to get out. ZK, not sure if you want to face tank that. He's gonna end up going down. Joam finds a collection. Traction Pulse doesn't do anything, but does force out Revitalize.
Oh, I'm surprised that Kim didn't try and bail him out, or even like Usei at that point, because again, they need to know that Baxia is kind of an all-in style of support, right? As much as he's able to kind of like heal for his targets and have consistent amounts of damage in the middle of the skirmishes, and more importantly, just the way that his trading pattern against Nova Escobar, it's actually in his favor to do so.
Right, right now, the Turtle has spawned on the bot side, but AERO Esports is just gonna hover around. Who's gonna make that first move there? He's gonna be in the front line as of now.
Move, doesn't get pulled back, flickers away. It's gonna isolate Dur, who's not gonna take the brunt of the punishment. AERO 4-4 works on the Turtle, he's gonna try! But it's actually the Esper that gets the objective. Kim finds a second kill with Sky Piercer, and now they follow up with ZachQT, who uses the Crimson Beacon to get away. AOG from Nova Escobar to save his teammate. And AERO walks away.
Good disengage. However, AERO still has the lead. The Turtle may have fell into their hands, but now mid-tier 1 is wide open, and this is the problem with expanding rivers, right? You always get free damage after winning out, and especially when you're taking out a majority of the members of the opposite side.
Good flicker coming in from Smooth right there, noticing that, okay, if he does not flicker, he's gonna get punished, but with that flicker, he tried to punish Dur immediately, but hey, that flicker allowed AERO to work well and allow Smooth at the same time to, again, somehow steal that Turtle away from the hands of AERO 4-4 just now.
Just give a lot more respect to the Kimmy too. The Traction Pulse actually does quite a lot of work. And bottom tier 1 ends up going down to Smooth. He's now free from his lane. And Dur is not going to have a good time either. Has to surrender his top tier 1.
Alright, easy enough for Kusi. 1 turret down, 2 turrets down. 1 on the top side, 1 on the bot side. AERO, I wouldn't say they are in cruise control, but they are in a good position right now.
They're gonna have to take their time with this, right? Again, pretty low kill count game overall. They're only fighting during objectives. These neutral skirmishes, you're seeing that just a lot of the members are kind of working together to maintain the battle lines as soon as possible, especially when they start making contact. Dur, he's got to be careful, right? And more importantly, I think both teams really need to keep track of the battle spells. Without these battle spells, they can start finding these bigger windows to get in the fights. Oh no.
There's so much damage on the Dur.
He gets hard chunked.
And that's gonna be forcing out Dur away, but still okay. Almost.
It even canceled his recall, and now he's forced to kind of participate in the upcoming Turtle fight.
This is not looking good for Team Ray. He needs to be able to get at least some health away right now. I mean, okay, a good amount of health, could be able to do something about it, but then again, one more hit from Kim, and that's gonna be Dur out of the picture right now.
Yeah. This is an important Turtle fight for Team Ray. If they lose this, AERO will be in full control of the game, and I don't think they can even walk up unless AERO makes a mistake. They will still try. Turtle is very low. Mountain Shocker used, Arrow 4-4, wants to find an angle win. Good Traceless to dodge everything as Dur zones out Kim, but still Hazel finds the objective. Arrow 4-4 wants to escape, but cannot do that. Hazel with the execution, AOG just to escape. Dur once more abandoned by his teammates, and a killing spree for Kim.
Alright, okay. Interesting fight. But in the end, AERO now has a definitive lead, right? Hazel able to sneak away and actually take out Arrow 4-4 is great, and now they're going for more.
Yeah, Smooth with the help of Kim is gonna get Nova back, and Nova in execution range. Boom! Kim and Kusei work together with the kill. 4.5k goal lead for AERO.
This was the expectation of hold on, getting more than what they can chew right now, but and it's okay, it's working out well for them. AERO right now 4.8k goal lead. Are they gonna go for more? Okay, no. Alright, this is what I was expecting for game number 1 from the side of AERO. More cohesion, more cooperativeness from them. But right now, it's showcasing in game number 2. But Ogi Shadow kill.
Good Traceless.
Okay. But showing in game number 2, more cooperativeness, more follow-ups, good follow-ups, strong follow-ups, and this is what I like to see from the side of AERO and how they change stunning the side of Team Re right now.
I do want to see how Arrow 4-4 is going to perform, because he's going to be the main scaler at the end of the day, right? Joam, it really depends on the number of Sky Piercer stacks that he has, and that's going to be the limiting factor. Kusei, with a crit build, it's really, really dangerous because generally that's like the best scaling items that you can get in the late games, especially in the ultra late games. But Hazel, now that he's 2-0-5, if he finds more targets who are just either squishy or at the very least gets a reaction from Zach QT, it's a pretty large win rate, a large percentile of which AERO has a win in a 5v5.
I mean, one thing for sure is most likely Win of Nature should be one of the main prioritization right now for both of these gold laner if they don't want to get hunted down by both junglers at the same time. But so far, AERO, playing it passively for now. They know that they don't need to hard shove all of the lanes because the Lord is gonna spawn on the top side. Hazel already done the work on the bot side, so now focusing on this top side with expanding lever, they're gonna get that far much more faster.
I don't know how Team Ray is going to do this. Traction pulse, no pullback. Bottom wave is stacked up. AERO can do this forever with Smooth around.
I mean, they've got a naturally pushing wave on the bottom side, so again, AERO don't need to do anything. They just need to wait for the reaction from the Team Ray first, because they're going to net themselves a free T2 if nobody's going to deal with it.
There's an endless battle, just fresh out the oven for AERO 404. Shadow kills behind. Hazel doesn't get anyone, but enough to force Zach QT and his ultimate out. Z-Kid gonna get jumped on, but easily pauses his ultimate and gets away. Nova Escobar rooted down, and Smooth continues to be a nuisance, and that is gonna give AERO full liberty of the Lord. Unfortunately, Team Ray too late to the party. They're gonna take the fight instead. Smooth able to flicker away with Dirt on top of him, but they need the follow-up damage. So the conceal is used by Team Ray. Z-Kip jumps back in. Nova Escobar trying to peel, but sadly, Z-Kip is enough to keep Team Ray away, and Dirt once more abandoned.
That's very unfortunate for Dur, I guess.
Oh,
left all alone.
All alone, but now AERO with a definitive 6.5k lead. Let's see whether they're going to throw it this time or whether they're going to look to take an inhibitor. Ideally, it's an inhibitor because now the middle and as well as top T2 are under threat. And I think they're going to get everything here as Team Ray not built to fight together just yet.
Not the best base defense either.
It's still not over as of yet. They still have a ultra late game hero with the Yi Shin, but it's very difficult for even the Yi Shin to get any kills going on his own side right now. Almost 8k goal lead, almost 9k goal lead as we approach the 12-minute mark. And AERO Esports, they are pushing the envelope. They want to get this outer turret shield, get it done and dusted. Mid side has been broken, top and bot side. Okay, no more shield for Team Ray, so AERO Esports can wait it out once again. 100 more seconds to go before the next Lord spawns.
Oh, that's what we said about the last game, but that we just have to wait and see, right? Again, they need not coin flip. They have a huge advantage against Team Ray, and more importantly, time is actually on their side for this, right? Even if they decide to drag the game out just a little bit, Kusei, he's already completed 3 items. He is basically at 100% crit, and now the rest of his team just need to make sure that he is safe and sound. The biggest problem is if Glue gets on top of either Kim or Kusei and gets pulled back into the middle of the fight.
Looking at the Skypiercer stack, 40 stacks of Skypiercer on the side of Kim. Slowly but surely is gonna bump it even much more higher. Again, low kill count as we approach the 30-minute mark. 8k to eat as of now for the side of AERO. In terms of level, of course, AERO Esports is gonna top the chart. I mean, Smooth is the lowest level so far. Oh, sorry, Zakif is the lowest level so far, level 11. But looking at the side of Ray, 3 of their members are level 11, and even there is only level 10. So big margin differences of level that is gonna hinder them a lot if Team Ray wants to contest this next slot, which I don't think they should. But if they don't, it's gonna be kind of like game over,
like,
I guess.
How long more can you take the punishment, right? Like, how much more are you willing to take? No, they're not gonna catch AERO 4-4, although they will. They were thinking about it. The distance not in their favor.
Yeah, they gotta set these waves up now, right? And that's why you see that Team Ray is taking so much effort just to try and push up to catch the wave in the first place. Top side is in favor of AERO, but that's more, at least it's close to the Lord, so now there's an opportunity to try and go for the burst, right? Unless we see Mountain Shocker from AERO 4-4 to check the HP.
Look at her. Commits onto Kim. He sticks onto him. Mountain Shocker gets used, and Smooth and ZKip's gonna zone AERO 4-4 away. Kusei gets spotted out. AERO 4-4 not able to jump onto him. He's in a 1v2. Oh boy, that was so close. AERO 4-4 almost made magic happen, but they were too far behind. What a taunt from Nova to end up killing Hazel. So Team Ray still has a chance. They did lose 2, but I don't think there's a chance to steal this Lord.
Oh, they don't. And they have to back away. AERO now finding the exact angle that they want to look for, despite losing Hazel as well, right? 20 seconds left on the clock before he comes back on, but I think that if AERO tries to force it now to get an early inhibitor before that Lord spawn, I'd say it's a little risky.
Definitely risky right there. AERO, but they managed to get the Lord, but Hazel will be back up soon before this Lord spawns. Meanwhile, Team Ray do have their full members up, so it's all up to the high ground defense of Team Ray, which it's not that bad. I mean, they do have Green Jay, they do have Zushin. But is it enough? That is the biggest question, because Esmeralda Smooth can jump onto the backside. Zakif can do the same thing as well. So we shall see. Team Ray, are they ready enough in terms of the high ground defense to be able to withstand this Lord who's going to march on the mid side, and the tri-lane push has been activated?
I don't think they can, right? Tri-lane push is really, really good here. They just don't have enough damage to kind of cut through the Lord empowered minions. They just have to... Oh no!
Oh no, they caught Hazel. They caught Joam back. Hazel is the one that catches him. No Joam for 40 seconds. Mountain both easily flicker out by Smooth. The Lord is still incredibly healthy. How is Team Ray going to deal with this? Dur is also bleeding out traction. Pulse doesn't get anyone back. Lord will be eventually taken care of. Here comes Hazel with the Shadow again. Nova Escobar trying to hang on with Dur, who finds the 2-man rune. Kusei going to blow him up. Mega kill for Kusei. Nova Escobar clears out the last minute, but a new wave is coming in. Nova needs to go back to base, and AERO 4-4 continues to work on the case. 10 more seconds with Joam. Here comes Hazel with the Shadow kill, and I think the deed is done. AERO Esports looking to force the game tree, and Team Ray will fall, and AERO stays in the running.
Alright, we are forced to go for game number 3, where AERO managed to get 1 point out of this match, and Untitled, watching this match, they are sweating a bit because they know there's going to be an uphill battle once they commence their fight up against SRG Esports, SRG OG for tomorrow's match. But hey, AERO bounced back immediately. Drafting phase was quite good, but what is more better is the execution. What they did was much more better for this game number 2.
Yeah, I think Team Ray, they were focusing a lot on just pure mechanics with the picks that they have. Not really sure if they needed to go that far, but things didn't exactly go well, and the AERO's draft is a lot more easy to pull off.
Especially when you have the right members, right? The 2-on-2s, especially the 5v5s. There's a low kill count for a reason. It's all about scaling, right? And I think that the drafting pattern shouldn't change too much. Maybe for the side of Team Ray, what are they going to allow Kusei to play? Because again, they've hunkered down so many different times to just ban out his picks in the first place on top of the CC, but that's only because they were on the red side.
Could the factor of Joam got killed quite early on that mid side be the difference maker for Team Ray just now?
Actually, it wasn't, because again, by the time he came back into this lane, he was the exact same level as Kusei, as the last two minions out of the three were still alive.
So it's not a big factor as much. It's more of an overall gameplay by AERO Esports, who took that game number 2. And again, when I took a look at the draft, it's like it's very tough for Team Ray who wants to initiate first. They do have the AOG from the Gatot Kaca, but a lot of the times they were playing a bit more defensively, waiting for Hazel to go in, and then you taunt up the Hayabusa and try to get the kill. But it's okay. We have to nominate one MVP for this game, and it's gonna be Hazel this time with the Hayabusa. I mean, who have thought, right? I mean, signature hero, comfort pick. That's what you get from picking up a comfort hero for an assassin user such as Hazel. You get a win.
Yeah, you get wins, man. 5-2 and 8 is the final score. GPM of 835. And I think what makes him the MVP this game was that he finally was able to fight back for the tempo, right? With 2 assassinations, that double kill snowballed him really far ahead, and it put him, it put AERO in a position where now we can start playing for angles. Now we can start playing our game as we invade after each and every one of these turtles. Now that we have a side lane that isn't going to be late to a fight.
That's a very, very good comment by you, Gideon, because I forgot that the early game, it was AERO 404 who got that double kill early on, and I thought, okay, this is a very good start for Team Ray. You give Yusachin a double kill, he's winning his own farming, but then again, once Hayabusa was given to Hazel, there is a way, there is a mechanism for Hazel to bounce back, and that bounce back was immediately afterwards because Hazel got his own personal double kill from the treasure post coming in from Kim. So again, mistakes, I would say so, by Team Ray, allowing the bounce back, allowing the mechanism of comeback from Hazel to active, to be online from that treasure post itself.
Now it's Team Ray's turn to figure out what are they willing to let go, right? Like, sure, you are banning Akusei's hero. If you're on red side, you're forced to ban a CC on top of it. But it's at times like these where teams start to change up how they draft in the early stage. Like, you're giving, like, power picks were given to AERO, and you know they cheekily took the first 3 picks of Team Ray in game 1, and you know they swap around the roles a bit, and it worked out. So I think Team Ray need to consider, if they do go for first pick in the next game, is Kusei still the focus? Because I personally don't think so.
I feel like it should be Hazel. If let's say Hayabusa is still open up for grabs, might as well just pick it up, because for now, for this particular match, seems like, again, comfort over meta. We can see how Hazel is very much comfortable, even on a losing kind of like momentum early on. He still managed to bounce back in terms of farming, in terms of level, and of course in terms of killing pressure that he provides towards his team. Whereas Team Ray, again, had that early game momentum, did not use that early momentum to their own benefits, did not be more aggressive, but then again, they made a mistake that causes them that early lead that they had. If that mistake did not happen on that mid side, could have been totally a different game from Team Ray.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? In comparison to the previous one, once you see, as Husky mentioned, right? Once AERO finds that early lead, every minute they were getting a kill. 15-5, these fights looked cleaner and cleaner and cleaner. And I think that Team Ray must recognize now, okay, it's just a game of tempo, right? How do we push and pull against our opponents? It's not just about lane matchups, but how we actually fight around the turtle. And now knowing that AERO 404 on the Season Jin, yes, we can get you an inevitable lead, but there are times where we must make a call to say, hey, we can't actually contest this. We need to start getting resources on the opposite side of the map so that you can get into a better position.
They could opt to go for a laning kind of playstyle. I mean, just forgo the turtle, just forgo the objectives, play the lanes. Try to get the lanes, try to get the turrets, and allow a bit more map control on your own side, and to farm up a bit more for Joe. Allow to AERO 404 to farm up a bit more at the same time for the Zushin as well. But hey, things has been said and done, and AERO Esports is the victor for the game number 2. Hazel is going to be the rich guy, Kim is going to be the carry with 54,000 total damage being dealt, and Nova Escobar did his very best with the Gatot Kaca. I think there was a few instances where the heal that came out from the Gatot Kaca at the very crucial time, good EOGs, but there's nothing much that he can do more. A lot of EOG had to be used for defensive or defensively, trying to run away or try to taunt up Hazel once Hazel shadows in.
I think even till now, like we're 6 weeks in, there are still teams who don't really fully understand how far you could push the numbers of your heroes at the turtle fight. And look at a 4v4 and an objective, it's pretty clear that AERO has more damage, easier to execute crowd control, and yet we're seeing Team Ray try to coin flip it. I mean, they got a good start, right? They got the double kill on AERO in the first turtle, and then they kind of gave up 2 kills away. But then the next turtle fight, they kind of come back in with the same mindset that they are going to win the flip, and that's where it started going out of control when they realized that they just didn't have the damage.
And that's the thing, right? That's why the Baxia as means to kind of like hold your opponents hostage, especially for like these early fights. Like, yes, Zkif is gonna die here because again, Zushin is like a natural counter to a lot of tanks out there on top of the extra displacement from Dur. But later down the line, you realize that Nova Escobar isn't as tanky anymore because how he gets his survivability is through his passive, as well as the Revitalize, both of which Zkif cuts in half straight away because he has inbuilt life bait.
It's very tough to see that kill was given towards AERO after a very good early lead by Team Ray. And afterwards, it's just AERO Sport a bit more decisive on what they want trying to do, a bit more mechanically better in comparison to Team Ray, as well as the kiting ability that they had. They kited Dur really, really well. They waited it out for everyone to walk away, and Dur had no targets that he can use the ultimate on, and they took down pieces by pieces, bit by bit. And overall, they overwhelm Team Ray as a whole team right now. So good initiation, good counter engagement, good prioritization as well, and overall good gameplay coming in from AERO Esport at just now. And hopefully they can replicate the same gameplay stuff for game number 3. But then again, game number 3 could be a whole different game. Might be Team Ray's turns to get an advantage, right, an early lead.
Personally, for me, I think that the draft needs to change, right? Again, with the way that they're banning out, get rid of Lancelot and as well as the Hayabusa, right? Force them onto something like Joy that takes a little bit of time to actually scale up into this game, and then you can start thinking about high ground heroes like Yevon as well as Farsa back into this game. Because again, every single time we see Jushin, the biggest problem is that I can't really deal with the waves. I depend on other people to help me clear.
Yeah, and I don't have damage, right? And I'm very, very mana dependent. If I miss on one stack of the butterflies, I cannot get a lift off. That's 3 seconds of downtime. It's and it's a vicious cycle for Jushin in long drawn out fights, especially when it doesn't go your way. And with AERO just moving the battle lines more and more towards Team Ray, it's a tough spot to be in. So I think Team Ray just have to refocus on what they need to prioritize in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, we do have one shout out we want to give out to you guys. The MPL exclusive skin Lunox Quantum Polarity is coming out soon. This skin features a neon light design that will shine brightly with every skill cast on the battlefield. So it's a very, very elusive skin, and what we to present this skin by using Lunox with your Brilliance, with your Chaos Assault at the same time, right? So make sure you do get this skin once it comes out. The MPL local effect is also there. So do check it out for your very, very own Lunox players. To be fair, Lunox today, I mean, do we have any Lunox?
Yeah, I mean, majority of them have been banned out, to be fair. Yeah. So there's nothing much they can really do about it. I mean, we'll see, because again, it feels like Team Ray and as well as AERO have like a very similar idea of how they want to play the game, which is good and bad, right? Because again, identity feels very, very similar, yet there isn't much of a difference other than the fact that it's more hesitant for Hazel to actually pick up a tank, which I think is actually a good thing, because now Team Ray have a consistent pattern that they can, punish AERO with.
Yep, and I wonder if AERO will say, you know what, we'll ban the Baxia since our second pick and see what Team Ray has, right? Maybe we force the Assassin matchup, Assassin against Assassin matchup. Although, Team Ray, sometimes I think teams also need to decide which lane sort of gets the shoulder end of the stake and gets picked second. Like, if you put priority onto we have to pick our goal and mid lane first, you better make sure that your jungler is extremely strong, or you pick like an insanely strong roam like Grok or Cho. If not, then one of the cores can be left for second phase so that you open up more options for yourselves.
I would like to see, will Team Ray ban out the Hayabusa as their priority bans or as their first 3 bans later on, because we know what Hazel can do with the Hayabusa, or they have an answer towards that Hayabusa themselves, because if they do ban the Hayabusa, they might leave out certain other heroes up for grabs. Maybe the Zushin, maybe even the Grok for that matter was banned out, was not being focused as the first 3 picks, be it from the side of Team Ray or the side of AERO Esports. So maybe a Grok pickup could be the focus for this game number 3.
I suppose. Then again, there's just so many times where teams, especially here in Malaysia, just kind of like want to divert from expectation, right? They don't want to be part of that norm. They're just looking for more unique ways to punish their opponents. But now let's see with the random map draw. Oh, it's flying clouds. All right. So now the EXP matchup doesn't matter as much, but we do see a Baxia ban as an adjustment for AERO.
All right, CC first pick. And this is where it's fair to let all the AERO fans know that Homeboys have qualified for playoffs, thanks to them losing thanks to Team Ray getting 1 point. But if they win this, then Untitled will have to beat SRG tomorrow. Mandatory.
Mandatory.
If AERO loses this, Untitled will need to take at least 1 point from SRG.
Hayabusa and Lunox opener, very strong opener by the side of AERO Esports right now, showcasing their 2 damage dealer immediately. As we gave a shout out to the MPL Quantum skin for the Lunox, Quantum Polarity. Lunox immediately pops up in game number 3. Team Ray right now, they do have an option to go for Yusanshin or Lancelot as their jungler +1. That one could be a Grog. I don't know why, but I feel like Grog is just a suitable hero. Or they could go for
Yusanshin again? And Yusanshin? Why?
I think it's fine. I think at the end of the day, it's like you're going to lack burst damage anyways. You need a means to scale. This is one way to do it. And I mean, if 404 feels confident that he can beat a Hayabusa, by all means, let him go. He had a pretty 50-50 matchup into the Hayabusa until the later stages. Hopefully, this is going to be a mistake that he's going to rectify.
Also, the Jusin, right? You already saw the Lunox, unless they are worried about a Lunox go. But again, you are putting Nova in an even more egregious spot now that you are blue side. So he's not gonna have much roamer choices when it comes to his turn to pick.
I think he still will, right? There is Cho, there is Grok, there is Kalea still wide out in the open, and I don't think Team Ray is gonna put so much emphasis on banning out the supports, more so leading into the gold lane matchups that could be a little frustrating because again, Claude, Granger's already out. Granger, Wanwan, Harith. They get rid of potentially Moskov and then follow it up by banning out an Irithel maybe? We'll see, because Gathon is a good ban from AERO.
I do like the band's recommendation coming in from Gideon right there. The Irithel, the Moskov at the same time, but opens up AERO's capability or option to maybe pick up like someone like a Bean, Gulin for themselves. But we shall see. Right now, Team Ray banning out the Kalia, so no pickup potential for the side of AERO. But so far, there is still Cho, there is still Grok for the side of AERO if they want to go for a much more tankier kind of a roamer right now.
Yeah, and both of them are not going into Lunox. So that's something that Team Ray needs to keep in mind. Ruby ban just to deny the double fighter for Team Ray.
Interesting. This it could just be like a Lapu angle here, to be fair. Could be a Lapu angle because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter about the laning matchups because of the flying clouds. So they could have like a double fighter comp, but they need like a strong setter. I think Cho probably is going to be their best bet because then they can start skirmishing and splitting up their forces in 2 different areas, right? Because there's natural synergy with CC's Curtain Call alongside with Zhu Xin, or whether it be like Yishin Shin trying to go with Turtle Boat for an example, that also kind of enables the Zhu Xin to kind of catch up with his opponents.
It's a long shot here, but is there a World Wed chip fits through either of these draft?
Not for Team Ray, no.
Yeah, definitely not for Team Ray. Claude ban.
Wow.
Side of Team Ray. All right, sure.
Okay. Irithel, Bruno?
Do you go for your gold lane here first, and then you hide your roam?
Or you could just take a roam actually, doesn't it?
I think it's still... for me, I feel like it doesn't matter, whichever comes first. You could pick up a Grok if you want to go for roam. You could
put Lunox go if you want, right? Yeah, take the Grok away.
Finally!
I can't believe that. They picked the Grok so late.
Yeah, they either go Cho or Hylos, and then they go for Lapu at this point. No, I mean, it's really tough because once you have Lunox on the opposite side, like how many ways can you realistically force out the Brilliance?
And not to mention that they picked the Drusen after seeing Lunox, so you can't even harass her out of lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they kind of shafted themselves.
For double fighter here.
I think that's why I'm thinking like Cho or Hylos kind of needs to kind of get them past the early stages of the game. Oh, Khalid, alright. Fair, fair.
You could pressure them early on. Pressure both Lunox and Haya early, actually.
I'm okay with that, but the final pick leads into Uranus.
Okay.
Okay, double fighter.
Double fighter, CC going to be the way to kind of deal with Kusei. But I don't think Kusei even has like a like optional or relevant picks at this point.
Moskov, I guess. Moskov, Natan, Moskov, Natan. Bane, actually.
But then again, you doubling down on your magic damage.
That's
the Lunox.
Yeah.
It is. It's not too bad of a choice.
If you're gonna play long, then Moskov is still there.
It is. Yeah, Moskov is still there if you want to play like for the late. Moskov and Natan are the two choices. Anything that sets up well with Rock.
Yeah, no, I think you kind of have to lean into Moskov just a little bit more. I feel like Natan, as good as he is, taking the Purify doesn't feel that great.
It's a Bane.
Oh, wow. Wow, this is what it's devolved to, huh?
Bane against CC.
I think it's fine. As long as Kusei is able to kind of get the level 2 effectively. Once he gets to level 2, then it's not so bad.
Could be an early Holy Crystal for this Bean.
For sure.
To just provide tons of damage with the Crab Claw Cannon, with the Delia Sketch at the same time, and it allows some form of space for Lunox to get her items as well.
Yeah, AERO has to play like the game of his career.
Yeah.
I don't know how he's gonna take on AERO, his comp, but he has to play the cleanest Yi Xunshin. He has to be like Yi Xunshin. He saves his nation.
Literally, very literally. Oh, this one's really tough because again, like a single lord completely skews the lanes, like entirely. There's much better wave clear potential from the side of AERO in comparison to Team Ray right now. So every one of these objectives has a much higher importance in comparison to them.
This is gonna be the Flying Cloud maps, if I'm not mistaken, right? For game number 3, the deciding game. So do expect a lot of scrimmages is gonna happen, and do expect even if you win the leading phase, it does not matter as much.
What?
Okay.
Why are we going for the proxy? Why not we go for the big chunk out at this point? I guess he can heal off of it anyways.
Yeah,
but
and they can just move. Well, the hope is to catch out Hazel, but
are they stealing a camp?
I think they can. Can they?
I mean, Joam is still doing it.
That's ready. Big out for ZQT, and Hazel is chunked out. So now there is a better chance to steal. Where's the Yi Xunshin? They need to bring him in.
There's a very slow steal, not gonna lie.
And that's a flicker for Kim. Okay.
Still.
Now that's a steal.
All right, worth it. And still gets a Little Wanderer at the end of it. Interesting opening from a Team Ray. Instead of going out for the chunk out, they go for the early proxy, especially since they already figured out where the Grok is, revealing himself pretty early on in that front lines. Dur, unfortunately, just has to eat it here.
Jom did take the firmness, so extra defensive stat. Now the next thing is how do you convert that, right? Like they've stole like a Litho and a Golem, but the conversion is what I'm looking for. And wow, that's a lot of damage on Smooth.
Oh, he's about to die here.
Yeah. Get some extra shield. Smooth still has Flicker. That means good.
Okay. Still able to kind of power through. Luckily, he at least is held on to his regen for as long as possible. Oh, Dur.
And Dur is dead. Shadow kill. Goodbye. First blood. Right? Okay, there it is.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Kim.
They do find one back into Kim, which is totally fine. Because again, this all boils down to, do you have your Flicker? Are you level 4? Number 1, you don't have your Flicker, you're not level 4. If we hit you with any CC, you're basically as good as gone. And at least for AERO 4-4, this is the start that they was hoping for to keep up with Hazel.
DK is going to get forced away. 2-9 now mana from ZQT to get the kill. Hazel spotted taking his purple. Here comes Lord Smooth from the XP side. Let's see if AERO wants to contest this turtle. It's gonna be a bit hard. Kusei also forced out of his lane, and AERO 4-4 gets a free turtle.
Alright, 1-for-1. First turtle in the favors of Team Ray right now. Looking quite good in the early stages, but we cannot count AERO Esports out of it yet because we know that Lunox, when she hits the power spike, is gonna deal a ton of damage. Meanwhile, Kusei right now is struggling a little bit, but so far it's still okay. I mean, he's not gonna get zoned out, push away from his own lane. He's gonna heal out and then farm out really, really well. But looking at the side of Team Ray, very aggressive right now.
I don't know why they're not fighting though. Like they should be fighting with Joam already at level 4 and Kusei was at level 3. They knew that 3 people were on that top side. They knew that Kim eventually would have to come back into the mid lane anyways. Why start turning the attention towards AERO 404 when they have double fighters and they can legitimately just play to poke them out rather than going for the all-in?
Yeah, I thought they would bring Joam in and, you know, try to at least make it hard for Hazel to get the orange. Smooth. Flickers away. Derp gets sniped. AERO 404 with the second takedown.
Not exactly going well for AERO at this point of time, especially for Smooth here, which I'm very surprised that they've decided to split up the map this way. But even so, it caught him off guard, and that's exactly what they were looking for, right? Joam getting a huge chunk onto Kusei is great, but look at that bottom side. AERO 404 getting free gold plating.
Even with the flying clouds, I don't think Smooth can save this turret. No, he's already gone. Under 4 minutes. AERO 404 is eating good.
This is looking good for AERO 404 and for Team Re in general. What was a 700 goal lead has transitioned into a 2k goal lead, or almost 2k goal lead at the 4th minute mark. Less than 15 more seconds. The turtle is gonna spawn on the top side. Smooth.
He's dead again. AERO 404. He should be safe. The shadow didn't connect. They find Kim as the Chaos Assault into the Brilliance. Kim forced to run away. He even used his flicker to get out. Now AERO 404 and Dirt's gonna zone out the rest of AERO. Buff secured by Hazel, and Team Ray disengaged and press for the next turtle. Joam though is still there. Hazel gonna go into the shallow queue. He has no choice. And Joam easily hops out.
They should invade again. They should go for another invade at this point, right? ZachQT is ready to fight. They know that Zeke still has that ult, but really, yep, Nova Escobar get right in front of Hazel's face. Make his life really, really difficult here. And it's about this consistent push and pull, about managing your resources by throwing bodies who can actually consistently poke against your opponent. And look, Zeke, even if he goes to try and ult, he's just going to die. He has to back away. This turtle will fall into the hands of Team Ray as long as they zone the angles away from specifically Hazel from getting in with the quad shadow.
It's looking quite bleak right now for AERO Respawn. Nothing that they're doing right now is coming to fruition, and Team Ray right now, they are holding to this lead. Hazel immediately Augie Shadow kill.
Ooh, Crimson Beacon just enough, the extra shield. And Nova did take some of that damage at on ZachQT's behalf. Raging Sandstorm, Nova Escobar is out of there. No deadly catch from Kusei. This wet noodle fight continues.
I mean, Joe tried his best to walk away from that dangerous catch.
Yeah, he
gets hit with it.
He's too busy looking at the shopping cart, right? He's just like, what items do I get now? This one's kind of good. Oh, I got hit by it.
My bad. Alright, more team fights gonna come on this top side right now. Look at there.
And Zeke is not having a good time at all. Nova flickers follow up to take him down with the Desert Tornado. The boat connects on the Smooth. Smooth also dies. Mega kill for AERO 404.
Good lord, Smooth is just eating it every single time. Like AERO 404 with a 4-0-1 record as of now, 2-level lead against Hazel. This is the best possible start you could ask for a Yichin Shin, right? The best possible ask, and even so, they're purposefully just taking their time on the top side, not taking the T1 when they could have done it at any time, right? They want to drag out this laning phase, but Kusei's like, nah, I'm going to the opposite side of the map.
I mean, very good decision making coming in from Team Ray right now. Not allowing much for AERO Spot to do anything about it. And what could make it more perfect for Team Ray right now is for AERO 404 not to get any kills, but get 3 more assists. You know, 4-4 and then 4-4. Just the icing on the cake for me right now.
Yeah.
Gotta get the branding down. Look at that goal difference. 1.6k lead. Everybody else at a 600 to 500. Oh, wait, hold on.
Wow, Kusei attempted one shot, but he doesn't have the damage, so he ends up dying. And ZachQT should be able to walk out from this. Unstoppable for AERO 404, and Smooth is just non-existent in that fight.
Is it over? Is it safe to say? Nah.
Not yet.
We're getting there.
We need to see that very first Lord, right? Because that's the big turning point. All of these turtles kind of chain into each other, but that Lord can almost guarantee at least one inhibitor if things go really, really wrong for the opposing side who doesn't secure it, right? And 404 is currently outscaling the entirety of the lobby, but ZQ still has the game changer in that tectonic charge.
5k goal lead, or to be precise, 5.7k goal lead on the 7-minute mark. 7 kills in total for Team Ray right now. Look at AERO, he's gonna get sandwiched from left to right now. Look at how Team Ray is just closing down on AERO, making AERO's map looking very, very small as of now.
Yeah, Kim can't really get into these fights. No brilliance. He walks up, he is forced to tank damage, and he doesn't have the items yet to necessarily threaten anyone from Team Ray's side. So, I'm sure AERO will need a bit more extra time.
I don't think they're going to be given any time because Team Ray, as of yet, they're going to get more and more aggressive here. Ooh, very aggressive build coming in from AERO 404. He's not thinking about survivability. He's thinking of just about one-shotting his targets, right? Catch somebody, kill him straight away. Don't think too hard about it.
And Smooth again is going to take the punishment. Actually, they go on to Kusei instead. I felt like Smooth was a free kill. Team Ray have they botched it. Shadow kill comes in. ZachQD ends up dying. Hazel gets the freebie and AERO walks away.
What was that?
Always that moment, man.
Did he think that he could catch both of them with the Raging Sandstorm?
Greed, 7 deadly sins.
It's always that moments from the side of Team Ray right now. Once they had the lead, a few mistakes here and there, allowing AERO breathing space a little bit, but it's okay. It's not the end of the world right now for Team Ray. They are still holding that lead, 6k goal lead, 9-minute mark, and AERO right now just trying their best to find the loopholes, some ways to be able to work their way back into this game. I mean, we've not seen Kim for majority parts of this game, so there's no like brilliance, chaos assault moments, and Kusei as well. I mean, not gonna lie, it's not a big factor for now.
It's about scaling, right? They need items, and I think the hardest part about it is the fact that their damage profile. If they get some early MR, they're generally okay. But their biggest problem is Hazel more than anybody else.
Yeah. This Lord easily secured by AERO 404. 7k goalie for Team Ray despite the earlier mishap. See, I think AERO should be able to keep their structures up. They have pretty good base defense.
Yep, they should be able to. They should be able to hold out here, especially with Hussein as well as Kim. If we can pull up the item list, that would be great to just to see the progress, right, of where they're working for. 9th anniversary, everybody. Just in case you don't know.
Happy birthday, MLBB.
Happy birthday.
Alright, 10-minute mark. Lord is pushing on the top side, but this should be a lot that AERO Esports should be able to handle.
I can't. I'm about to lose my mind. I'm about to lose my mind.
Hey, that's a lot of damage.
Dude, what are you doing, Nova? They even used Mountain Shocker, so he knew exactly where they were.
Ooh, if there was follow-up to that, that could have been
if Nova just Raging Sandstorm that would have at least been a body.
Raging Sandstorm, Crimson Beacon in, everything goes forward. Oh, that was nasty.
Yo, Nova, I know you might not want Untitled to qualify, but come on,
Dude, get me out right now.
Alright, there we go. That's the conceal. Current call used, Kusei Smooth tied together, ZKip from behind. Can't really find a target, so could disengage by TR. ZachQD gone on, the Shadow Q RNG. This time, not that lucky. Hazel finds nothing.
Get the angle just yet. At least they're able to kind of base defense for just a little bit here. Even so, no inhibitors. The next Lord, by far the most important because they can guarantee an inhibitor, but even so, what was that, dude? That was a game-winning play from AERO 404. I can't let it go. I can't let it go anymore.
We said that AERO needs to play the game of his career, but we didn't say Nova has to.
You're not wrong.
You're not wrong about that.
We're targeting the wrong individual right now.
God.
It's not every day you get to see a 3-man Mountain Shocker from Eastern Chip right there.
Takes away half your health bar.
Golly, man.
I mean, that's the difference between taking a War Axe compared to like rushing a BOD. It's such a like feel-good item when you have it. Naturally, I mean, I'm more of a War Axe person myself, but oh wait, hold on.
I mean, that's not a turbo. That's the whole Titanic in your face.
I mean, he's trucking out pretty good here. I think that at least gives you like a rough idea of what of how much like estimated damage he does, especially towards the tank. If it's somebody like Kusei, he's basically going to explode. Same goes for Kim if he gets stunned up like that.
Thank goodness it's flying clouds. Look at that, ZK back in action.
Whoa!
How do AERO play this one out? Like, do they go for the contest? Do they just...
He literally just needs Nova to hit his ult.
Yeah, just make Nova like use his ult.
Just hit it. Like, as long as he hits it and he's in range to throw the turtle boat, he's almost guaranteed to kill.
I mean, but then AERO, do they contest this slot or they just...
Oh, I mean, they kind of have to be fair.
Because in terms of high ground wise, it's not that good enough for them, I
mean, Kusei has 2 items complete. Same goes for Kim. It's not ideal that Kim has to go for the glowing wand, but even so, they can't stall it out.
I mean, AERO is so ahead. He could buy a Sky Piercer and let the mountain boat like kill someone at the threshold and not be okay with it. Although AERO are gaining space and Hazel is hiding in that bush alongside Kusei.
Thanks. Smooth is kind of looking good, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, they found Zkif.
Uh-oh.
There we go, Zkif gets hit. Tectonic tried to escape, had the flicker too, so Zkif ends up escaping. Joam chases him down. Good stuff. Kusei can really find the damage in. Mountain Bow now connects on the Smooth now flickers. Kim to the backline and he's now all alone. Can't really get out from this. Monster kill for AERO 404. Hazel is going to be found out in the bush. Trying to go for AERO 404. Good faceless dodge. And now Hazel is going to be left in the lurches. Shadow kills in, but everyone is healthy enough to survive. Hazel has no shadows. Godlike for AERO 404. And the free lord for Team Ray with a 10k goal lead.
Beautifully played here. Again, every possible scenario that could have happened was played out nicely. I mean, AERO tried their absolute best. Even Hazel tried to slip through the shadow from an awkward angle, thinking that AERO 404 wasn't paying attention, but he was hyper aware. The vigilance from Team Ray is paying off right now, and this should be a guaranteed end game scenario.
Alright, I was about to say 10k goal lead. It's 11k goal lead right now for the side of Team Ray, and Lot is gonna push at any given moment right now. Every spot, even with Kusei's deadliest catch, even with the brilliance, even with the Chaos Assault coming up from Kim, I don't think it's enough for them to stop this momentum of a push from Team Ray. They are gonna set up for that tri-lane push. Lot is gonna march on the top side. Biggest question is, number one, you do have to deal with the minions, you do have to deal with the Lord, and number two, you do have to deal with the damage coming in from Team Ray right now.
What are we doing?
Nova. Okay, heals up in time. In fact, Hazel is the one that might go down.
Wait,
and
really?
He does. Kusei is dead. Double kill for ZQT.
Okay.
They do end up losing Joam, but Team Ray have gotten both side inhibitors.
Really, honestly, nicely played by Nova, because he's baiting. This entire time, he actually had his immortality ready to go. He was hoping to get a reaction. Most importantly, the tectonic charge from Zkif. Uh-oh.
Tectonic charge, he has to come out now. Zkif still waiting for it, finally hits it. Enough to save Smooth, but ZQT says, nah, Kim is dead. Zkif, he's dead too. And that's a cleanup. Team Ray takes down AERO 2-1.
Wow, what a victory. What a victory from Team Ray right there. Like I said, when there's no pressure, when there's nothing on the line, Malaysian team tends to step up and gets the victory. And once again, it's proven by the victory of Team Ray 2-1 against the AERO Esports.
That's got to be so frustrating for AERO. Now, at this point, it's not in their hands whether or not they make it to the playoffs, but fist bumps all around. You can see it. They really wanted to get the win there. Of course, it's going to be between AERO 404 and as well as ya boy Kim. Making fun of each other. Still close as ever.
Team Ray not able to fully change the timeline, but was enough to get Homeboys and Monster Vicious to the playoffs. And one more slot remains. It's between AERO and Untitled. And now AERO has to hope for tomorrow's series to go their favor. Untitled just needs 1 point, 1 game off of SRG OG, and AERO is out.
Oh, this tomorrow is gonna be very, very interesting, not gonna lie. But right now, we're gonna head it over to Poji with the winners interview with Team Ray.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster sekalian. Anda bersama Skyer sekali lagi, Poji dan juga pasukan AERO. Inilah dia pasukan AERO Esports. Perjuangan mereka masih lagi belum tamat sebenarnya. Mereka masih lagi perlu tunggu untuk pasukan iTitle dan juga Selangor Red Giant. Tanya kepada anda juga. Cuma saya nak tanya kepada Kim lah. Macam mana perasaan anda pada hari ini dah bermain sebab mungkin anda dapat 1 poin sebenarnya dah berada di atas Untitled.
Ya, kalau perasaan mungkin agak kecewa sikit lah sebab kita orang nak kutip banyak poin lah untuk kita orang tak ada rasa pressure untuk tunggu game Untitled lawan SRG.
Baik, faham. Maksudnya kalau boleh nak dapat lebih tapi
lebih,
itu je yang dapat.
Betul. Tak ada rezeki lah.
Tak ada rezeki. Tak apa, kita percaya masih lagi boleh. Tapi Kim, kalau boleh saya nak tanya kan, sebab untuk musim depan kita akan pergi ke new lah, enhanced franchise format di mana kemungkinan besar pasukan akan berubah, line up akan berubah. Ada tak apa-apa persediaan daripada anda dan juga ahli pasukan yang lain?
Persediaan? Persediaan tak tahu untuk season depan, tapi mungkin kita orang fokus season ni dulu untuk dapat playoff luar untuk Camp 7.
Baik-baik, insya-Allah semoga hendaknya segala-galanya dicapai. Tapi ada tak apa-apa kata-kata kepada ahli keluarga, peminat dan juga penyokong yang berada di venue dan juga di rumah menyokong anda?
Untuk fans AERO, thank you yang support kita orang daripada first week sampai sekarang. Thank you juga kepada mak saya selalu datang setiap game. Thank you juga dekat Team Ray punya fans datang hari ni. Good luck mana-mana team nak masuk playoff nanti.
Terima kasih kepada AERO Esport. Anda dah boleh masuk ke dalam. Terima kasih. Dan inilah dia sekali lagi AERO Esport. 3, 2, 1. Wow. Terima kasih. InsyaAllah kita akan berjumpa mereka lagi kalau kata masih lagi ada rezeki untuk mereka. Dan sekarang pemenang kita tadi, Team Ray. AERO 404.
Ya saya. Menyala abangku.
Okey. Saya nak tanyalah kan, walaupun korang tak pergi ke playoff, tak layak pun sebenarnya matematik dia. Tapi korang main hari ni macam dah tak kisah dah dan korang sangat ganas. Apa rahsia di sebalik kejayaan tu?
Tak tahu lah. Lepas apa? Tak boleh lepas playoff kan, baru semua bangun.
baru sampai rasa nak menang.
Sampai rasa dia.
Baik, jadi okey untuk era 404 lah saya nak tanyakan kalau boleh kan sebenarnya apa yang jadi pembakar semangat korang lah sebenarnya. Kalau boleh lah kongsi dengan kita sedikit sebab macam awak cakap tadi dah tak ada apa dan kisah bantai je kan. Tapi
game ni.
Untuk game ni apa yang macam kita kena menang kat lawan diorang?
Kalau saya rasa nak balas dendam lah. Untuk playoff ni. Apa? Playoff season lepas.
Oh, kenapa?
Kan diorang ni eliminate saya.
Oh ya. Oh lama.
So rasa nak balas dendam lah.
Memang diorang lah, memang dah aim.
Betul.
Okey, untuk so ini dah tercapai lah dendam.
Tercapai.
Baik.
Itu lah, tak 2-0 lah.
Tak apa. Tapi puas lah, menang puas betul.
Puas.
Untuk jom. Jom. Kami jom.
Apa?
Okey, apa? Alright, jom. Facing AERO who are in a do or die situation kan. Actually, what's your team preparation for this match? I can see you perform really well for the matches now. Your CC is so good actually.
No, I think you're joking only.
No, I'm serious.
Okay. For me, my preparation only is I just said to my teammate, don't be scared because we're nothing to lose. The pressure is on AERO because they still have a chance to go qualify to playoffs and we don't have to chance to qualify to playoffs. So we just need to show to fans and to other region what's our talent. Yeah, that's why we perform so good now.
But I think you perform so good actually. Thank you again, jom. Nova X Koba. Apa khabar?
Baik.
Sini kat sikit, jangan malu. Jadi bermain tanpa rasa tekanan langsung lah sebenarnya. Sini semua soalan pun memang sama je kan. Kita nak tanyalah Kak Nova kan. Adakah sebenarnya untuk awak yang dah bermain sepanjang 6 minggu sebenarnya kan, untuk 5 minggu yang pertama sebenarnya korang bermain dengan satu perasaan yang pressure, tekanan, kita kena menang, kita macam ni, overthinking yang terlampau membuatkan korang banyak kalah game. Tapi hari ni bila no pressure, AERO yang tengah kuat tak jadi kuat dah.
Ya, so memang hari ni main untuk enjoy lah. So sebab tu kita dapat execute lah apa yang patut.
Rasa puas lah?
Ya, puas lah.
Kau nampak berpeluh-peluh. Tapi untuk awak rasa kan, sekarang kan kita nak announce MVP kan. Awak rasa siapa MVP?
AERO 44 lah.
AERO 44? Tak nak Zak ke? Tak boleh?
Boleh ke Zak?
Mungkin. Tapi kita nak announce siapa MVP kita. 3, 2, 1. Siapakah MVP kita? Betul ke AERO 404? Macam bukan. Itu coach. Ting. AERO 404. Sini. Jangka tak jadi MVP game ni?
Kalau tengok KDA jangka lah.
KDA
in-game. Kan in-game dapat MVP.
In-game MVP. So memang dah, okay, aku dah MVP, mesti MVP juga lepas ni?
Dah.
Tapi tadi saya tengok, masa awak dah menang habis game tu, macam puas macam tu.
Saya tiru season lepas dorang. Tiru.
Buat balik?
Buat balik.
Oh, so itulah yang awak cakap nak balas dendam tu sebenarnya?
Betul.
Okey, AERO, mungkin awak rasa macam puas hari ni sekarang dan awak pun masih muda. Boleh lagi pergi ke depannya, perjalanannya masih lagi jauh dan awak boleh buat dengan lebih baik lagi. Ada tak apa-apa yang awak nak cakap? Terima kasih kepada semua peminat yang datang, ahli keluarga. Apa-apa sahaja yang nak cakap kepada mereka?
So thank you yang mana dah support Team Ray dari week 1 sampai week 6. Thank you sangat. Lepas tu sorry lah kalau tak dapat bagi playoff. And thank you juga pada fan AERO yang dah datang hari ni. Thank you support MPL MY and datang lagi lah esok kan.
Esok masih ada?
Okay, jangan lupa support MPL MY. Thank you semua.
Mantap sekali. Hari yang mantap.
Hari yang mantap.
Terima kasih kepada Team Ray dan hopefully kita akan jumpa mereka lagi untuk new season nanti, untuk newly format franchise era. Dan ini sahaja daripada saya dan juga suara-suara mereka. Mungkin ini adalah kali terakhir anda akan menatap wajah-wajah ini. Mungkin di season yang akan datang segalanya akan berubah. Dan untuk itu, ini sahaja daripada kami. Dan sebelum kita menutup hari ini, korang dipersilakan untuk memberikan final bow. In 3, 2, 1, dipersilakan. Terima kasih Team Ray. Terima kasih kepada anda semua yang hadir pada hari ini. Dan sekarang, mari kita kembali semula kepada meja caster untuk kita dengar apakah luahan hati mereka berkenaan game yang baru saja selesai tadi. Maka dengan itu, let's go kepada mereka.
Alright, thank you very much, Poji, with the winners interview from the side of Team Ray just now. And AERO 404, what a gem that we have here in MPL MY. I'm happy to see that he gets a bit more playing time. But then again, when you focusing on one player, you are, I wouldn't say neglecting, but you are taking away some game time from another player. And I'm talking about Dust, where I feel like he should deserve also some game time, right? But then again, AERO 404 with the Eastern Chain, 8-0-6 in terms of KDA, 100% kill participation, damage per minute 3.6k, full set of items of damaging except for the immortality. But so far, Husky did mention that AERO 404 needs to play the game of his life, and he did.
Yeah,
he performed, he delivered.
He definitely did. I mean, he also proved me wrong, right? I said at the start of the day, I'm not sure if this is going to help Team Ray in any positive manner, you know, bringing in 2 players for the mid and jungle, but AERO 404 pulled through in the closing match. Even though they couldn't really affect too much, they still were able to take down AERO and keep Sunday's matches meaningful, at least for Untitled. Again, AERO still has a chance to qualify for playoffs, but it hinges on whether Untitled can steal a point from SRG tomorrow.
Yeah, I think overall, at least for the side of TR, like, without the shackles of having to worry about, you know, the pressure about getting into it, it's true what Joam said. A lot of it just boils down to AERO having to make plays, and unfortunately this time they took a much more passive route. They tried their hardest trying to sneak through as many cracks as possible, but as long as Team Ray was ever vigilant, it became very obvious that this game was going downhill extremely fast. A really good opener with Nova Escobar and Joam actually going for an early proxy after seeing Grok at the mid lane, but from that point onwards, how do you really come back into it? Solo kills happening on both sides, and also the distribution of resources. AERO 404 splitting off after showing himself on top side to walk with Dur to gank Smooth 2 times, 3 times, all 4 times Smooth died, chain dying 3 times before he finally stabilized.
And once again, AERO 404 in game number 2, he got that early kills, 2 early kills early on, and once again did the same thing for game number 3 and was able to snowball out of control when it comes to the mid to late game potential, where it was very hard to kill him with the traceless, with the hand-eye coordination very much fast to walk away, to dodge away, or to maneuver around Hazel's Hayabusa just now and allow him an ample of time to provide the damage onwards toward the AERO esports side. 55,000 damage being dealt towards the opponent. As we mentioned, the carry is going to be AERO 404 with 876 gold per minute. The reach guy is going to be him as well, and Sandbag is going to be Zakif. To be fair, did not play it well so far throughout this series. I expected more out of this upcoming young jungler from AERO Esports, which is Zakif, but here needs a bit more practice, needs a bit more game time, needs a bit more coaching or a bit more nurturing to become, you know, could be the best roamer one day. But so far, it's been all Team Ray for this series.
Yeah, a little sad to see Zeke in this type of position because, again, I still think that he has a lot of potential here and he works well with Kim. However, the design of this particular draft definitely hurt them a lot. And then how to adapt, that's where Zeke really struggles. I think adaptation on the fly is not exactly his strong suit.
This entire series has been very one-sided, right? Like a team that wins the first and second turtle essentially just runs away with the game. And in this case, I think Team Ray, just like in game 1 and 2, just has a slightly easier draft to pull off, but more so, Nova's Khalid is making a huge difference in the lane. Not to mention that Kusei is already in an awkward matchup, but Nova's presence is making it very inconvenient for AERO to get anything done.
Especially when they're attacking on many different sides of the map, right? It kind of takes away the focus from AERO just in general. They can't figure out where exactly they're going to be coming from. Hazel also is struggling to kind of find angles to actually get into it, into the fight, because this one here, pretty good idea, right? If he angled it just slightly downwards, he probably would have gotten on top of AERO 404, but as they are, ever vigilant, making sure that he doesn't get that much value.
I mean, the kiting capability from Team Ray as well was superb, dodging a few skill set, dodging away important skill set from the side of AERO, be it the Delios catch, be it the Augie Shadow kills, and yeah, just once again, Team Ray, once they get the momentum that they have, we can see what they can do, we can see what kind of team fight they can provide, and it works well. It was a positive movement from a Team Ray, but as of now, this is the standings. Week number 6, Demon number 2. Number 1 is going to be SRG claiming that number 1 spot. Second is going to be CG for now, because we have to take a look at tomorrow's match later on. Vamos is going to be number 3. Monster Witches is going to be at number 4 with 15 points. Homeboys number 5th with 15 points as well, and AERO Esports gonna sit at number 6 with 13 points, whereas Untitled is gonna be in number 7 with 12 points, and then round things off, 8, 9, and 10 is gonna be Team Ray, Toda, as well as GMXK, who have finished their match except for Toda. One more match to go.
Pretty crazy because MV will be playing for the upper bracket slot tomorrow to skip day 1. All they need to do is to find a 2-0 over Toda, and they are through. They win by aggregate over CG. All Untitled needs to do is to take one game off SRG, and they win by aggregate over AERO. So tomorrow's matches are still as important. I can't believe that we are down to the last day, and the matches still matter.
I know.
I'm so happy.
I know. Compared to the last couple of seasons where we started having show matches just to party around, no stakes attached whatsoever, this time we have to pay attention. And I think that Untitled, now that they're back against the wall, once again, they face off against SRG. It can get a little disgusting. To be fair, SRG haven't had the perfect run. They haven't lost a series, but they've been dropping games. Now, let's look at the bracket forecast.
All right, let's take a look at the upper bracket quarterfinals first. It can be a 3 teams position right there. Be it Vamos, Homeboys, or Monster Vicious, facing off either Monster Vicious or Homeboys. It really depends on what happens tomorrow's match. Whereas match number 2, upper brackets quarterfinals number 2, it can be either Vamos, once again, CG or Monster Vicious, or AERO Esports as well as Untitled. That is the last spot. Either AERO or Untitled for match number 2. But for the upper bracket semifinals, of course, SRG has claimed their number 1 spot, the number 1 seed. Meanwhile, that second upper bracket spot is still up for grabs. Either gonna be CG or Monster Vicious.
Let's see how Torak feels that day.
Yeah, let's see if the nothing to lose mentality is strong enough to take down Monster Vicious. Although I would say, as competitive as this season has been compared to the previous seasons we have, 5 out of 6 teams that enter playoff will be the same, right? The only exception being that we either get AERO and Untitled instead of both of them.
It's gonna be a tough one.
Not gonna lie, not only it depends on what Toda mood feels like, it also depends on what SRG OG mood feels like as well. Because they have known to drop one game as well. It has been a clean, sweet victory for SRG OG. It's not been a 2-0 dominating run. There has been an instance where SRG OG wins, but it is a 2-1 win for SRG OG. But for tomorrow, it's gonna be a very, very interesting where we're gonna begin with Monster Vicious up against Soda. 12:30 PM is gonna be scheduled for that first match, as well as match number 2. Another important match as well, especially for Untitled. 3 p.m. is scheduled for SRG OG up against Untitled. So game number 1 is for that second upper bracket spot. Sorry, second upper bracket spot. And then match number 2, it's the fate of Untitled or the fate of AERO Esports who's gonna make it to playoff.
Hey, at least every game matters. At least you have to actually stay until the end of the last match of MPL MY.
Imagine all of those fans who never got a chance to watch MPL, right? Because tickets sold out and whatnot. Just comes for the last day, the most important day of all, just to see who made it through right now.
I mean, there have been like people who complain that wow, we have a lot of show matches, they're unimportant, they're not interesting. Well, this season you get everything you want down to the last game.
SRG OG 1-1 against GMXK and Homeboy. There was one team, right?
I mean, CG also 2-1, right?
CG. So only 2 teams, right?
Homeboys also. Homeboys also. Yeah.
Okay. So
it's doable. It's doable.
Pretty good. Awesome, pretty good. Not gonna lie. I mean,
this guy just needs to play the game of his life.
In comparison to their MSC season victory run, where every match they dominated 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. This time, I feel like there is a possibility. There is a chance for Untitled to at least get 1 point.
I mean, the game, the previous match they played was against MV, and we saw how they they utterly crushed MV. And so Untitled, I don't know, maybe pray more tonight, prep more tonight, but tomorrow is the fight for your lives.
It's going to be a stressful time, but again, it all ends tomorrow. The regular season has been a phenomenal time, and I can't wait to see what happens for the playoffs.
One more match is all it takes, or one more day is all what it takes for us to get to know who's gonna make it to playoff, and of course that second upper bracket spot. But we would like to know what you guys think of MPL MY Season 16 so far. It has been very competitive up until the very end, but we would like to know what do you think. Do scan the QR code below to let us know. But so far, Gideon, Husky, you guys enjoy for this regular season so far because this is your last day.
Yep, it's been a great time.
All good?
I loved it.
Well, we do have to wrap things up. We shall see you guys tomorrow for the ending of our regular season MPL Season 16.
Go.
Go haya.
Ay, TP haya.
Target is lapo guys.
Go start.
Lapo guys, lapo dahil guys. Can go guys.
GG.